All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live, Zen friends. Hello, hello. Happy Sunday night to you. Happy end of your weekend. I know. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the moment, right? We're so grateful to be here. Thank you for joining me and welcome to another wonderful evening of messages from Spirit. I'm always so excited just to see what comes through from Spirit, the little new tidbits, new things that we get to learn and grow from one another and each other's readings. So I'm excited to see what we have coming in tonight. So thank you for being here. And before we get into everything, though, you know how I like to start off with a big deep breath together, just to come out of the future, come out of the past, come out of the chaos of the outside human world into our wonderful bubble of love inside of our own selves. And we can do that to have a wonderful, moment coming back to the present moment, right? So we'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as we feel comfortable. Slow exhale out is the key because that's what slows our roll and allows us to simmer down. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy as well. So if you want to join me with that big deep breath, let's do it. Here we go. Big deep breath in. Feels so good. All right. Thank you guys so much. And I will hit the singing bowl 3 times as I do, usually do. So we'll hit that, and we can just let that energy just vibrate through our hearts and our mind and our bodies and our energetic body into our auras and fill us up and fill out to the outside world, allowing it to do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. Of course, gratitude is something we can do right away to help raise our own vibration. So if we're just grateful for one little tiny thing that we're grateful for in the moment, that does help us, you know, jumpstart and leap up in our energy, and then we attract what we're grateful for as well as we're open for messages from spirit. So always a win 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 energy, right? And then after the third gong, I will bring in the magic feather and we will push out more love energy out to the world. Today I feel like I want to focus on sending physical healing energy out to the world and, of course, to all of you that are watching. So if you want to join in and magnify that, we can join in that together. I just today felt like illness. Oh, that's right. We ran to Costco early this morning, as we sometimes do, and we got eggs. And I know there's a big thing on eggs in the South, right in Southwest right now, but they're safe here, at least for now. And so I was like, oh yeah, there's a lot of things going on across the United States and across the world, probably always, right? But we want to send some love energy out to everyone just to help activate that super healing, super being, super DNA in humanity. Whoever is ready for it, we'll send it out and we'll do that. So we'll do that. And so that's what we're going to do. So let's dive in and do that. And remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Beautiful energies. All right. Little energetic jumpstart. So, looks like we got thunderstorm warning going on. My little warning across the bottom of my computer here. So, yay, we get some rain, hopefully. We've been getting a little monsoon season, so I like it. You have eggs 6 days a week, sometimes 7. Oh, that's good. Good protein, right? Well, oh, in the South, you better, you know, better watch your eggs. Gonna turn into a chicken, right? I eat a lot of chicken, a lot of chicken, and then I try to balance eggs too, but I like that. Good proteins. All right. So, let us, get into everything, right? I just is like gonna start readings. But if you're new to the channel, hey, I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea with spirit tonight. So welcome, welcome. Great group of Zen friends here with huge hearts, great senses of humor. I'm so grateful for that. So, welcome. And there's always room for more Zen friends. We try to have a lovely, uplifting, supportive environment, and we do have a wonderful community of amazing, a lot of amazing women. We have some gentlemen that attend here, but we do have powerful women here. I tell you what, and I'm glad. Growing up, of course, if you guys don't know, I lean, very far to the gay side. Uh, and I grew up a lot. I resonated more with girls growing up and their intelligence and, they were all the guys were off playing sports and stuff at recesses and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, "I'm gonna go over and hang with the girls and talk to them and whatever," and the teachers are all like, "Go play with them," and I'm like, they're just ugh. And the girls were like, "We know," So, uh, you know, I do feel very comfortable with all of your lovely energies, so, uh, welcome. Um, and it was interesting, just real quick, I in when I worked for this corporation that I did for over 20 years, I spent a lot of time in customer service, which happened to be a lot of women, and then I had an opportunity to go work over in IT, which was the complete opposite, and I was, like, uncomfortable in the beginning. I was just like when I walked into the first training room when they were starting up a help desk at our site as a duplicate, site, I walked in and it was, like, all guys all the way around, and I was like, "Ooh, I don't know if if this is a good idea." So Uh, but I realized everyone is human, and as I interact with everyone, has the same core of everyone wants to be loved, everyone has their dream. Just people do go about it differently quite a bit. I did have, girlfriends when I was a young Christian young man, and it was very convenient to, "Oh, no, no, no kissing. No, no, no," why, rile things up. Let's wait until we're married or let's just wait on all that, But I love women. I'm just not attracted, in that way, you know. And my brother, when I came out, he said, "Have you ever been with a woman?" I go, "No." And he goes, "Well, you can't decide until you have." And I go, "Have you been with a man?" And he was like, "No." "Well, then how do you know if you don't try?" you know? "No, that's different." And I go, "How?" So very different, right? Um, so I like that, right? So, um, I feel like that is answers that question, right? Well, we'll get into more here, but, welcome. So welcome. All that to say welcome, right? I went off on a bunny trail, didn't I? So little tidbit into Brother Z's life, but, If you wanna know how the whole reading process works, be sure to check the description area of the video. I do have a little update on, I'm keeping my evening sessions down to 7 hours, so I'm on from 5 PM Mountain Time until midnight, Mountain Time. And so, whatever I don't finish in the evening session, I do pop on in the morning and finish those out. The last couple of nights, Friday and Saturday night, I was actually able just finish everything right at 7 hours. So, um, but if I don't finish it, including donations, I will pop on in the morning and finish those out, just an attempt to balance my health and rest and um etc. So I appreciate you guys understanding, and I did create a little more kind of guardrails and guidelines around dollar amount donations. If you check those out, it's all down in the description area of the video too. Free readings are one card readings, and then of course donations do get first priority. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. We do have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. And I appreciate all of you that do use those other ones. I have listed the ones that have no fees. I don't know if you guys know YouTube does take one third of the super chats, like 30%. It's almost one third. Um, so if you do want me to get more of the actual donation, you can use Cash App and Venmo. Those two currently don't charge me any fees. And I know these are not available across the world, and you don't have to sign up for them. This is just information, no expectations at all. Please continue to use Super Chat if that's the easiest way for you and works for you, especially a lot of these aren't available in different countries as well. Um, and then PayPal, if you have like a dollar donation, that's like 58 cents. They take like 58 cents, so they take more than half of it. So if you're gonna do a dollar, yeah, use the super chat. I'll get more of it actually. That's kinda weird, right? But for the rest above that, it's a more reasonable fee, for those. So if you wanna do that, that's just information, like I said. That's one of the things I mention in this uh, news updates for my stream sessions. I also talk about a new way to that I do private readings because I do virtual where we do it over like Instagram or the phone, where we can see each other, we can talk, blah blah blah. I do it live. Well, I started a new one called I'm calling it a YouTube chat only live stream private session, which is like this, except you only see my hands and you're able to chat with back and forth. And Debbie O had the first one today. Thank you so much. I had a great time too. You said you enjoyed it. So it was fun. I like that being able to ask follow-up questions. And then I also have recorded readings, which is you send me questions, I record it, upload it, and then send you the link. So you don't really have that interactive in the session kind of thing at a reduced price, of course. So all of that is available. It talks about all that, plus a little secret in there. Shh, can't tell you more. Got to check out that video if you want to hear the secret. That's coming up. All right. So I think that was that. At the end of every session, I do a pinned comment listing the order of all the readings completed with timestamps. And if I don't get to all of the readings, I will put it up top on that pinned comment right away. I was able to complete all free readings or some or none. And then whatever I don't complete, if I don't complete things, I also put that at the very bottom of the pinned comment for the next morning, the list that's there. So you can kind of know, oh, there I am. I'm on that list. I'll check it in the morning and I'll do a separate live stream for that. I always update the evening's pinned comment with the link for the morning too for that little list down below. I'll jump on and put the little link. So if you ever are wondering that, you can do that too. So I think that's the main things there. I also have a podcast called The Easier Path. If you haven't checked it out, here is the link to it. It's always linked down in the description area and on my main page too. So if you want to find out some hints from Spirit on how to make this human path an easier path instead of a harder one, really encourage you to check it out. Right. So that is the skinny on all of that. Well, let me show you the last one. I'll be having another podcast episode probably coming out next Thursday. A little late. I usually try to do it every 2 weeks. That was my intention, but things got awry in my life and didn't do it. But the last one is called What They Think of Me. And that's maybe that's my journey, you know. I had to, face be gentle, don't overdo it, you know. What are they gonna think of me if I don't do the podcast on time? Well, they love me and they're gonna understand. Or they won't, and then, you know, it is what it is, what are we gonna do, right? Anyway, so enjoy that. Oh, yeah, it's because it's private, right? I do like that. Those, special chat only sessions, and then you don't have to b I don't have to be all pretty, no one else has to be all pretty, all you see is my hands, and then I talk and you chat. I feel like it's a good that's personally where I'm at in my life of hermitude, I would do that as well, right? So I like that. Alright. So let us get caught up on the list. Oh, yeah. If you make a donation of $5 or more, you get a spiritual piece of cake, which we're using the Sacred Creators Oracle. You get a little extra little oracle with that. And then if it's under $5, you still get a fortune cookie, which we are finishing up these beautiful moonlit forest, which give a little nice little saying on it as well. Beautiful little picture, just a little dessert for your donation reading. Tonight, we're using this Eternal Shadow Path Tarot. Dun dun dun. Do I have that on backwards? No, it's the same on both sides. I was like, you never know. But it's a beautiful deck. I like the backs here. And it's kind of this gray, black, and white. I like my crisp cards. So we'll be using this tonight for those. And the Everyday Tarot, the little deck for clarity when needed for donation reading. So we'll be using that too. All right. So let's get caught up here. So I think I left off right here with all my little green across the board. That's how I know where I left off. And so we got Eagle. We got you on the free list. You'll be number 5 on the free list. We got Ruby G. Hey, Ruby G, you'll be number 6 on the freebie list there. So we got you there as well. All right, and I do see your 3 Cash App donations, so thank you for those. You'll be 10, 11, and 12. Let me just grab these here. And I'll grab your questions here. Let me just do my little setup here. All right. I think I've got all those. And let me grab your questions. So for your first one here, and I don't think these are, oops, let me just pull them up here so if you have any other details in here. For the X, related information. Oh, for housing and for husband. All right, we got it. So this one here is what can you know about the X? Do. That's the $10. All right. Is there any risk of making any report asking questions? That we'll put that still with that one, right? And of course, his POV versus reality. I know, right? That's always the who knows what's going on in there. All right. And feel free to organize as cover makes sense to you, as always. Oh, cool. Thank you. All right. And then the next one is situation action outcome regarding housing. So we'll grab that with that there. All right. Very good there. And then for this last one, the husband. We'll get that in there. And you're wondering, okay. that in there. All right. So I think I've got all of those. Thank you for all that. And then we've got Samia Rao. Hey, Samia, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 7 on the free list once we get to those. And we got Deb Deb, Rocky Mountain Deb Deb in the house, Zen Meister. So thank you so much. I will take all those positive vibes. Why do I feel like something's is it my hair moving? I feel like there's something like touching my hair. I wonder if it's spirit going hee 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 playing with me. Stop, stop. All right. So thank you so much. Or is it maybe it's a hair falling. I don't know. Maybe there's a hair out of place. Do you ever feel like there's like something there? I don't know. What's happening to me? I'm having a stroke. No, I won't put that out into the world. I'm okay. Okay, I see. So this is more for your husband's one, right? We'll add that in there. Organize your method. All right, we'll go with the flow with that. Okay, I think we got you there. I think the air conditioner on. So maybe it's blowing one of my hairs. Let me just come on, be nice. Okay. All right. I know I'm goofy sometimes. Sometimes, right? All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list. So for free readings, because I'm down there right now, we got Minnie Hill up first, and then Debbie O, and then Ashish, Butterfly, Eagle Money, and then Ruby G, and then Samir Rao. For donations, up first, we will have Gabby Rock, and then Crystal Ray, and then Debbie O, and then Lady J. And then we got Lauren of Light is number 5. And then we got Lemon Limes, Lulu. We got you 6 and 7. And then Chels, you're number 8. Gabby, we're back to you for number 9. Then we got Ruby G, 10, 11, and 12 is where we're at right now. So I think we are all set to jump in. As soon as we do, of course, I like to start off taking a nice little cheers, a little cup of Joe drink with you guys, just to let you know I love you guys so much. I'm so grateful for the thumbs up, all your love, all your support, this wonderful energy that you bring in the community that we have. I wouldn't be doing all this without you, and I'm so grateful for our continued sending this big love tsunami out to the world, and I'm so grateful that you're part of it. So, cheers, cheers to you. I love you, and salute. All right. So let us dive in and see what we've got going on in our world. So we got 2420 is the first one for Gabby Rock. So Gabby, here is your first one. Thank you for your dual donations. So the current status of P and N's connection. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, we got 1, we got 2, and we've got 3. So let's see what we've got here. Interesting. On the bottom of the deck, we do have the Justice card coming in. Interesting. Underneath that, we got Temperance too. Just seeing how they're all about the scales, right? The balancing scales on either side. But with Justice being Libra energy, which rules over the house of relationships, there is this interesting, being on both sides of the scales that they're standing there, knowing what's on their scale. They haven't taken the time to look at the other side to know what's over here. Like, one hasn't seen what's over there. So they don't know when they take off something or add something on over here, how out of balance the relationship becomes, as well as on their side, they don't know what's going on over there. So they just both are assuming that each other think the same way and have the same stuff stacked on that relationship scale. But when we move things, it goes out of balance, add something, they add something on, and it's like, that's why relationships, if we understand where each other are and all that, there can be a difference. But I feel like they're out of balance in that perception and understanding what's going on there, right? I know, row, but that's normal for humans, honestly. But so there is challenge. That's happening there, and they're kind of just learning about that. So let's see what else we've got here. We also have the Four of Wands. Yes, there's joy and celebration energy there. The Four of Wands, I mean, it can be a marriage card, but I don't feel like it's that strong of a relationship yet. We do have the Star card. So here is balance that is trying to come in with the Star card, and also this kind of hope energy. And in a way, the Star card is like wishing upon a star. It's a lot to do with the mind because it's Aquarius energy behind the Star card, which, is more, they're water bears, but they're air element. So they think about emotions before they feel them. And there is this kind of analysis of emotion I feel going on with this Justice card, Libra, another air energy that's coming in, right? Yeah, right. So I feel like, maybe that's why there's joy because they're broken up. Or maybe there is a hope that we can get back together and, with those out of balance, scales, that does make sense here. Let's see here. Let's see what this last card is here too. We got the 3 of Wands. Well, there you go. Which is about, with the new information, kind of taking a different direction here. And I feel here with the Four of Wands, it kind of feels like someone out of the 2 really wants marriage, really wants a relationship to lead to marriage in a strong way. And they don't, and I feel like the other side of the scale is like, I'm not like so in a rush for that. I feel like one is in a super rush, the other is like, well, let's take our time. And there's that temperance, right? Let's just relax. Let's just see what unfolds. And they're like, hell no. Oh, if they're on pause, right? Actually, with this 3 of Wands, I do feel like they're going a different direction. It does feel as if they are, going to, take a different road than they had thought they were before. Um, we got the Queen of Cups, so there is a lot of emotion there, that's comes in with that, and I feel like it's toward the ending, and I feel like the pause or whatever energy, I feel like we talked about that before, right? I feel like they're more so looking at going a different direction because they're not um, on the same page with that energy there. Let me just do a quick everyday tarot. I know. Let me just, can we get clarity on Um, the pause, death, or whatever. Yeah, 7 of Pentacles, really slow down energy. This would be that they're realizing the fruit isn't really, like, each of them are realizing it's not the fruit they wanted, and so I do feel like they're heading to go in a different direction. It doesn't feel like it's been finalized, but I feel like it's already there, right? Oh, yeah, right. And it does feel like that kind of energy of, like they're going in a different, uh, it's like when the fruit ends up being something you don't want on a tree, you're like, well, maybe I'll just sell that tree and I'm gonna get something else. Cause I feel like both of them feel like this isn't what we were wanting. And I feel like that's kind of what's happening. But I feel like with that 7 of Pentacles and needing to know, is it on pause? Is it over? Have they moved on? It's like they're taking their time on ending it. I feel like they've paused and they know where it's headed, but one each of them don't wanna be the one that's ending it. They wanna be able to point to the other person. They're the one that ended it. "No, you're the one that ended it. No, you're the one that ended it." Like, why don't you just say in 1, 2, 3, we end, and make it mutual. But they wanna, feels like they need to blame someone else, for some reason. But let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here too. We've got dream passage. There's the escape route. Run. It says visions, messages, subconscious, Not all doors are walked through, some are dreamed first. Yeah, and it feels here that star card, the dreams of, it's like a wishing upon a star. Sometimes we, uh, leap ahead going, "Oh, they're gonna be this," and then we don't see them for who they are, we see them for this dream instead. It's kind of the energy I feel is coming in, and then we're like, "Oh, I thought you were gonna be that," and they're like, "I'm this. This is who I am, and I'm not that, I'm this." And they're like, "Well, you could do that." And they're like, "I could, but that's not where I am and what I want right now." "Well, don't you wanna be married?" I feel like marriage is the big thing there, and they're realizing you're not wanting to go that way. So, I like that. Yeah, I would say so. It's her that wants the marriage and him that doesn't, right? I know, it sounds so cliche, I was like, "Do I need to say it?" I guess we do, right? Just to confirm. Some do, some do. Those that are, well-balanced and emotionally mature, you know? There are some out there. Yeah. Alright, so that's what they have for that one. We'll circle back around, your second one, I think, is number 9, so we'll be back to that one eventually here too. So, hang in there. Alright, and then Crystal Ray, you are up next. We got 3303. Look at those magical numbers that you got there. Empress energy. So thank you for your donation. Let me see, I didn't miss anybody, right? Oh, yeah, we did Livier Bagata. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Let me get you on the free list real quick here. You'll be number 8 on the free readings there when we get to those. So hope you're well. All right. So, Crystal, thank you for your donation. And yeah, I hear you. You would have purchased more, but you only have enough for one reading today. Don't forget, you also can get a free one card reading as well. So if you ever, if you don't have the funds and you want a little one card reading, those are always available for free too. Might not get to them every night. If not, I get to them in the morning. But if you ever need that, so be sure to know that that's always available to you in addition to a donation, or if you're not able to make donations some nights or whatever, I do offer those free ones too. All right. So you want to know what our Mr. Kirk, again, eighth love, that always cracks me up every time I see that. Hey, eighth love. Well, hello. And I'm not the jealous type. I'm not jealous of those other seven. All right. So Kirk's feelings, when you talked about you being a witch yesterday, he blocked you afterwards. I know, right? Well, we got the 5 of Pentacles here. So the 5 of Pentacles is that energy of, this is their feelings, right? Feeling like they're, the fear of abandonment, more so the fear of not being good enough. And it's the fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, not having enough. But that little not being enough energy that comes with it is the huge one that really stands out for them with that, in that they're just like, when we don't know what something is and we feel like, oh wow, because this energy in the bottom of the deck with the strength card, the Leo energy, that fire, that I mean, when you have a lion looking you in the face, yike, right? And I kind of feel like that's the kind of energy that they have, is that they're like, "Wow, you were a lot of fire and a lot already." And then when they realize that, it just took it into a place of, I'm I'm afraid. Like, not afraid that you're gonna put a curse on them or whatever, but that they feel lacking. They're like, "Wow, you're so much more, in their heart." They just feel that way, that's why they block you, because they can't, they don't like feeling that way. They don't like feeling less than, and and fear of what other people will think and around them and da 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 da. All that comes back to that fear of being less than. What will people think of me? But really, a lot of it I feel has to do with that power that's there, that can be intimidating. You know, people can be intimidated. You're not intimidating. People are intimidated with power and confidence. And I feel like that's the big energy that kind of comes around that. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you got the guiding lantern, which is clarity, support, reassurance. A single light is enough to begin. I like this. This is like the hermit card. You know, I feel like there are, and actually when I read your question, earlier when I was cut and pasting and creating my list, I felt like there's a lot of people being moved out of your life and moved away because you're being drawn inward to go inward and upward. And I do feel like you're being drawn away from where you're living now in the town that you're in to a bigger city, to something bigger where you can feel like you're not a big fish in a small pond, that you can feel like a big fish among other big fish and not, feel like all the other fish are glaring at you, you know? I feel like there's this energy that's pulling you, if that resonates for you, of course, but that's what I feel's coming in there for you, Crystal. So thank you again for your donation. Hang in there, and many blessings to you. All right, then we got Nelia Medeiros. Hey, Nelia, good to see you. Good to see you alive. Yeah, I guess that is a good clarity, right? Because, you know, when you channel people from the other side, I could be channeling people, but of course, you being in chat, that would be a miracle. I would love that. Not you specifically, but just, can you imagine spirit all of a sudden having a message in chat electronically? Ooh, maybe someday. But thank you for your dual donations, and you'll be number 13 and 14 on the donation list. I'll get your first question in there. I got that one, and then we'll grab the second one when you have that available there. So, in the meantime, we'll move on here. Oh, okay. Let me just grab right there. Came out there. Let me just do that so it's off of my brain. Cool. Thank you so much. All right. So, Debbie, you are up. 3904 is your timestamp. There we are. So thank you for your donation. And again, really enjoyed that session. I'm so glad. Thanks for being the first guinea pig. I'm glad it all worked smoothly. Hallelujah. So there you go. There goes the cartwheels. All right. So I love this. So we're going to do a deep dive into there as well. And we wanna know, what will your future husband think of your gifts, right? So we'll take a look at that. Let's just take a look at that first, and I'll ask your specific questions too. Right. And then will he be scared, intrigued, interested? Let's see. Let's just ask each one of those. Will there be scared? Will there be intrigue? Will there be interest? That one and that one and this one. And then will he ask you stuff to help him out with messages, etc.? All right. And those. Nope, not this one. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. With the judgment card, which is our higher self, it's our calling, like it's your calling kind of energy. They do recognize that that is something that means so much to you with that calling card, and they're like, wow, I feel like, um, again, from your reading this morning, they're bringing in that, there's this energy of, by the time you meet them, I feel like you're going to have a different business card because I feel like you're gonna have more clarity around your gifts and what you're wanting to do with them and that you give them the card and immediately they look at it and they're like, "Oh, wow. What is this?" And I feel like that interests them and I feel like that intrigue energy is there. But let's see what we've got here. What overall? Let's go to those first here. Will he be scared? Looking here, I don't feel here. We have the Hanged Man, which is transformation, seeing things from a different perspective. The Tower card, I feel like, with looking at things from a different perspective, like a lot of like in your readings, we were getting the tower, which you were removing things out of your life. You were, like because your spirit team is bringing in. Remember how we said you're making it really easy for us because we haven't had to do towers because you've been doing all the work and removing stuff already. We're like, oh, no tower. She removed it early, So I like that, right? Good night, running away? What's that? Good night. Oh, because he saw the tower? Don't run away. Don't be the runaway bride. Oh, yeah. No, but this is you. This is them realizing that, this is your gift, and they're realizing, yeah, they see your tr they under uh 'cause I feel like you talk about your transformation, you talk about the towers, you talk about these things, and that's when they're like they're not scared because they realize it's something that you use to really transform your life. The intrigue, 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, this solid foundation because this is about self-worth, and I do feel, when we're talking about intrigue, I feel like they're always working on themselves, like they like improving on themselves, and so I feel like, the way you're going about it is different, and they're kinda like, "Ooh, I've never really went deep into that side. I feel like there is intrigue and then interest." Let's see what that is here. You got 3 cards for this. Yeah, interested in this death and rebirth energy coming in here, you know? We've got the Page of Wands and the Queen of Cups. I love it. This rebirth of emotions and transformation, putting energy into it. I feel like it is interesting and intriguing to them because they've gone I feel like they've had counseling, um, and so they've done a lot of, self-reflection and things like that. So I feel like they're like, "Ooh, this is interesting." So this is good stuff, That Queen of Cups is, of course, the movement of emotional energy with those that come in. Um, is he gonna ask you to, ask is he gonna ask you stuff to help him out, with messages and things like that, right? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like he does. He's got the King of Pentacles, which is like the 4 of Pentacles. That's one of the big energies about working on self-worth, and we've got both the Page of Cups and the Page of Pentacles. So new opportunities, higher emotional movement, that kind of energy that comes in here. So I like this. I love this energy, because it is about going to taking things to a new level. So I do feel like they, and again, I feel like you guys, it'd be more of conversations and how you share stories and you share perspectives and you share those things. And I like that because we talked about before that he wants to support you. Like after you guys get married, he wants to say, "You don't need to work anymore. You need to focus on this stuff." So I like that, because he was like, "You get to do what you want, and I support you in your dream," right? So I like that. I like that energy. And then the original ones I got about what will he think of your gifts? Yeah, the Page of Swords. I feel like he's gonna seek clarity. He's gonna try to understand things as well. He wants to dig in more, he's curious. 6 of Swords, yeah, let go of old ways of thinking, move into new ways of thinking, which also allows movement and transformation. So I like that. Um, Fits in with all this. Yeah, the King of Swords. He can be a big thinker here. Got all the swords energy, but I like it because the King of Swords being double the mental energy, he's still seeking clarity. And I feel like because maybe he did, oh my God, in the Knight of Swords. So all these swords, page of swords, six of swords, king of swords, knight of swords, means that when you talk about it, he thinks about it and analyzes it, and he's intriguing to him, and so he's asking a lot of questions, and that's why it's so intriguing because he's done so much mental work, and some emotional work, right, through counseling and different things, I feel, but he's like, "Wow, you're in the realm of this deep emotion, and I'm interested." So I love that. I love that energy, that's coming in here, but oh my god, all those swords. He's definitely well, that's good. That's true. We knew this already, right? Because you're a Virgo and you're a big thinker and big, questioner, and he gets it, right? Um, so I feel like we had that before, but it looks really good. Um, so uh I feel like that's why you guys have such great conversations because you ask a lot of questions, he asks a lot of questions, you tell a lot of stories about your life, he tells stories about his life. A lot of great communication, right? So I like that. All day. That's right. And you're not gonna drive each other crazy. Remember, because he had a Virgo he worked with, and he's already prepared. Oh, and all night, right? Pillow talk. You all right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You are magic. Yeah, exactly, right? You are magic. Ta-da! And this is card number 1. It's like the magician energy. Let's see what comes in here. You are magic. You are stardust in human form, and you can bring your dreams to life. From your ability to envision your future to your ability to bring it to fruition through intentional action, you can co create the fabric of your reality by intermingling thought, will, desire, and doing. It's time to use your hands as a conduit for your energetic ideas and thought forms and collaborate with the divine universe as you actively change the world around you. Create. Make connections, write intentions, heal. Know that great strides and incredible progress are likely at this time, and that you already have everything you need to make this dream come alive. If you're feeling blocked, you may be scattering your resources instead of focusing on a specific goal. Make sure you aren't overshadowing your positive thinking with any underlying fears of failure or any unintentional thought patterns that are scrambling your vibe. Focus your thoughts and you are limitless. Do you feel the power running through your palms? I love that. Through your palms, right? I like it. I like it. I like it. So that is what they've got for you, my dear. I do like it. My memory is amazing. I feel like, I've heard recently that Aquarians have memory, like, they remember things for a long time, and I'm like, "Oh, well, that makes sense," but I also feel it's spirit. They're like, "Boop," pushing the memory banks, right? Bringing things back. But I love it. So thank you so much again for all of your love and support and, for your lovely session earlier and this, wonderful donation too. I'm grateful. Glad you're one of my super Zen friends, my tech Zen friend. So I'm so glad. Memory like an elephant. I know. All right, and then Nelia, thank you for talking about the hitting the like button. I really appreciate that. That does help spread the Zen love. It's funny. Oh, thank you so much for that. And then I see your free reading here too, Nelia. I know. I am a comedian. It's like the blue light lounge. We're here all night, but I'm bunksh. So thank you guys so much. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip here and we'll continue in here. Thank you for the lovely comments. I so appreciate that. It's like having a good memory in a relationship is a curse and a gift, right? Because I've in my relationships, they were like, "No, we never I never said that." I go, "Yeah, you remember it was a Thursday and you had just come home and you did this and you did that, and then you said this and I said that, and then you said that." And they're like, "I don't remember that." And I like, "Well, it doesn't mean it wasn't said." The BZ Lounge. That might be next, right? But bung. All right. We always start off with a little set of hilarity, right? You're the same way, Lady J. I love it. All right, Lady J, you are up, actually. So 52:13 is your timestamp. So, Lady J, thank you so much for your donation. I like it. So, you want to know, does F feel like they're the one who got away, or do they think there's still potential with them reconnecting in the future? All right, let's take a look here. I agree. I cried enough growing up. I'm all about the humor. I'm like, I'd rather laugh than cry at life. Um, but I did cry a lot to get it all out anyway. Because crying is healing. So we never diss crying, and but I do prefer laughing now that I've cried a lot of my life out. So does F feel like they're the one who got away? Let's take a look at that here first. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me give you 2 extra too. All right. See what their energy is here. You love a good cry. Oh, does F feel like she's the one who got away, or does he think there's still potential with them reconnecting in the future? I get you now. Yeah, that I was like, do they feel? Because I go, she, he, who, what? Yeah, okay, I get you. So we'll take a look here. We do have the 10 of wands on the bottom, which the 10 of wands is an energy. I feel like there's this movement from burden to abundance kind of energy that's coming in here. So let's see what we have here. Um, and let me get clarity here through the cards here. Actually, let me turn them all over. With these, and they want me to try this little way of doing things. And there's two mysterious cards, which we'll look at here first. I don't, I don't feel here. Uh, I don't feel like they feel like she's the one that got away because we've got the Knight of Wands, which is a lot of fire energy. It's a lot of, you know, not a lot of emotional energy. And we got the 9 of Pentacles. This is what I felt with this energy of like moving from burden to abundance, as they were kind of relieved after, things had, because I felt like they wanted to be by themselves. Because I feel like they feel drawn here with this Page of Cups for a higher love, for something more. And there had something to do with because there was so much emotion, not emotion, but it was all fire, fire, fire. It felt empty to them, um, like beneath the surface, and they couldn't understand what was going on. I had the 5 of Wands here, which is the inner conflict energy between the head and the heart. And so I feel like with this energy kind of moving in here, um, there's like this I wanna say it's an all or nothing kind of feel, but it feels like all because I feel like they weren't able he is or F, right? He wasn't able to connect to his heart. The way that I'm kind of this picture I have is like everyone's out there and I could never get to the feeling that I wanted in all these relationships, even when it was fire or people had emotion, because if I don't love myself, right? If I love myself that much, no matter how much emotion and people want to give me, all that's going to come in is drip, drip. And no matter how much love I want to put out, it's just drip, drip. So that's why I would always go the way of fire, right? This is this energy with this Knight of Wands that they are a Knight of Fire, and they had this impression that it's everyone out there that's not bringing them love, because I don't feel the way I think I'm supposed to feel. Why does it feel empty? I get all this passion, it's exciting and distracting and full of a different type of energy, but it's that, right? Yeah. That's what the 9 of Pentacles is they're like, I'm kinda almost like this giving up not giving up, but yeah. And, they're in their mind. We have the King of Swords, which is 2 times the mental energy and no emotional energy, and the Tower card. This is why, in their mind, they keep leaving things and keep abandoning things. And, this, like, are they the one that got away? I don't feel like they feel that way yet here. Um Because I feel like they're still in that inner struggle between their head and their heart, and they don't know really what it feels like to feel love because they haven't experienced a whole lot of self-love, and so they were under this impression that the fire was the water, and they were like, "No, it's not there. It's not there. It's not there. Why am I feeling almost numb a little bit?" The word is coming up. So I do feel like they're just like, why am I not feeling things deeply? I feel the passion and that fire energy that comes through, but not the other. So um I don't feel like I don't feel like they're it's not specific towards the she in the scenario, but I feel like they're just like, I just don't understand and I just need to almost like I need to stay single for a little bit till I get my head around this. I need to understand what the hell's going on, you know, because what's happening? Why do I keep repeating the same patterns? Why does it keep ending this way? Why do I keep feeling this way? And then why do I keep ending it, right? Oh, you're proud of him for this? That's good. Yeah, because it's like, what is happening? Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. You do get a sacred creators oracle. Wasn't any of those. All right, this one here. The edge of evolution feels messy. Isn't that great? Oh, I know, right? Hey, bad about taking bets. I know, right? The edge of change is a veritable cornucopia of opportunity. When you think of life as a giant, ever expanding puzzle, you see that growth begins at the edges and that most of the excitement happens just beyond the boundaries of what you can perceive. And it happens just beyond the edges of your comfort zone. So, this is his energy, right? As things shift and germinate around you, you may notice how uncertain it feels beyond the known. It's time to bring yourself to your personal growth edge to look into that abyss of creation. Poke your toe into the open space that lies beyond, and the right opportunity will, as if by magic, move into your awareness. This magical changing expanse is surging with the building blocks of all creation. This is where source energy is working on your behalf, bringing you the opportunities you've asked for. Everything and anything is possible during this time of rapid transformation. And as you stand at the precipice of your beautiful evolution, know that this energy is organic and malleable. Begin directing the landscape of your reality that are coming into form. Ooh, interesting, right? So definitely supports that movement and change kind of energy coming in here. It's like, ooh, evolution. Here we go. So I like this. I know, right? Wow. Yeah, I love that for him. So interesting. That's where they're at right now, Lady J. Hopefully that helps a little for the people on the sideline. They're all woo doing a wave, right? Support, support, support. So I love that. All right. So let me catch up on the chat here real quick here. Crying and letting it go. I know, right? Hey, Michelle, thank you so much. I see your question here. All right. And Michelle, I don't see a donation that came through yet, just in case. Um, I'm gonna put you on the donation list of number 15 because you usually do. And if not, like I said, I give you one anyways. Much of all those ones you give me, all those donations just because, I can give you a reading just because. But just in case, I'll put that there in your number 15. Cheering, I know, right? Yay, thankful. So thank you again so much. We'll continue on here. All right, and we got a deep, deep dive here. So buckle up. We got Lauren of Light in the house, 10313. Look at those Empress numbers. The magician and the Empress coming in here. Lauren of the Light. Thanks for your email too. That cracked me up. You crack me up. Cheers, cheers. All right. Hello. I like that. Your TED Talk. Just the way you said that is what cracked me up. My TED Talk, essay, thesis. You're like, there you go. Very good. Studies on Jake is what we called the thesis. Yeah, I like it. But thank you again so much for your generous donation. And we got like I have it split off into 15. Uh, right? He hearted it. He never hearts. Wow. Well, that's good. All right. So we want to know here. So number one is what is Jake genuinely feeling towards you right now that he's not expressing? All right, let's take a look here. It's like you go for the truth jugular for yourself here. And then he was grumpy. Yeah. And then what does he think this relationship is becoming? And what does he want from you emotionally, right? And then what feels safest to him in your connection and what feels overwhelming or threatening? Good questions. All right. I'll give you one guess at what the card on the bottom of the stack is. You got the Empress. Dun dun dun. So Empress energy on the bottom. So let's take a look here. What is Jake genuinely feeling towards you right now, but he's not expressing, right? Definitely in your Empress, right? Yeah. Um, I feel like, well, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, right? So, that he knows that the relationship is for him. And, you know, and we've got the Page of Pentacles with the Seven of Swords. So there's this opportunity, again, the return of the opportunity and, you know, um, this looking into their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, that cheat them out of opportunities. And because it feels kind of almost confusing a little bit, because on one hand, I feel him saying, you know, the things that are unfold are for us. And then on the other hand, he's like, I know that I have fears to look at that keep me from, you know, doing the comeback, zhoo, zhoo, kind of energies. I'm a worthy investment. That's right, right? And I do feel like there's this energy, he's dealing with this doesn't have to do with, you know, how you feel. I mean, how he feels about you. This is all about how he feels about himself, you know. So I feel like when we realize this isn't, and you even said it in your thesis to him, that, this is his fears. It's his things that keep him from doing it. And you're like, yeah, because you are a good investment. But if someone's afraid, I'm afraid of the stock market, you know, I'm not going to invest because I'm afraid of the stock market. Well, but this is a really, really, really good investment. And they're like, oh, the stock market, it's scary though. I don't know. It just taints their whole picture of any investment. Because especially if they've had losses or heard of huge losses in the past, and they're like, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. People lost their whole lives, kind of energy that comes in. So I feel like that's kind of his feelings towards you that he's not expressing is that this isn't about you. This is about me and my fears. Um, and that's the thing that he's genuinely feeling, but he has trouble expressing that, right? Because he doesn't. When we're fearing failure, we don't want to admit failings if we don't have to. you know, um, he admits it when he wants to reconnect. Um, because that's when he confesses of, "I screwed up, and I'm so sorry I you know, pussied out on coming to see you and didn't go," and you're like, "Yeah." Um, let's see what else we have here with that. What does he think this relationship is becoming? Yeah. We got the 10 of cups. So we've got that joyful relationship energy, though he knows it's also the 7 of pentacles and the 5 of wands, like, I forget what you said in your Evo, that it's been a challenge, and the 5 of, wands is a long drawn out challenge. For his mind is that we'll get there, but it's not an easy road to get there, right? What does he want from you emotionally? Yeah, 3 of pentacles, just let me be true to my authentic self. Let me be me. Don't try to change me. Um, just love me in a way. Just love me. Um, let me be a unicorn. Don't try to turn the unicorn into a clown. you know, I'm a unicorn, not a clown. You know, let me be a unicorn. Let me be the unicorn me. Because when you try to make him be something else than he is, that's when he pulls back, right? That's what I feel is coming in there. What feels safest to him in your connection? Yeah, it's the 5 of swords is, you know, after conflicts, when the Fool card is, it's when expectations are gone. And that's interesting with that energy, right? Because it's like after we have a "Arr, arr, arr," in those moments when you're loving and open and you don't care, because it's when we're in conflict, it's like when you guys have conflict, it's because one of you has been looking at expectations and are freaking out about it. Either you are or they are. And you're either striving for more connection and control, or they're running like a scared, "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah." Um, and but the root is the same, right? They're fearing failing expectations, so that's why they're pulling back and running, and you feel like you will fail expectations if you don't that relationship doesn't happen, and, so that fear of failure that's in the back of the mind, when you're in that and not an empress, right? When you're in that, then you chase after, right? And then but after the rah, 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 and we come back, there's like expectations are gone, right? Because you're like, fine. And then there's nothing. And then they feel free to come back. But then as we have this wonderful relationship start to bond back, then, we get distracted, and then maybe expectations start to go, "Okay, well, oh, good, we're back together, so what's next? What's next? What's next?" Right? We fall into the expectations, and then he's like, "Yikes, expectations," right? It's that pattern, but he feels the safest when we're in the no expectations, and we're in this wonderful space of the in-betweens before the expectations come and before I make a run for it. Whenever we're trying to control or push or move forward in the relationship, that's when they're like, "Whoa, we're not happy with what is. Starting to feel small. I got to get out of here," kind of energy that comes in, right? So I feel like that's that little in between is when he feels safest, and when he feels overwhelmed or threatening. Yeah, I got the Page of Swords, and this feels like the Lord of the expectations comes in. It's the heightened expectations, and I usually don't get that with that, but that's what is coming in, with that. It's those things. That's what scares him is feeling like he's going to be caged and not enough, and that's kind of what they, keep repeating um, and that's their reaction energy when they're not in their emperor. We're gonna call him when he's not in his emperor, which is his balance between head and heart. So that's because when your guys are emperor and empress, hot times in the castle, right? But, when one of you is not in your royalty or both, that's when, uh, it turns into Game of Thrones. That's funny. Oh my gosh. Oh, no. Where are the dragons? Where's Khaleesi? Alright, so that's for the first one there. That was more of a deep diver one for that one. For this one, it's what is he most afraid of if he fully opens up to you? Alright. What a such great deep questions. So what is he afraid of? So, we've got the 8 of Wands, which is speed, speed, speed. The then from, Top Gun, that you'll feel the need for speed. That's his big thing, right? The 8 of Swords. Here this is usually letting go of thoughts and beliefs, but then expectations come in, and then he gets tied down. And the 6 of Pentacles. Um, this is usually a balanced energy, but I feel like they're somehow afraid of this, you know, not because the 6 of Pentacles is that I feel like I have to give so much and to deserve so little that, when they open up their heart, because 'cause you're such a giver that you go into over giver mode and that they can never compete and that they feel less than, right? We talked about that before, right? They're bringing back, a reading weeks ago where I only give to him when he gives to me, and I know that feels selfish, but for him, he needs to be able to be the one that gives, and then we, give back. It's not, we're the one that's giving, 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 doing all the things, trying to push the relationship forward, trying to get connection, trying to do this, trying to do that, that it's no, it's he needs to be the one to be able to do it all. And it's like, I know that's a hard one, but that's what he's afraid of here with that 8 of Wands and the 8 of Swords and that, is he's afraid if he opens his heart that, you know, speed of things, that I'll get, a lot of expectations put on me afterwards. "Oh, because you say that, this means you should be doing this and this and this and this and this. If you loved me like you're saying you are, then these are the things I expect from that." And that's where they fear instead of, having this, you know, gratitude for the heart that they have and what they are giving kind of energy, right? So I feel like that is what they have for number 2. And then number 3 is, what past experience happened to him that caused the emotional patterns affecting how he shows up with you now? Ooh, tap into Dr. Freud, Dr. Freud's higher self. What happened when he was a young child? I don't know if he was, that sounded, I don't know what accent that was, but yeah, we have the 2 of Cups when he was younger, so there definitely is these relationships when he was younger. Let's see what this is about here. Mm, I feel like we knew already, right? Got Mother Moon and the Queen of Cups energy, right? And so the interactions he had with Mother, with this Hanged Man, this is the pulling back, going into their cocoon. And this is such a thing, right? Oh my god, I mean, it is, ooh, getting goosebumps because it's so true. It's, they were balanced between head and heart when they were younger with the Queen of Swords, right? So they had that, but then they got fried by interactions with their mother, and we've even got the Hermit energy beneath the surface here, along with the Hanged Man, which is this energy of, you know, not not doing it right. Her mom had such a high bar for who he was supposed to be and should be and need to be and behaving all the time, and you're the older brother, he was always getting in trouble for what his younger brothers were doing, and he was held accountable. "You're the older brother, you should be watching them, you should be doing this, you should be doing that, you need to do that, why aren't you doing that? You need to do better in school, you need to do this, look at your brothers, they're doing that, why can't you?" Wow, there's a lot underneath there that just comes in, and so he would pull back. He would avoid mother because he would feel that way, and so whenever he felt he was going to disappoint her, he would withdraw, because he would have to withdraw, otherwise, if you this the primary, because his dad worked a lot, and so his mother raised him, right, that he, um, um look to her for validation of his worth so much that when she would say something, "I'm disappointed," crush, right? And that's when they went from having balanced head and heart to put the heart away and don't let it out, and, you know, double all the efforts to try to perform, but now there's that trigger, and so that's where the emotional pattern started, and being, that she is like, mom is most likely an anxious attacher, right? She's got huge emotions, but imbalanced emotions that this kind of projects onto other women. That's how it all works. We project our father onto men, our mother onto women until we, do our inner work, right? Until we transform stories, and then we choose what things mean instead of just defaulting to old ways. But I feel like that's what, is at the root of it, is those kind of situations with mother. I know, right? And mother is that way because she, of her experiences as a child, and her mother, that she learned a lot of stuff from when she was a child, and so on, repeating patterns, passed down from generation to generation. All right, so that was for number 3. Number 4 is, where is he holding back fear versus simply not willing and capable of giving more? All right, let's take a look here. So, what can we know about this? All right. Yeah, so we've got the Chariot on the bottom of the deck, right? The power of choice card, right? And we've got the 8 of Pentacles, which is, you know, work, 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 transformation energy. The 3 of Cups, it feels like tribal energy here, not like third party. Don't worry. Like, oh no, this is tribal energy. And I'm getting this message here that, we always make the best choice with what we've known, what we've experienced, and what energy I have inside of me and what's going on around me. And so I don't feel like we can ever simply not be willing or capable of giving more. I feel like there's always a reason why we feel we can't give more. And sometimes it's not about will, um, because, in each moment we're making the choices that we feel are the safest for us, right? And that's how whatever energy we're from in the moment, we're making the perfect choices for that always, right? We're always making the best. Now, later in life, when we look back, we can be like, oh, I've learned I would do that differently now. But back then, and in this moment, with what he knows, with what he's experienced, with the energy he has inside of him, and the energy that's in his environment, he's making the best choices for himself. So, this there's an energy that kind of is weaved into this question, like a blame for failing, a blame for not meeting expectations, right? Because it's, well, he's holding back, he's less than, and or he's not willing or capable of giving more, he's less than. I want him to be more. I need him to be more. When we look at that, we're like, wow, when we realize he's doing the best he can right now, I'm gonna love him for being, what are the things I love about him? What are the things I love that he's doing? Because when we start focusing in on, that's what expectations are, right? We're like, they should be doing this at this point in our relationship, and they're not. They're down here. We're focusing on all the stuff that's not happening. When we do that, right? That's when the relationship tilts, and when we get upset and we start, our inner child starts reacting from that feeling of, feeling out of control, feeling unsafe, feeling uncomfortable. So we go off, and then, or they're doing something out of fear, and so they're expressing fear, and our inner child goes, ah, fear. And then it activates, right? Until we, you know, when you're in your Empress, you're grounded going, "Their stuff doesn't impact me. That what's going on in their empire is separate from my empire. I'm solid. I'm not reacting, I'm responding," right? But in those moments when you feel lack, when you feel something's not happening, we've just switched into fear, which we will as humans, and then we just gently come back to Empress, and we realize, "Oh, okay. I'm learning through this," what's coming in there. So hopefully that helps, with that. These are deep questions. You are asking for brutal answers. I know. I love, my Capricorn, rising loves this, I love asking the tough questions of myself too, and of situations. I'm going, "I don't care. I want the truth. Just tell me the truth," you know? "You can handle the truth." "Oh, yes, you can." So I love it. Yeah. Right, and then number 5, you have what does Jake misunderstand about you and your needs? Oh, wow, wow. That reminded me. Side note, when we went to Costco this morning, my host, we went, and we were bringing the things out, to the car, and there was this I mean, this beautiful, bearded, muscular, beautiful man walking, and I saw it, and before I could help it, it escaped out of my head. I was like, "Oh my god." I don't know why I just said that, but, it's like, "Whoa." Before we knew it, things come forward, right? But that's funny. So what does Jake misunderstand about you and your needs? I don't know why that had to do with yours, but yeah, we've got the Knight of Cups, which is the quest for self-love, and we've got the Chariot with this as well. What does Jake misunderstand about you and your needs? I feel like because he remembers the old, Lauren that was in a way looking for your self-love and self-worth in him. And now you're not looking for that definition. You're on your quest for your self-love, but he he misunderstands that your care and your love for him isn't to try to make you feel complete. It's an expression of your love instead, right? I just got it without his effort. And that doesn't feel that's kinda not the direction I feel like I was going with this here. Um, yeah, expression of love. Not always, um, it's sometimes it is, well, everything is always an expression of love, but sometimes it's a lower expression of love where, when we are in expectations and we're defining ourselves in that moment, when we're not in Empress, right? We're in that other where we do have that. And you had that in the past, right? And in those moments, they're few so far and few in between now, but when you feel that expectations and that lack, that's when we've started to look to them and their actions to define our worth. And that's, in those things, but so there is an occasional thing that because we're not completely out of those waters yet, right? But you're not deep in the ocean, you're making your way to shore, you're like, you're not up to here in water anymore, you're, like, up to your waist, and you're just making your way to get offshore, basically, at this point. But he still remembers that other and that's what he misunderstands is so much of what you express isn't about a need for them to be something and be someone else. It's your expression, your action of love, energy, you filling up and overflowing, not, that you're doing it to get something back from them. Yeah, he thinks that you need him to feel whole, maybe. And that can be, um, because they still have in their head that there's these expectations, right? And that you're expecting them to be this and they're not there yet. And so, when you're giving a lot of love energy, if they're not in that balanced emperor energy where his head and heart are balanced, he's feeling deficit that, oh, you're giving me a lot of love and I haven't given you enough. Because again, that, if he still has this rate of exchange below the surface that I have to give so much to deserve so little, then I feel I'm in the deficit. So when he goes out of balance, he sees himself lacking. And that's why I feel like one of the big things is don't give to him until he gives to you is so important because when you give and give and give, then he's like, I'm in the I owe you, I owe you, I owe you. You give one coin, he thinks I owe you 1,000, I owe you 1,000, I owe you 1,000, right? Um, So that's why you're like, I allow him to give to me, and then I will give back when he gives to me. But later, I'm going to allow him to give without reciprocation until a little later, and then I'm going to reciprocate, give it time to be appreciated what he's giving, and then I give him, then I share some love with him in the same way, not overly, but equally in those things. So that's interesting, right? All right. What are you misunderstanding about him, and how does he experience your intensity, vulnerability, plus emotion and honesty, right? So what are you misunderstanding about him, right? Yeah. I feel like we kind of talked about it a little bit with the 2 of Wands is you misunderstand that he's choosing to act this way, right? The 5 of Swords, the 4 of Cups, this his ability to give love and the battle that's going on between them. It's like we feel like I feel like what you're misunderstanding about him in this with this energy is that um he's consciously choosing not to um, act in the way that he should. And there's that expectation energy, right? The should energy. So when we're like, because you're on a different experiential plane than he has, and he from you. And so he'll look at you expecting you to act the way that he does and not understand why you're not acting the way he thinks you should, and you think he's not acting the way that you think you should because everyone knows this is the way it's supposed to be. But that's the whole thing when we start learning about this is what I was talking about in the email, right? About there's 2 sides of that Libra justice scale. And I have no idea what's over on their scale, and they have no idea what's on my scale. But when we inquire and we get to know each other and understand it, then I'm like, okay, you know what? When they do that sudden boop, it's because they don't know what's going on over here. They made a choice, not consciously to impact us, but it made the relationship go out of balance. So then I can consciously, take something off or do something to help balance things out, especially with you knowing more and more and more what's going on over there, and they're, getting to know more what's going on over there, but you're so much more aware of what's on their, plate, but not everything. There's still more to understand there, right? But the big thing is that he doesn't choose when he does something stupid. It's because his inner child felt unsafe, out of control, and or uncomfortable, and he the intelligent Jake has left the building, as we all do as humans, and then he does those things that it's not, um, conscious choice that he does, it's reactive, and, you know, I feel like that is something just to really remember is this isn't and that's why when he gets out of that fight and he comes in as this beautiful, loving, balanced person, we're like, "Well, where the hell was this guy all along?" Well, he got booted out, right? He got, ejected out, because they thought the plane was gonna crash. Um, the fighter jet was gonna fly, so they jettisoned out, right? But, I feel like that's what that is right there. And then, how does he experience your intensity, vulnerability, plus emotional honesty? We'll take a look here. Yeah, I feel like here, the Justice card, along with the Three of Wands, I like that, he's learning that when you share so much, intensity, the vulnerability, the emotionals, the honesty when it comes in, he tries to balance it out. But that's why with the Three of Wands, he also goes a different route because it's like there's a riot happening on a street. I'm going to take a side street, and I feel like that's what he kinda experiences that as because for him, that intensity, that vulnerability, the emotional honesty in this, all of this is like these are tools of connection, right? There's these tools of, um, trying to, um from his standpoint, right? That these are tools of trying to get me to be intense, vulnerable, and emotional and honest. And those are scary. And so it's like, look it here, I'm putting it all out there. It's like, what is it? Say Anything was the movie where he says, I gave her my heart and she gave me a pen. In this case, you were like, I gave him my heart and he gave me a pen. It's like I wanted him to give me his heart back, and that's what he's thinking is, you do all this because 'cause you're trying to show him that what you want from him, and then he sees it as lack, right? He sees it as, "Oh, I'm failing because you want all this and I can't give that to you right now." So you're all this that comes in, then he feels less than. And so, like I said, it's like a riot in a street. You're like, "Well, it's best. I'm just gonna take a right here and go on a side street around, because that looks scary, right?" So I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in there. All right. Let me take a sip here. Hey, Blueberry. Hello, hello, Ruby G. I'll get you guys here. I got a few more. Got a total of 15 questions, so we'll be through these and then I'll catch up on the chat. So thank you guys so much. Cheers, cheers. All right. So when you communicate deeply, what does he actually hear? Right? The Peanuts gang, the teacher. Mwah, 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 mwah. No, I don't know if that it is. Let's see what it is here. So what does he actually hear when you try to connect deeply is how he sees it. When what helps him stay open versus defensive and withdrawn. All right. Um, so what does he actually hear? You got the 9 of swords. Yeah. There you go. Well, that kind of sums it up, right? 9 of swords. When you communicate deeply, expectations, kind of like we were just talking about, right? It's like um when I'm like, "Whoa," then it's like he feels like I'm failing because you want me to go deep and I can't go deep yet. And so he feels like, "Show off." No, I'm just kidding, it's not like that, it's like he feels that lack of being able to do it, it's like you sprinting off and running, and he still has a cast on his leg and he can't run, and he's like, "Oh," that, kinda makes him feel like he's behind, and he's like, "Well, yeah, you can sprint, I can't sprint yet," and kind of feels like, again, that less than kind of energy, right? What helps him stay open versus defensive or drawn? Yeah, I like this, what helps him stay open is the 2 of cups, just love energy, right? Even the bottom of the deck, the page of cups, you know, it's it's unconditional love, meaning I just love who you are and what's going on in the moment. Not, all right, we've been sitting in this for a week. Now it's time for you to get moving. Come on. I've been patient. Let's go. It's like they wait for that 9 of swords. They wait for this to appear and then it appears. And then they're like, yep, I thought I'm not good enough. And that's why they bring that up of I can't give you what you're looking for, right? What makes them feel defensive and withdrawn? The 6 of cups, it goes back to his childhood, those triggers we talked about earlier, which, does bring in that, the expectations energy. So whenever there's anything that talks about, you know, um, there was something in the last sentence you had in that email that you sent which was, it really just like stood out to me and they're bringing it back, which was, um, you know, an idea, something like that, right? That maybe for once you could do this, meaning you failed, you've never done this before. And so it felt like a a less than energy instead of going, you know, something that can really help, amplify our relationship is, I loved it when and look at times when it did happen. Could to say something never happened, that's our all or nothing black and white expectation world. And when we look and go, where's examples where they did show bravery in the way that we want them to? And instead of it being like, "You need to do this more," we're like, "You know what I love? I loved when you did this, and oh my god, you were so brave when you did this. I loved that, and I loved that." You we're reinforcing the things we love about who they are, not focusing on where the lack is, right? And I feel like that's kind of the thing that can come in here, right? Because that's what he hears. So, hopefully that helps. Boy, these questions, oh my gosh. Wow. They are they are raw, right? Or like you said, "Growth is rude." Thus saith a quote from Lorn of Light. "Growth is rude." It is. I'm gonna remember that forever. Alright, so number 7, is there a gap between the relationship Jake wants and what he can realistically build right now? Alright, that's a good question too. Let's see here. Yeah. Wow, yeah. We've got the moon and the tribe energy coming in. We've got the ace of wands coming in, along with the ace of cups. There is this, you know, he wants this whoops, this, he wants to have, you know, mother energy, and the 3 of cups is like a tribe. He wants his own tribe, with this mother moon energy with you and the 3 of cups. He wants this emotional experience, right? And he has that. And, but he has the ace of wands and the ace of cups. He has to have this energy towards his self-love to be able to do that. And I feel like that's he sees the dream of what he wants. He wants the loving family that he never had. He wants to, have this beautiful energy and to feel like a tribe that belongs and that, he leads the tribe with, you and the love of his life, creating that. But he can't give something to you that he doesn't have for himself yet. And I feel like that's the gap, right? Because he wants to be able to give you love, but if he can't give it to himself, then there's nothing, that he can do about it, until he raises his self-love, right? It's like you can't force love to go out. That's why they go wands energy, I can't give emotion, so let me give action and passion and that, but then that also, fizzles out. Um, so hopefully that helps with that there. Number 8 is what's the biggest unspoken truth between us? Yeah, and you got the Ace of Cups that comes in here, which, this is kind of what I was just mentioning here. The unspoken truth is that my relationship with Jake, speaking from your point of view, of course, that your relationship with Jake is a reflection of your self love, and that his perception of the relationship with you is a reflection of his self love. And that's the unspoken truth. The 7 of Wands is, being true to our authentic self. And when we're able to really understand that how I'm experiencing my relationship with anyone has to do so much with how I experience the relationship with myself, then, it becomes mind-blowing. If you ever have a chance to check out Byron Katie, her website, thework.com, THEWORK.com, she has a Judge Your Neighbor worksheet, which changed my life where, you know, we don't realize how much of someone's our perception of people is such the mirror of what's going on inside of us, and we are like, "Yeah, yeah, I get the mirror and I understand," but when you do these worksheets, you love doing this work, do this work, and you'll be mind blown because, like, let's say I feel like I give and I give and I give to them, and they never give me back the love I feel I deserve from them. When you turn that mirror around and we say, "I give and give and give to myself, and I never give myself the love I feel I deserve," and you sit with that, and you're like, "Where is that true?" And then your mind starts showing you the proof of that. Because when we're going, "Yeah, they're doing that," our mind will give us all the proof and the evidence that that's true, and then, whatever question we ask ourselves, it's gonna give that proof, not other, you know, supporting evidence. It's gonna give us evidence that supports the belief, and when we look into these beliefs, we find them, and we're like, "Wow, I see where those are at." So, really transformative energy there. Okay. And then where number 9 is, where is your intuition about Jake accurate versus influenced by hope, fear, or projection? Wow, what a self-awareness question. So where is your intuition about Jake accurate versus influenced by hope, fear, or projection? Okay. Yeah, so intuition about Jake, you have the Ace of Wands energy here and the 5 of Cups. So, excuse me, your intuition, um, when you, because you have this energy where you're feeling his emotions and you can feel like something's going on with him, you're really in tune with his emotional state more than he is at this point in his life. And that will change, in time, of course. But I feel like that's where your intuition is like on the button and on the nose, is you're like, something's going on with him. I'm picking up on something. Boop, 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 right? Your empathic abilities of feeling their emotions. Really, really a lot there, right? Um, and then when you're talking about hope, fear, or projection, yeah, we've got the 4 of Swords and the 5 of Pentacles. 5 of Pentacles, of course, is the fear of being abandoned, left behind, being left out in the cold, and the 4 of Swords is um, the uh, like letting go of expectations and being at rest, when it comes in with that kind of energy. And, when we're looking at this, um, you know, the hope, fear, or projection, there's, and it's saying here that when you're when you're being influenced by all that projection, that's when those expectations are kicking in, right? Because it's the fear of abandonment that sends us into the fear of need, and that unresolved, um it's like a forest fire. It's 50% contained, it's not raging at 100%, but this belief that if they don't choose me, there's something wrong with me, that goes way deep back when we were 7 years old and younger, right? But this is the thing, that's what takes you in and takes you offline into fear, and then the static, and the messages and the things we're picking up are more those old voices than spirit, right? And so that's when, we're offline, is when we go into those fear energies, and that's what takes us to that realm. But I like that about one of the big things is your connection to his emotional state. You pick that up thousands of miles away, you're like, "What was that? I felt something. Boop, boop, boop." Your little satellite dish goes off. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Number 10 is what happens if you stop pushing the relationship forward and let Jake show me what he chooses, right? I love this because what happens if I came up to you and I pushed you, what would you do? Would you just go, "Oh," no, you would be like, "What?" You would resist, right? And if I tried pulling you, you'd be like you'd pull back, right? And so whenever as humans we try to push any other person, then there's resistance, right? When we go with the flow and we focus on our gratitude for what is, that's what changes the flow toward us. Whereas when we're trying to push something, we actually the water pushes it further away from us instead, right? So what happens if you do just go with the flow and live in the moment of what is? Loving what is what Byron Katie's book is. It's a wonderful book, Loving What Is. Then what does that look like here, right? All right. What does this look like here? Yeah, I mean, we have the 9 of wands, the barrier. We move through the barrier, and the 10 of swords is we let go of expectations. You free yourself from expectations, you free them from expectations, and then there's just flow that comes in. Bottom of the deck, yeah, you've got the chariot. Wow, the chariot, the queen of cups, you've got the Fool card, you've got the moon card. I mean, both of the Cancer moon energies, all this emotional energy, this new beginning, free of expectations. And y instead of feeling like your relationship is a job, like, um it feels like, an adventure instead. Stay silent. Well, stay silent about expectations, yes, right? But you can still express, like, love, right? You can still express the wonderful things the memories that you love about, that bring you joy with him. And, you just, um share with them, because some of the things like in the email you shared, there's some good positive things about what I love about you is this. What I love about you is that. And that's what he needs right now, for him to believe his self-love. Because that's the problem in the relationship, right? Is we're working on our self-love and they're working on their self-love. And the more we point out how they're unlovable, in their mind, right, by expectations that they're not living up to, that doesn't grow their self-love, it shrinks it. The more we and it's about being sincere, it's not, blowing smoke up with their behind. It's about truly thinking about when the wonderful times that we've had in our lives, right, with someone and going, "One of my favorite memories of you is this. And when you did this and you said that and did that, it blew me away. And I love you." That's it. And when we switch off I need them to be something more than they are and go, "I'm going to celebrate who they are," then they grow and then they're reminded of their self-love and then things start growing on the inside because we can't change people from the outside in. We can't change people's minds. We get resistant, right? When we push or pull the mind, "Rrr, no, 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 stubborn, stubborn," right? That's how we all are as humans. Some of us more than others, probably because of our astrological charts, but um, when how we create change in the world is by giving unconditional love because then love is recognized on the inside and then it grows and then it makes its way to the outside world. So I feel like that's kind of what we do with that. We just stop trying to push something to be, because what do we think, what do we the outcome that we're pushing for, what kind of weight of our worth are we putting on that? What kind of story are we putting about where we think we should be that we aren't today? Because when we sit in today, we have everything we need in this moment. And if I'm like, well, I need that, it needs to go that way. Yeah, I like that. We allow it to go where it's going because I can't control it anyway. All I can control are my stories, my emotions, my energy, and my actions. And then that's what I focus in on, raising my love vibration as high as I can go. And then my life flows and to match that energy, right? So I like that. All right. Number 11 is, what actions should you watch versus his words? Well, should is an expectation word. Ding, 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 ding. Right. It's interesting as I'm going to pull these cards, they're bringing in going, why? Why are you watching their actions and their words? What are you determining by their actions and their words? What do they mean about you? What story are you creating about your worth that's attached to their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence? What are we, how are we defining our worth by that? Why do we care? What weight are we putting in on those? That's a deep question. Wow. Yeah. Well, these cards fell out, but the one that flipped over, yeah. I had a feeling the full card was gonna come out. On the bottom of the deck, we got the full card, which is letting go of all expectations, right? The full card is adventure, um, and the 8 of Swords is us letting go of our own mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, and, because that's where the conflict comes in. So I like this, realization here of, you know, I don't need to really look at their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. They don't mean anything about me. Instead, what I'm going to focus in on are their actions and non-actions, words or silence that bring me joy, not the ones that I are not meeting expectations. What are the ones I'm grateful for? Not the ones that I wish didn't happen or wish would be different. That's what I look for. I look for the actions going, "You know what I love? When you did that, wow, blew my socks off." And I wasn't even wearing socks, but I went and put socks on, and then they got blown off because that's how powerful it was. Unconditional love and joy and laughter and play and higher vibration will bring in higher vibrational things, right? And when we have the conflict inside because of what they're doing or not doing, saying or not saying, that's for us. That's something about us attaching our worth to something that's going on out there, right? So I feel like that's what they have for that one. And then number 12 is, what would real reciprocity from Jake look like in real life? So reciprocity, like, and what would it look like? They're showing me the Libra scale again. What would it look like? Well, different on both sides of the scale. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I mean, we got sorry, I've got all this swords energy, you know. We got the Knight of Pentacles. Reciprocity would look like slowness, right? But it's interesting here because we got the King of Swords, which is all about the thinking in our head. We got the Devil card, which is all the thinking in our head. Both of these, Seven of Swords, our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, you know, that cheat us out of opportunities in the outside world. The Knight of Pentacles, we're on a quest for our self-worth. That's what the Knight of Pentacles, they're on the quest for the Ace of Pentacles. And when we're looking at reciprocity, that's it's almost like that's an energy, based on all of our expectations, everything that we've been taught is, in a relationship, it's a give and take energy. That's what we're taught by humanity. But a real relationship is just about giving ourselves the love and filling up and overflowing into a relationship. That's what real reciprocity is. It's give filling us up and flowing out to the world, not expecting anything in return, because we don't need anything in return when we find our self-love. Humanity teaches us equal give and receive, which our relationships turn into transactions, transactional relationships versus I love myself, I'm filling up, and I'm just overflowing, and what they do or don't do, what they say or don't say, like we said before, don't mean a thing about my self-worth. Whether they do something or not, I'm full and overflowing. What they're gonna give to me when I'm in that state of full and overflow is just above and beyond extra. We talk about how we as humans, our heart is hungry for a 10-course meal with 2 desserts, and we're told, "Look at to the outside world to fill up with that," right? That it's out there, you're gonna find it, but all we find in the outside world is a giant dessert bar with all these dessert stations in it that give us 3rd dessert, 4th dessert, 5th dessert, and it's all dessert, empty calories for the heart. We're like, "Where's the food?" And we're like, "We can't find it. Is that it? No, that was just shaped. That was you know, that was a cake shaped like a chicken. It wasn't really a chicken. I bit into it and it's cake. It's not real, real food. It was pretend." And then eventually everything is pointing us inward, 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 inward. All that disappointment we have in the outside world keeps pointing us inward, inward, inward. And when we turn inward and upward, we're like, "Ah, there it is. There's the 10-course meal with the 2 desserts." And we fill up with that and yum, 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 yum. Our heart just eats all that unconditional love that we've been looking for up. And then, we've got this, you know, fullness, and it doesn't mean we stop wanting something in the outside world, because there can always make room for more dessert, right? And that's what the world can offer is dessert. And so we go and we have dessert. And where before, if someone was, giving us 5th dessert and then said, "No, I'm not giving it to you," before we'd be like, "No, not my 5th dessert," because we feel like that's supposed to fill us up. Instead, we're like, "Phew, thank you. You're doing me a favor. I'm so full. All right. No sweat off my back." We're just like, "Okay, well, rude that you took away 5th dessert, but yeah, I'm fine. I got plenty of dessert. I got plenty of nourishment already." And that's the kind of transition and energy change, that comes in with that. So, um, I feel like that's so it's kinda flowing in with that. Um, so hopefully that helps. So that's what real reciprocity in the outside world looks like, is known, just full and giving and, giving to ourself first, full and overflowing, and then they get the overflow. And then if they fill up and start overflowing, then they will feel that fullness, but we'll draw in someone that matches that energy. But we won't be realizing lack when we fill up with that love on the inside. So I know that's deep. Wow. All right. Now I want dessert. No, 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 no. All right. Number 13 is, what truth about Jake are you ready to see now that you weren't ready for before? Wow, these are great questions. My lord. My lord, are you going for that? It's not just a mirror, it's that little makeup mirror. You turn around, you can see your pores. What are you willing to see? Temperance, you know, slow, 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 slow movement energy. That there's no rush. What truth about Jake are you ready to see now that you're ready before? That there's no rush in getting anywhere with him. Oh, maybe you're not ready for that. No, you are. That's just a joke, right? You're like, "Oh, yeah, I see it," right? The mad rush to the altar, right? You're like, what are my fears about time, right? That's the thing we can look at is what, I want babies with them, and it's like, well, you're definitely ready, right? You're ready just to go, I'm just gonna let it go. You have the high priestess underneath. Oh, and you have the emperor too, and the hermit. So you're ready for just to experience all these things. Wow, you even got the hierophant underneath that, and the nine of pentacles, ace of cups, all this energy of, I'm ready to flow and focus on my self-love, and then whatever interactions I have are a beautiful energy. Yes, absolutely. That's that Ace of Cups that you're in this beautiful, realization of your worth and going, yeah, what am I rushing for? Why do I feel the need? Because I'm thinking if I'm not married, does that mean anything about me? No. If I'm not in a committed relationship and, we're moving in together and we have all this stuff happening, does that mean anything about my worth? No. Do I want that? Sure. Can I wait for it? Absolutely, I like that energy. Get me a You have a piece of cake. Yum, yum. So, I feel like what you're ready to see now that you weren't ready before is, I can go as slow as he needs this to go because I'm gonna focus in on me. I'm gonna enjoy, like, you're learning to enjoy your alone time and your creativity and those things, and I feel like you really all this evolution happened because he was out of the picture. He was off running away, and you're like, it's like you're running after him down a city street they're showing me, like, down New York City, and, there's all these shops, and you glance over and you see yourself in, the glass window of looking into a shop, and you're like, you see yourself, you stop, and you're like, "Ooh, I like you," and you stop chasing, and you start looking at yourself, so I really love that. Not in a vanity way, but from a heart place. You're like, "I love you," so I like that. Number 14, what do you need to understand about Jake to have peace and clarity, even if it's not the answer you want? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look here. All right. Oh, here, let me answer Crystal real quick here. Crystal, you were number 2, so we completed you already. Here's your timestamp. So I feel like you understand with the Queen of Swords balance between head and heart. I feel like that's a known already. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I really feel like there's not a whole lot now you need to understand around them to have peace and clarity that we haven't talked about already in the ones above, because 'cause they're bringing in the 2 of Wands, that he's not choosing to act like a dipshit sometimes. It's his human nature, that is kicking in, right? We were talking about that before. He acts that way when he's activated in fear, and he can't help it, right? That the 9 of Wands, that, any barrier, that is there, any barrier that's, happening is happening on purpose for a purpose, and, um, and that's important to know that his force fields go up when his inner child has been activated, and even though your intentions aren't to activate things, he's gonna get activated, and I feel like that's important to know, understand about him is like, he's gonna have a malfunctioning alarm systems going off a lot, and it has nothing to do with me, and I feel like that's I feel like you get that, but I feel like it's really dropping into here that you're like, this thing is about his mom, not about me, but it's the projection that he's putting out, and that's the fear he has, and it's okay. The more I just continue to love myself and overflow and let that love flow over onto him, then he's gonna see that love and go, "What the hell is that?" And it's gonna activate inside of him. He's gonna s it's like it's gonna start that beacon, inside. It's gonna start that, like, I know what that feels like, that it, kinda like this emotional electrical pulse goes out, and it activates something in his heart, and he's like, "I don't remember that," but it was a spark that, it's like a candle lighting another candle, lighting another candle. It can do that, but we can't force it, like, "All right, good. Now let's throw a bunch of wood on it and let's create a big burning fire emotional thing." All we can do is just start the spark that starts the fire within them, then the rest is up to them, right? Because the 4 of Cups is that stagnant emotional energy that does need the boop, but it's through consistent, unconditional love is what sparks the fire inside of him. And anything else blows the candle out, right? Anything that sounds like less than and those things. And that's okay, So hopefully that helps there. And then your last one, number 15. So what is he feeling and thinking about you today? Yep, we got that. Here's that Leo strength energy and the 8 of Wands. Passion, part of him thinks it's hot, That fiery person that you can be where when you're like, "Rah, here's" it's like that email was a roar. "Hear me roar, rah," and so you roared, and there's a part of him that likes that, power that you have that comes in, right? Um, when you sent the email. And so there is that energy. Yeah, I like that. So, um, that energy of his feeling and thinking about you today, he's still pondering the email, the email. Um, but there's this fire energy with both the strength card and the 8 of wands. It's the 8 and the 8, so it's a flowing fire energy. Um, so there is movement and energy that's happening there as well, right? He should sit in it. He gets to if he wants to, right? And then what does he want to do, but he's holding himself back? I think it's this one here. Yeah, the high priestess. Yeah, he wants to step back and connect with his heart, but he holds himself back from that, right? Yeah. So, there is this energy here, it's like that's what he wants to do. He wants to step back and look into his emotions to understand that world because it's such a interesting foreign realm for him, and I feel like that's the big thing that's coming in with that, right? Alright, very good, Crystal. You're very welcome. Yeah, he's not used to being quiet, and that's okay. I feel like that's the stuff we talked about before is, you know, no unsolicited advice, right? Is a good thing for anyone, right? No unsolicited advice, just unsolicited, um, love messages of gratitude for what we love about someone. We love those, but advice, we feel like it's someone telling us that we're faulty and that we're not real and, fake or lacking or small or, again, like less than, right? So I feel like it's a wonderful energy just to freeze you up from trying. You just get to be, you get to fill up and overflow. You don't have to try to change them. You don't have to try to move a relationship forward and push it forward, try to make something happen. The biggest thing we do is fill up and overflow, and that's what draws things to us rather than the more we try, the more we push something further away, right? What does he wish you would do? Yeah, 10 of cups. Be happy. Be happy. He just wishes you would be happy. He wishes that you would have happiness too, right? Just I just I want you to be happy. I wish you would be happy. That's his wish. I wish you'd be happy. And um yeah, I mean really feel like the 10 of cups. It doesn't mean this doesn't I mean, I wish you were in a happy relationship. And I wish it was with me. Kind of energy, isn't that funny? What's his next action towards you based on current energies today? Oh. Yeah. You know, I feel like his big actions today towards you, well, he's in his head, King of Swords. Four of Swords is him getting his peace of mind, coming in there. Um, and I don't know, I feel like we have the Death card here, with the Three of Cups, which is, joy and happiness energy I feel in here. You know, I don't feel like that's ending it and then going with someone else energy. I mean, of course, that would be a message that would come with those combination of cards, but that's not the energy I'm getting here. I'm feeling like they're trying to get out of their heads and into their heart and happiness. So I feel like that's what they're trying to do. In a way, I kind of feel like with the King of Swords and the Knight of Swords is he's trying to decipher your thesis. you know, he's like, let me print this out and take notes. Let me try to get let me try not to read between the lines, but that's what he's doing, right? And I feel like that's the biggest thing is he's focusing in on the communication you sent because I feel like it's a lot. It's very long and like you said, it's like a thesis that, you know, and so I feel like, the messages short and to the point are good for him, but more so going forward, it's like those messages of uh love messages of the wonderful, amazing things that I've experienced with you, you know, not pointing out things that we feel that they could have done better, you know. Um, so and then what was he actually doing the past 3 days? All right. Yeah, we've got the Page of Wands not the Page of Wands. I'm sorry. We've got the Page of Wands here. So Page of Wands, looking at his energy, this Knight of Wands, Three of Wands energy, putting a lot of energy into with this Queen of Pentacles. I feel like this is both mother energy, but also mother nature, mother nurture energy, and spending a lot of energy trying to step into his power. And I feel like there's been some conflict with mom here with this Queen of Pentacles. It feels like there's been some, there. And with the Three of Wands, again, this is like he sees chaos and he's trying to find his way around the chaos kind of energy is what he's been kind of doing as well here. I feel like there's, you know, uh, mom energy here and that he's been, and then with I feel like he feels like you guys have been in conflict. He's been in conflict with his mom. Again, the 2 energies, that are in there, and he's been trying to take the back streets to avoid the riot that's happening in the street that he feels he's getting from you and from his mother, which again, that reflection energy that's there. Yeah. Not a third party, uh, passion, a third party mom. A lot of activity that's there. I can confirm here too, just to absolutely here for you. Is there a third party? Nope. Ace of Swords. This is seeking clarity. He's in his mind. He's not in his pants. He's in here. And then what ignites his fire towards you? Final question. So everyone hold on, and we'll be catching up on the chat here, and we'll be moving forward here. But this was a deep, deep dive reading. So thank you guys so much. Learned so much through all this too. So what ignites his fire towards you? Yeah, this Four of Pentacles, this feeling of safety, which is interesting, right? There is that energy of like, um, when he feels safe and secure and at home, there's that's what that's what allows his fire to be ignited for you, when it comes in with that there. So, you know, stability. And this has to do with his self-worth, right? And I love that too. That does ignite his fire towards you. They were showing me like when you were there on your business trip and when you were saying stuff to him like, "You can't you can't leave like that. You're too hot. No, 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 no. You need to change." And he was like, "Stop." Fire. It was that kind of thing and not, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. That's what he gets from, again, those reflections from his childhood, right? He doesn't want to feel that way anymore. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Lauren. And let's give you your fortune cookie. We can't forget your cake. Let's see what we got here from the Sacred Creators Oracle here. All right. What is this? Feed your artist. Creativity. Yeah, and it's interesting. I made the leap in my they made the leap in my head. Artist is creative energy. Creative energy is the Empress, right? Feed your Empress is what I'm getting here. Feed your Empress. There's a money myth out there that healers are broke ass hippies and that creatives are starving artists. And it doesn't have to be this way. It actually isn't this way at all. There are healers, creatives, and artists everywhere who are building abundant, prosperous lives with their craft. You too can use your passions and your creativity to fill your world with joy and abundance. Allow them to support and guide you on your journey and diligently feed your inner artist, inner empress, trusting that it is a productive pursuit. Your art may be a shot of daily yoga with a side of delightful conversation, or maybe it's expressive dance that clears your stress. Whatever it is, allow playful art to seep into your life. The real, unpolished, uncontrived play that floats your soul. Do more of that. Indulge your inner creator by diving into something you've been inspired to try with no judgment and with no expectation, except the expectation to experiment. Your self expression will nourish the miraculous light you've got inside, and incredibly serendipitous opportunities will surface when you are out in the world enjoying your life as art. Wow, I love that. What a beautiful card for you. Alright, that's what they have for you, my dear. So, wow, some as always, some beautiful truths because you asked such amazing, deep questions, so I like that for you. So, many blessings again. Thank you so much for your donation, and here we go, right? Enjoy your life as art. Yeah, I love that. Mm. You are very welcome. Much love to you, my friend. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. So we did get up here. We got down here. So Blueberry, hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 10 on there. And then Ruby G, we did get your Cash App that came in. Your additional one here. So let me grab that here. Here's your questions. That will be number 16 on the donation list here. Let me grab that here. All right. Got all your words there. Let me just mark that so I know I've done that one. All right. Let me see here. We got Bird Girl. Hello, hello. You're very welcome. I don't see another question yet from you here, but you're very welcome for your reading. I love that. And then Gabby Rock, we got your additional donation. That came in before these others. So you are number 17 for that additional one. And I'll grab that here. And then I'll give that a love and a like. And Kat Mia, hello, hello. We got you there. And so that will be your your free reading. That'll be number 11 for your free reading. And then I see right under that you have your donation. That'll be number 18 on the donation list here. And anything about your future spouse. All right. Grab that. All right. And then Maria P is in the house. Maria. So we got you for your free reading. You'll be number 12. And then I did get a donation. So thank you. I do see your PayPal donation. So that'll be number 19 on the donations. All right. Got you there. And let me see here. Make sure I didn't skip anyone else. And then we got Dason. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Is it just you, or why do you love coming back here every day, mostly? I don't know. I feel like it's the beautiful energy of everyone that's here, including your own, that joins in this wonderful energy. So thank you for saying that. And I see your free question here. So you'll be number 13 on the free reading list there. All right. And then we got Lady J, your additional one. Let me take a look here. Yes. So Lady J, yours is number 20, your additional one. Whoops. There we go. Oh, no, I didn't do that right. Hold on. Hold on. You'll be number 20. There we go. All right. There we go. Just clicking things all over the place. So we got you there. We'll give that a love and a like there. And here's your question. Get that in there. All right. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, good to see you. You'll be number 21 on the donations. I did get your Cash App. So we've got you there. Oops. There we go. All right. I think we are almost to that here. Boom, boom, boom. And then, hey, Lemon is Lime Lulu, you are actually, guess what? Your numbers tonight are 6 and 7, which is next. So, again, right on time, showing up perfectly. So, that's where we're at here. So, uh, let me just run down the list really quick for everyone. We got Lemon Limes Lulu, you're 6 and 7. Chelsea's number 8. Gabby, your additional one's number 9. Ruby G, we got 10, 11, and 12. Nelia, we got 13 and 14. Michelle Smith, you're number 15. And then Ruby, we're back to you, number 16. Gabby, back to you, number 17. Kat Mia, 18. Maria P, 19. Lady J is number 20, and Sean G is number 21. So zoom, zoom, zoom. I know you're always like, hey, where am I in the list? Next. Oh, perfect. If only the DMV worked that way, right? All right, so let me take a sip here and we'll dive back in. So cheers. Thank you guys so much for your patience and getting to your readings. I'm very grateful. All right. Turn that down a little bit. All right, so number 1, we got 2, 31, 38 for you for your first one. There we go. All right. So, see what we got going on here. The current situation between Miha and Tyra, and outcome. Things have been chaotic since they started flirting. Oh, rest of us don't exist. Oh, I know, right? It happens. Keep getting stood up in hangouts, dramas coming out of nowhere. They are both very out of character, especially Miha. Yeah, I know, right? When we're in heat, we act like animals. We get caught up in those fears of what things mean, then the world just kind of tunnel vision. So let's take a look here. So what's the current situation between Miha and Tira? What can we find out here? We got those. Right? um, and then outcome based on current energies, of course. It's ever changing the future. Right? I think we got that. Yeah. And I feel like the bottom of the deck kind of sums up with all this, they're out of character. They're not in their normal energy. We got the 10 of Wands. And, whenever we're being flooded with this fire energy, with this, we're trying to meet up to expectations because we're kind of taught, until we find our deep self-love and we realize we're the love we're looking for and fill up and overflow, we're looking outside of us. We're taught relationships, situations, and things are what define us. They don't. It's what we're taught. So we're looking to a relationship, and there's a lot of expectations about what that has to be and what it is in order for me to be lovable. So when we're in fear and our little inner child is like, I don't know, is this going to be, I'm scared. If it feels unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, then we go into our child self, and then we're not acting from a loving, compassionate, intelligent place. We're coming from whatever age 7 years old and younger we were when our trauma happened, when that first fear of rejection kicked in. And so I feel like that's kind of like they're not in character because they are not themselves in this moment. They are acting out of fear. And if Mia is the one that is more, especially, that just means they're in more fear more often. They might have more expectations, more fears that are being activated from their past. With this relationship means a lot about their self worth, and it doesn't, but they have a belief that it does, and that's what's freaking them out a little bit. That's why they're acting sporadic and different, right? So let's see here. What's the current situation between the two of them? We do have the Two of Cups, the Knight of Cups. So still romance moving right along here. Two of Cups, kind of energy that's right here. Body snatcher behavior. Yeah, right. And so that's kind of, that energy. That's, Two of Cups, Knight of Cups, very romantic, emotional connection energy that's in there. On the right hand side, we have two more We've got the Knight of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles. Yeah, so the Knight of Pentacles, that knight is on a quest for self-worth, the Ace of Pentacles, and the King of Pentacles teaches what I was just talking about, where we're taught to define ourselves by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships, situations, and things, and so we feel unstable when we're defining ourselves by that because all those buckets of the outside world are unstable, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away, and especially if they've experienced something that of that in the past, there's a big fear that that's gonna happen, right? And then also situations like jobs, education, those are always changing and, whatever situations we can get in, totally fluid, always changing. And things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, cleaning our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. So all that instability when we're defining ourselves by the outside world is what is, bringing in this sense of insecurity, thus inner child unsafe, right? Feeling out of control, uncomfortable, flipping out, flipping out, flipping out, right? In the middle of all that, we got the Knight of Swords. So a lot of clarity. They're also on a quest of trying to understand things, figure things out, communication. So I feel like they're talking a lot as well as other things, right? But I feel like they're gaining a lot of clarity through this, relationship that they're feels like they might have headed into a romantic zone, um, beyond flirting and feeling some deep emotional connection. What's the outcome based on current energy with them right now? Yeah, we got this Empress, which is abundance, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, a lot of emotion. She's like 5 parts cups, emotion, right? 1 part earth, 1 part air, 1 part fire. We got the King of Wands, the 9 of Pentacles. So there is gonna be this a little bit of alone time as well with this outcome. The 9 of Pentacles is about, being alone with spirit in the garden. The King of Wands, they also cleared the throne room, um, to, get all the noise they can get out of their head and into their heart to figure out what they want. And the Empress can be, again, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves energy here. So I feel like it kind of in a way kind of went very fast, very quick. Um, I guess that's the same thing. Very, very quickly, very fastly, it went very far. And I feel like there's like a little slowdown that you'll see where they need to reflect on themselves. And oh my gosh, I feel like there's some stuff that bubbles up that just has them kind of slow down, take a step back, not like separation necessarily, but I feel like it slows and they kind of give each other space to try to figure out, what's going on in here. Where's all this, emotion and all this happening and like, oh, we've moved way too fast. We're talking about getting married, and it's like, whoa, 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 wait a minute, what are we doing? I feel like they're realizing like, wow, um enchanted we got enchanted by this magic, and now we need to kind of take a breath and step back and come back at it. I feel from a stable balance perspective, but I feel like there's something like that where, you know, um, my lease is coming up. Should I renew it? And they're like, what are we talking about? We've only been, hanging out this short amount of time. I feel like there's that kind of epiphany that comes in with them too. But so I feel like that's kind of where we're at in the energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too, which is what's your honest truth, which is number 20. It says, we hold on to many layers of truth. Truths we've learned from our parents, the ones we've learned during lived experiences, and the ones that our ego holds on to in order to lovingly protect us from the world. You've outgrown a layer, and it's time to do some shedding in order to curate the best framework for your future. At the base of all your learned truths lies a different sort of true, as I'm sorry, an underlying true essence. And this core foundation is refusing to be quieted or ignored any longer. You will hear it clearly now, as an old truth has become too small for your expanding life. Perhaps a soul purpose, a sacred contract, or a destiny is unveiling your truest true or your honest truth. Perhaps it is reminding you now that you are here for a reason. When you strip it all down to the soul, what work are you being called to do? And why are you here at this time? Interesting. I feel like this is the situation for you, and with your next question we'll look at here in a sec, that this is giving you time to look at what's bubbling up within me around this and what old truth am I ready to transform into something a higher capital T truth instead. So I like that. So let's see what we have next here for you as we move into number 7 for you, which is 24146. Thank you again for your both your donations. I appreciate those. And this is going to be an extra 1010 deep dive. Let's take a look. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, insights on Miha's thoughts about you and what you can expect from her. Okay, so her current thoughts about you. All right, and then what can you expect from her? Is she watching you online? The little eye on you there. I'll take a look at that. All right. And then you're curious on what she wants to say to you that she isn't saying. Interesting. 3, 2, 1 cards here. Do I want this one too? Okay. Yeah, I feel like right now your energy around you, and this is kind of what I was talking about with the 3 of Wands. It's like you've been rerouted from her, away from her right now to be more. Yeah, you even got the Queen of Cups here. Wow. Um, with the High Priestess as the primary underlying card, which is you going up to this High Priestess temple to connect with the spirit world, to look behind the veil of your mind to see what expectations and stuff are in there and dive deep into your emotions to understand that. And you got the Queen of Cups and the Ace of Cups. This is a time of self-love and discovery, and this is where that capital T truth energy is coming in for you because it's allowing you to see some things clearly, um, with this reflection you're seeing in this, you know, um, entertainment that you're seeing out there, right? Sorry, falling off of my chair. All right. I'm on the edge of my seat. Let's take a look here. So, insights on Miha's thoughts about you. We've got these two here first. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 9 of Cups, energy, and the Devil card. Devil card, Saturn, Capricorn energy. There's a lot of mindsets, thoughts, and beliefs. The 9 of Cups, they it's like their heart sees you as like a dream come true energy. They're just like, wow, the heart is like thinking you're an awesome person, right? The mind, the thoughts is what you were focusing in on. The thoughts, her thoughts about you. The devil card is long held thoughts of mind, beliefs and mindsets and all these expectations of the past that they feel like you have on them. So their mind is going, you expect a lot from them, and that scares them. That scares their mind. The heart is like, woohoo kind of energy, but the mind is you expect a lot, you deserve a lot. I don't know if I can, you know, live up to that. kind of energy that's there, right? I mean, it can, but that's not that energy I'm getting. I feel like it's more, um, because there are no toxic people. If we do believe someone's toxic, it's our thoughts about people that are toxic because we're thinking this person should be different than they are and we're judging them, and the story we're creating is that they're toxic when really it's our belief around people that are toxic. There's not toxic people. There's just people that live, and then we create stories around people that, oh, they're not being that, they're being this, they're toxic, right? But this is more the energy I was talking about, not that. If they thought that, that's what they would have said, right? Underneath that, oh, yep, toxic. No, I'm just kidding. Um, so underneath that, they do see you here as, a very important person in their life with the 2 of Cups. If not, romantic, it's definitely that you're an important person in their life. Um, and the 7 of Wands, is that energy of, you know, they wanna be free to be themselves, not, have to dim their light, not have to ask permission to shine, not defend who they are, energy. With the World card too, this is an ending of a cycle, beginning of an adventure. With the Full card comes, like, freedom. They would love adventure, um, free of expectations, full of possibilities, but they've got it in their mind that you expect a lot and they feel they can't live up to it. And I feel like that's what keeps them from moving romantically. And even before you met them, they had this expectations that they feel everyone would have on them. But there's something about this other person, that I already deleted the name, but the other person, that they don't sense they have expectations yet, um, which is kinda how it happens. Like, when we bump into someone, we don't have any expectations, and they're giving us this, we think, "Wow, this person's wonderful," right? But as soon as we hang around with them and things start to move, w humans, we tend to have these, like, these, uh expectations that are attached to titles like, "Oh, we're going steady. Oh, we're exclusive. Oh, we're, girlfriends. Oh, we're engaged. Oh, we're married," Suddenly, what was wonderful is not enough anymore. Why did they change? They didn't. Our expectations do, right? And that's why I feel like with this other person, they kind of didn't have expectations, so they think, "Oh, wow." But when they think, "Oh, you have expectations on me," really, um, Mia, they have a lot of, expectations on themselves, right? And they're projecting it, coming from other people. Because when we have ourself under a lot of rules, we make everyone else be under rules, and we think everyone else has us under rules. But we think we're all under the same rules, which we're not. We all have different expectations and things, right? So I kind of feel like this is the insight on our thoughts is, there's a lot of opportunity for, like their heart, but there's a lot of fear that they would fail you. And so rather than, ruin a good friendship, I'd rather keep your friendship because otherwise, if we date, you wouldn't be my friend for very long because I'd lose you as a friend and as a girlfriend, right? Kind of energy. And uh and I feel like that's, the little thing that's going on inside their head, right? Um what can you expect from her? Yep, I feel like, we've got the Knight of Swords, we've got the Six of Swords. So, this seeking clarity, communication will, you know, uh, come back into alignment here. Um, a lot of expression of fire energy. I don't feel like this is passion. unless you guys were friends with benefits, but, um, I feel like this is, more of, communication's gonna come back up, it's gonna be reignited and go forward, right? Yeah. So, let's see when that happens here. Let me just pull based on current energies, what are we looking at for timing? Yeah. Not you guys haven't had a fight or anything, she's just busy, 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 busy. Yeah, it's in the past. It's an interesting energy, it's like, um, it's I feel like you have either experienced this before with someone else or with them, and I feel like they're like, "Your answer's in the past." This is usually, um oh, no, 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 they're telling me here now, you know, it all depends on you going into your past with this high priestess. She goes, "Your answer's in the past," which is because whatever is bubbling up with this, feeling not chosen or feeling abandoned and whatever the emotions are that you're experiencing, this is happening for you so that you'll step back, connect, look behind the veil, dive into your emotions so you can transform and get to the root of where those come from so that you don't have to feel that again in the future. You'll be freed from this. And this is why this is happening for you. It's not happening to you, it's happening for you so that you can be like, okay, I'm learning from this, right? Is she watching you online? Two of Swords. I feel like she is. The Two of Swords is, you know, it's still, it's power of choice of story and of where I'm spending my mind and stuff, and I feel like when she has a moment, she just catches up on other people too, and then she's like so I feel like she's watching everyone online, all the people that she's ignoring right now, just staying in tune with people's lives when she's, you know, at a stoplight, on the toilet, or whatever she has a moment, you know, catching up on things before she, detaches again and goes the other, and is distracted again by the bright, shiny thing in her life right now, right? What she wants to say to you and isn't saying, yeah, this is the 3-2-1 energy. Let me move these others out of the way here. Give me some space. Give me some space. So, of course, when you have 3 cards and 2 cards and 1 cards, that's a countdown. So something, um, she'll want to share something that's, uh, it's either something exploding like a bomb, you know, but it's the progression towards something, right? It's either 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1 kind of energy. So let's see what this is here. We got 3 and 2 and 1. So the 3 cards that came out here, we do have the King of Swords, the 3 of Swords. Yeah, this is um, and the Magician too. And I feel like one of the things that she would like to say to you that she isn't saying is, "I'm sorry if I'm my actions," with the Magician, if my actions are causing you any pain, because that's not her intention, but she's really focused in on herself right now, right? Uh, and so I feel like that's the big thing that's coming in here with that is she's saying, um, and the King of Swords is she would want to communicate that to you. She knows she feels like her actions are creating pain, and she would want to apologize for it and acknowledge it. And again, I feel like she's saying, "I'm right now. I'm on my own little self love journey, with romance." And this, I feel like she wanted to say, "This is what we do." My friends, I didn't realize this. Whenever, like, when I would find a relationship, um, uh, I would pull back from everyone to try to become who I thought they wanted me to be, and I'd pull back from all my friends, all my activities. I would make that person my life, and my friends wouldn't hear from me. And then I would after we'd break up, I'd be like, hey guys, how's it going?" They're like, "Oh, did you break up again?" And I'm like, "Oh, how rude." "Yeah, why?" And they're like, "That's the only time we hear from you is when you're not in a relationship." And I was like, "Wow," right? Yeah, and so I feel like she's like, This is how I am right now. This is my pattern, is I give up my life for that person because that's what I feel like I'm supposed to do." Yeah, and you can't help it, right? Because when we're in that mindset of defining our worth by that relationship, then we go all in, and, you know, um, and we become an obsessed little child that, "I want that toy," that's how we go. We don't go to we don't go about it as an adult, we go about it as a child in fear, right? I don't wanna lose that because if I it's like an anxious attachment energy. When we're young, when we have a rejection in our life where we feel rejected by a parent or someone important, we either become an avoidant where we run from connection, or we become an obsessed, uh, anxious attacher where if I hold on to them, they'll never leave me energy. And so, you know, we know which one that one is, right? So I feel like that's what they're saying there. And then the sun card. I feel like they're also saying here, it'll be all right. Everything will be fine. It's all going to turn out fine in the end with the sun card. There's a big bright light there shining. The sun is shining. We're learning a lot. It's shining a bright light on things. And we're all learning all this together, right? Kind of energy. Yeah, I believe that can happen here. What do you think about an avoidant becoming an anxious attacher whenever in a romantic relationship, um, but just romantic relationships, not other people? Well, one thing to kind of really about, you know, avoidance do want relationship. It's when the relationship becomes too connected that they disappear, right? So, an avoidant in a relationship with friends and all that, if it stays within a safe zone of not deep, 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 deep connection, then they don't, feel a sense of it's about their sense of attachment, right? If they're not attaching to friends, and that's could be something they're doing in their mind, like, I don't friends, I can leave them. It doesn't matter, I can and in fact, they might have moved a lot when they were younger, um, and so they didn't get to have attachment to friends. They enjoy friends for who they are in the moment, but they also know at any second they could leave and be psh, and it um, doesn't destroy them, but there's something about that loving relationship that they refer, and it connects back to whoever this was, mom or dad or whoever when they were younger that had that. That's what makes it like a big difference, right? With that. So kind of feel like that's where they're kind of coming from on that. So I know we're such unique, complex beings, but it's also so simple. We're so simple and so complex at the same time, right? Your fortune cookie for this one is Soul on Fire. Soul on Fire. Number 38. Let's see what this is here. Fearlessly pursue that which sets your soul ablaze, not your physical nether regions, your soul. Soul on Fire is an exhilarating state. It's impulsive, it's catchy, it's the one tunnel vision option that lies ahead of you that you absolutely cannot stop thinking about. It's passionately obsessive and thrilling and is always filled with warm spirals of escalating energy. What do you see when you look at your tomorrow? Does it reverberate excitement? Is there fire energy there? If there isn't, you may be running after empty substitutes for your dream, and it's time to find true zest for your journey. When you make the decision to expand your life this way, the shift can happen quickly. Souls ablaze are magnetic and have a way of making huge changes in short spurts. Extraordinary experiences are built from within ordinary, everyday lives. You have everything you need to find the spark of fascination for your journey. Wow, I love that. She did move around a lot as a kid, right? And she was often left alone by parents, yeah. Yeah, in a different country, right? So, well, there you go. Don't you just love the clarity that spirit can bring us? I love it. I love it, I love it. So, hopefully that helps, Lemon Lime's Lulu, but I do feel like it's a time of, they are moved away from you on purpose so that you could focus in on, "What's all this going on inside of me?" This is happening for you, so I like that. Absolutely, and thank you for your donations, I'm very grateful. Thanks for your vulnerability and sharing it, I'm sure, a lot of it pisses me off, a lot of us, you know, learn from all this from each other too. Yeah, anger, that's rooted in fear, right? What are you fearing? What do you fear that their actions mean about you, right? God damn it, spirit. All right, I'll keep working on it. Prasa raka raka raka. Brah. I love you, lemon limes Lulu. Right, right. The soul, the movement of emotional energy, right? Like, what is this? Whatever this fear is that is rising, that's what they're pointing you back to. Because if we don't do it with this, then something else will happen pointing us to it. Because if it's rising up, it's rising to be noticed. So I like it. All right, my dear. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hang in there. Right, everybody. I've been on for 3 hours, and I did drink a lot before I started this session. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go hit the facilities and grab my dinner energy drink, and then I'll be back. And up next will be Chels. So I shall return. So don't go away. We'll be right back after these messages. Well, let me close my blinds too here without knocking over the camera. It's turning dark outside. All right. There we go. So I'll be right back. All right. Thank you guys so much. Get situated here. All right. We are ready. All right. So, don't think we had anyone else come in. Let me just make sure here. All right. So, up next, we have Chelsea. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation here. And let's see what we got going on. I want to know his thoughts on the Instagram story pic bikini reflection selfie. Wow, you posted it at a place not yours? The drama, and you think he knew it isn't your place. Oh, how fun. All right, let's take a look here. See what we got going on here. Hey, Chelsea. Got the queen, the empress. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3. I do want this one and this one. All right, let's see what we got here. So let's see what all the energies that we have here. Yeah, I don't feel like it clicked here. They have the high priestess on the bottom of the deck there, and the high priestess energy is kind of that, being pulled back, looking at yourself. Yeah, I know your girl's just curious, right? Oh, that's okay. Can always be curious. But it's that energy of being away, working on oneself kind of energy. They definitely, I feel like, they were like, wow, Ace of Wands. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, like the little, do you remember the um cartoons when the wolves would be like, whoa, whoa, and their eyes would pop out? Meow, 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 that's what they showed me in my head. So they were just like, wow, look at that. The reason why I don't think like they think you're somewhere else, because they have the Four of Pentacles, which is like a home energy, the four walls of the outside world. And I feel like they were so focused in on you that they weren't looking at the surroundings, or like, what surroundings? Like they have those memes on Instagram and stuff where, they show something and they're like, what, because they're like, did you, like they show someone that is wearing very loose pants and there's something that's flopping around, right? And then the lady pops on and goes, so what color was the hammer that they were holding? And they're like, they weren't holding a hammer. What was there a window? They ask you all these questions about the surroundings, and everyone's like, what? There were surroundings? That's kind of what I feel like that's the kind of energy that was there. So, and then we have the Justice card, this balancing Libra energy coming in here with the Six of Swords, which is about leaving behind, like old ways of thinking, seeing things differently. And we have the Fool card too. It's like there's free of a lot of these expectations and, you know, uh, and they're in this just seeing what unfolds in life, and so I don't feel like they have any expectations. I don't feel like that's why they weren't like magnifying glass, um, looking at other things. They were just kind of like, oh, look at you, kind of energy. So it doesn't feel like they were really, uh, like analyzing the picture to figure out what's going on, what's not going on in your life. I just don't feel like that's who they are with this energy. I feel like they just try to look at things from like a bigger picture, and they just are like, "Oh, look, there's that." And then they move on kind of energy. They're not us. They don't look at it and go, "Now what if I reverse this? What if I go out? What if I zoom in? What's that over there?" we're investigators in our core, right? So they're not. They're we're giving them more credit than credit is due for them there. So I feel like they weren't they were just more, focused on you know, the beauty of who you were and the fire that it ignited inside of them, right? But, I think other than that, their thoughts and beliefs, they're more no expectation, seeing things, just saw it for what it was, and that was it, right? Yeah, the bikini, and that was it. They're just, "Okay." You know? They didn't read into it with all those other swords cards. It was movement of thought. Yeah, I got this here. Your fortune cookie is follow through energy here. Says, was your big, beautiful masterpiece left unfinished? A book or a symphony? Something you began but didn't fully birth? Right now is the perfect time to revisit an old dream that was always meant to happen. It's a perfect time to follow through with people, projects, promises, and ideas. Tying up loose ends will allow you to interact with integrity and to keep all your energetic resources intact. When you set out to start something new, you place a bit of your energetic self, time, money, energy, intentions, into the hopes of that new beginning. Leaving a project floating or unfinished can niggle away at the back of your mind long after the idea has been forgotten. That nagging voice that says, "You didn't do what you said you were going to do," can drain you energetically, and that guilt can even become a sense of diminished self-worth or lack of accomplishment. If your heart knows it's not meant to happen, it's time to officially close the energetic ties that bind. Oopsies. What did you need to finish? What needs closure? It's time to reclaim all of those energy strings so you can use them to weave your bright future. I know, right? Okay, I get it. End scene. Psh, the end, right? Type out THEEND. The end. So I feel like that's the kind of energy, just a subtle message from spirit, right? They're just like, it's time. Those energetic strings you have to those, chop, 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 chop. Bring all those back to you, right? That's finished. So I get it. Well, that's what they got for you right now, Chell. So thank you. Good to see you as always. Many blessings to you. And hopefully that helped a little bit. All right. And then we've got VD. Hey, VD, good to see you. I see your donation. We will get that here. It'll be number uh, 22 on the donation list there. And then we'll see what your question is there when you put it out there. All right. You are very welcome. Thank you. Let me get that 11 I like so I know I did that there. I know, I know. Sometimes we hope things will hit, but night, night, Debbie O. Sleep tight. Good to see you as always. Enjoy your wonderful week ahead. The adventures await. All right. So we got Gabby circling back around. We got 31438 for your second one here. And this will be a quickie $1, one card here. So does he hope to reconcile down the line? Let's take a look here. All right. Well, maybe you get two cards there. I don't really feel here about reconciliation as much as a movement of passionate energy because the magician is all about, manifesting and fire, divine masculine, action energy. with the Eight of Wands. A lot of fire here, but it doesn't feel like reconciliation energy, that comes in with that. It feels like more, um, you know, uh, just uh, motion, not emotion, but fire, motion, you know, kind of energy. But it doesn't feel like reconciliation where they want something to, grow emotionally or for long term. It feels more like, you know, booty call energy than it does, you know, true reconciliation energy that comes in with that. So it doesn't feel that way there. So that's what I got. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, because there is something about, I don't know. Because if nothing's changed, if I haven't changed, and the other person hasn't changed, is what they're showing me. It's like, why try to go a route? Because if we haven't changed, we're just going to do what we've always done and get what we always got. So, let's not go that route. Let's just do this, for now kind of energy. We've got Moon Fairy is the energy here, which is intuition, night magic, and guidance. It says, trust the glow pulling you forward. It knows where you belong. And that magician energy does feel like that too. This, like, they have a pull to do something else, but this can happen fast, but my energy is more focused onward into the future somewhere than it is backward kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what we got for you there. So many blessings to you. All right. And then VD, hello, hello. I got your question there. We'll get that added on there. And Ruby G, you have another Cash App? All right, let's refresh this here. For some reason, Cash App doesn't just update like other things do. So thank you for telling me. That really does help. So thank you for that. And we will grab these. That'll be number 23 on. You have cat questions? Yay. All right. So here we go. Here's number 1, number 2, number 3, and then number 4. There we go. All right. We got you. So thank you so much for your additional donation there, Ruby G. In fact, I think you're coming up next for 3 in a row. So we will be going to you next year. Let me just take a quick sip of my, what are we drinking tonight? Chocolate protein shake. So cheers, cheers. That'll help my stomach not growl so much. Oh, you'll do deeper if there's any concerns? Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, we'll start with your first one here. This is the deep dive $10. So we're at $319.32 for your first one here. And again, thank you so much for all your donations. I really appreciate those. All right. So let's take a look here and see what can we know about the X, right? Okay. So we'll start with that here. About them physical. What can we know about them here? So card goes shooting across here. And then mental. I got 2 for that. Emotional. Oh, if spirit wants to tell, right? They'll tell you what you're able to know and what's best for you to know. Underlying energy, of course, you do understand they've got a fear of being abandoned, you know, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, kind of energy. So, that's there. So that's kind of their underlying, you know, source of a lot of their reactions in life, right? For their physical, we got the 5 of swords, the 2 of wands. You know, the 5 of swords, it looks like there's something physical. Uh, the 5 of swords is conflict energy. So that does say that there's something going on with their physical body. And they have a 2 of wands. They have a choice of going, to, you know, 2 little levels and just, different things like that as well. Um, so there is that. It doesn't feel like it's something, scary or anything. Let me just pull a quick card here. Of course, disclaimer, I'm not a licensed medical professional. Of course, we know all that, right? Yeah, we got the high priestess. So it's something that's hidden that has been revealed. It feels like something here with the 6 of cups too. It's like something from their childhood. I feel like something that's kind of returned or whatever. So it's something that is going on with them there. So there's something physical that's, if it hasn't been revealed yet, it will be revealed, but it's like something that comes back like they had when they were a child that, kind of is showing itself again. Or something that happened as a child, is now impacting them now and it's showing itself. Like if we had like a broken leg and it wasn't set right or whatever, and suddenly we're having leg pain. It's because it got to the age now where it's impacting something, that kind of thing is what I feel there. For the mental, yeah, they definitely should be locked up like the hermit. I'm just kidding. Um, there is this energy, with the full card. There is this trying to get out of their head and try to get out of a lot of expectations and trying to go with the flow. So, I feel like here mentally, they kind of feel alone but they're trying to get out of their head and they're trying to look at life from a place of less expectations and more of a flow energy, coming in with their life here. So it does feel like I'm trying to get out of my head because I'm feeling overwhelmed. So I'm trying to like clear it away so I can think straight kind of energy that's there. Emotionally, we've got the 7 of cups and the 7 of swords. Yeah, there's a lot of conflict, emotionally. The 7 of cups is a lot of different emotions that they're feeling. And with the 7 of swords, this is the lies, deceit. I feel like they're stressed out, um, feeling like their lies are gonna catch up to them. So there's a lot of fear of these things impacting them, coming in with it there. Could it be tick related? Let me take a look here. We have the 6 of swords. It's about leaving behind some old ways of thinking, seeing it from a different perspective. No, is it tick related? Got the Queen of Swords. This is this balanced energy. With that, I feel like it's something else. I don't feel like it's tick related with that because I didn't get affirmative cards. It's like they're saying, no, look at something else. So it's not tick related. All right. Hey, Vidi. No, you're not next. You might have already heard this because you might be on a delay sometimes. You're number 22 on the donations, and I'm on number 10. So we'll be a while before we get to that. All right. All right. So we've done that piece of this here, kind of getting the over energy that's there. And then we'll dive into these others here for you too. Yeah, no, this feels like child, not teenager. This feels like something that happened when he was a child kind of energy. Oh, that could be, yeah. So it's more kid than teenager, definitely there. Okay, let's see here. So now how is your son? Let's see. Okay, so how is your son? He's with his dad right now. Anything you need to prepare for at tomorrow's okay, that's a different question there. So let's see. How is your son first? Yeah, it feels good here. I mean, we've got the King of Pentacles, which is a solid foundation and grounded energy. We got the Two of Wands. Kind of goes back and forth, of course, with that. But the Three of Wands is, you know, um, it's like an alternate course kind of energy with this here. Um, and I feel like he's in a bit of a mood. Your son is. He's like, because this Three of Wands is doing it a different way, and what I'm hearing is, "No, I don't wanna do it that way, I wanna do it this way." I feel like he's being a little toddler, right? "No." He's learning his N-O, no energy, right? His power of no. He's really in it right now. He seems stable and fine there, I'm not getting anything. I just feel like he's cranky and grumpy and stubborn, right? His favorite word? Yeah, so I feel like he's really putting that up right now, so I like that. Right. Is there anything you need to prepare for at tomorrow's appointment? Let's take a look here. All right. Yeah. Nothing more than normal besides the stubbornness of the Nine of Wands and the Five of Wands, conflict energy. You can prepare that. You got the Queen of Wands. Prepare yourself energetically, right? Um, I feel like when you go in with your eyes wide open, wide open, right? Um, uh, you know, which is realizing that if you allow yourself to be triggered by their actions and words, that, that all that does is upset your energy, that you don't need to allow that, their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence to impact you. Like you can go in going, I'm empowered and um, I'm rubber and they're glue. Whatever they say bounces off of me and sticks to you, right? Kind of energy. Um, I can ask that here. Like for shots and different things. I don't know why they would ask a doctor for that, right? But no, Four of Swords. I feel like their mind is at rest regarding that preschool. I feel like that might be the stubbornness, right? Because the Four of Swords is like, I rest my case. My mind is rested regarding this thing here, as well. So I kind of feel like there's not that there. So just the usual, nothing extreme. Just be aware of your own energy. I feel like they're in a mood because your son's in a mood, and we have that right. Yeah, right. So yeah, we got that there. And is there any risk to making any reports or asking questions as discussed in prior readings while your son is with his dad? And if so, which ones? So is there any risk, like, to do it while they're with them, right? Like, that he would keep your son from you if you do all that, that he would take off with them or, um, keep him and not let him come back or, anything like that? Let's take a look here. Any What's the energy around that? This one too. Hey, Jojo, yo, yo. No, I feel like, you know, when we have fear, the Nine of Swords, right? When we have these fears and expectations, then we, of course, we're inviting that energy, right? The full card is let go of the expectations, look at life as an adventure, and then, we don't have those kind of things that would happen, right? You got the Eight of Pentacles. They're basically saying with the Eight of Pentacles, do the work, put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, stay balanced with the King of Cups between your head and your heart, right? Oh, like takes it on your son. So this is this fear energy, right? I mean, so this is that the more we then, the more we invite that into our realm, right? And so when we focus in on, the other, but would he take it out on your son? Um, specifically here. No, we got the Two of Swords. Here's that power of story. The conflict is between you two, not them. Yeah. They'd have a lot of mixed emotions and they'd be moody. That would be the only thing that would really impact them is that they would be out of sorts, energy. But we got with your son, Four of Cups, you know, calm energy, Wheel of Fortune, abundant energy there. So it doesn't feel like there would be anything that he would take it out on your son. He would I feel like he's at a point right now anyway, based on current energies, that would be a conflict between the two of you, not, not them themselves, the child. He would just be moody. Yeah. Do a quick card on that here. Based on current energies. Yeah. September, based on current energies, if you took action, he would find out like in 2 weeks, right? Is the earliest in September. It says patience, it's not time yet too. Just as a side, right? Yeah, that makes sense, that, if you're being watched, now's not the time to do anything, right? Right. And then energy around custody. So what is his energy around custody and child support? And then in real life, what's the real thing around that? Yeah, exactly, right. All right, and that's realities. All right, yeah, we got the moon card on the bottom, which, unseen things about to be revealed around custody and child support. Um, so we'll see what this is about here. Yeah, I feel like with custody, we've got this King of Swords. He's in his head trying to make plans, trying to figure out things here. And again, I don't know why he's bringing up the lovers. It's like, um, I feel like, on one hand, it's I want to show stability for custody. And if I was married, then I would be seen as more steady, more stable, right? A stable place with, both a mother and a father there, both, two parents there in a home. That would be better for custody. So I'm like, what are you thinking of, you know, marrying somebody, so they can get a green card or something? What is this? A Canadian, maybe some from Canada, right? A Canadian nanny. I'm gonna marry a Canadian nanny, you know? I don't know what kind of weird but there is this energy that he's thinking about that right now because he's looking at stability, for custody kind of energy, right? Oh, right. Maybe they'll have you know, a prenup. What's really going on, yeah, I feel like here's the 7 of Wands. Something regarding the custody is about to come to light. The 7 of Wands is about showing up, not dimming light, not asking permission to shine. It's like, here it comes. And so it's something undefendable is coming up regarding the custody here. Um, so there's something with this moon card in that's gonna be revealed, and it's just a matter of fact. Could be maybe child support, right? We'll see what comes up with that. But that could be like what it would be where, because it's all court connected, that they get notification that the child support has not been acted upon, and so it goes before you know, the court, um processes, and it's something undefensible because the court is the one who has like, "We don't need to prove it. We're the ones that are showing that you didn't do it," kind of stuff. So it's that kind of energy that's coming in. Let's see, around child support, what is he thinking here? Yeah, maybe he's looking for a sugar mama. Maybe this is what he's trying to do. I don't know. We got the magician, action energy again. The Queen of Wands is action energy too. But it does fit we must be having a yep. I hear this, like, high pitched noise, and I thought I'm like, "Is that spirit?" Nope, it's, my host upstairs. When they do the thunderstorm warning stuff? I hear, "Beep," and that came at the perfect timing. There is a warning, there's a thunderstorm warning out, right? So, a storm warning. But it feels here, it's interesting that, there's all this fire, this action energy that they're trying to do a lot to try to, like, bring up this, like, child support, money and energy. They're trying to take a lot of action toward it. Um, and then underneath the surface, we got the Ace of Swords. There is clarity that is coming here, though, around the child support. um, about and this is all timing, right? The hidden will be the revealed. So I do feel like here is that information. It's the lack of paying the child support is coming out, that they're not meeting the court order, and that's going to be bringing some stuff to light there. So um, I feel like that's the next relevant um, thing that's coming in for that right now. So. All right. And I think that's it for this one, right? Yep. I was like, is there more? No, no, no. That was it for this one. I felt like I was going to go on for more, but let's get your fortune cookie. Let me catch up on the chat and then we'll jump back in. All right. So you got ambush fear with your ferocious dreams. I like it. Ambush fear with your ferocious dreams. I like that elephant energy of Lord Ganesh, remover of obstacles. We like that energy coming in. So it says, your fear is an indicator that you are brave enough to challenge the status quo. It is normal to experience fear on the road to success. Every successful creator on the planet has had myriad moments when they were worried that their idea may not work. Learn to manage your self doubt and do it anyway. Tell fear to move out of the way and know that your prosperity will come when you are courageous enough to follow your own light. Follow your own light down your own path. Innovation always coexists with vulnerability. So allow them to live inside of your dream together. You won't have all of the answers, but remember, most of the time, the unknown is not nearly as terrible as you could imagine it to be. Sometimes your big fear will actually be as tiny as the field mouse that blocks the elephant's path. Like a gentle giant, use your great power, presence, inspiration, and regal fierceness Just stand up and do it anyway. Find your bravery and go for it. Your dream is worth it. Wow. Interesting. Right, so that's what they have for that one. Like I said, let me just catch up on the chat real quick here. All right, and so we got JoJo. Thank you for your donation. You'll be number 24 on the donation list there. Hello, hello, yo. I don't see a question yet from you, just in case. We know how that can happen. All right, and we got Laura in the house. Hey, Laura, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right. So number 11 on the donations, we got Ruby G for number 2 here for you. Here's your timestamp. And so this one for the Cash App is the $3. So this will be a 3-card reading. You want to know, can we do maybe a situation, action, outcome? Ooh, regarding housing or whatever makes sense. Our lease is up soon. We aim to move to a house, but with timing, finances, and fraud issues, I'm not sure how we're going to swing this. And advice spirit has appreciated. All right. Yeah, we can do this here. So what's the situation? What do you need to know about the situation? What action? Action. And what outcome based on current energies here? All right. Yeah. So bottom of the deck, we do have the Queen of Pentacles. You also have the Queen of Wands underneath there. Sorry. Queen of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles is an abundance energy. Of course, Queen of Wands is being aware of our energy, what we're investing. That's always, with any situation that we have in our lives, that's, if we can check my energy, where's my energy? Because if my energy is here, I know I love this deck, right? Just in case no one saw it, it's this one here. It's from Ashvin Vale, and it's the Eternal Shadowed Path Tarot. Um, your situational energy, we have the 9 of Swords, right? Nightmare and insomnia, a lot of expectation energy. And that's what they're bringing in with this, the situation is I define what the situation is by my power of story. If with the 9 of Swords, I have stories of, you know, timing, finances, financial frauds, I have concerns this isn't going to turn out well. When we're focusing in on that, it takes just as much faith to worry as it does to have gratitude and hope for a brighter thing, right? Takes just as much energy, just as much trust and faith to trust that something's not going to turn out well as it is that something's going to turn out well. And whatever we fully trust in is what we get, right? So there is this energy of, realizing, you know what? I can get caught up in the fears of these things. But instead, with your action, we have the high priestess, which is step back, right? Step back from the situation, go up to your high priestess temple, see it from a different perspective, a higher perspective in capital T truth, not from the small t truth of humans, right? And one of the big things we realize is that it's not humans that bring us things, it's the creator. And when we think, oh, well, humans have concerns with timing and finances and fraud issues, you know, well, and we're going to put all that energy into that, right? But when we're like, you know what, creator, you know that we would like a home and that we need to move. And I trust you're going to bring me the perfect place and the perfect timing, the perfect way. I'm going to do what I can. And please show me, connect with spirit, right? Show me what I can do to help this along with where you're wanting to take us, right? So I like that, change of energy because the outcome, they're like, it's up to you. You have the Chariot card. It's a victory card. It's a movement card. You do get to move. There is victory, but it's the power of choice of where you're focusing your energy on what you get to experience. Is it going to be like a wow movement or a movement, right? So we get to do that, right? Maybe you could physically write down your story in a positive light with the outcome I want to help manifest it and change your energy towards it. Yeah. The more you tell your mind, because your mind, when you write something down, your mind sees it, right? And so you do have this movement energy, right? You're able to see it, even read it out loud to yourself. It hears you reading it. It feels you saying it. It sees it. It helps your mind start working on ways to make things happen, as well. And then you can see, the outcome with it. So I like that idea. I support that 100%. And Spirit, obviously, is the one that's supporting it 100%. I, as Brenda Z, also agree that does help, but that's Spirit. Let's see what your fortune cookie says for this one. All right. And you've got Fox of Shadows. Clever like a fox. And this one says, I can't read that. Excuse me, awareness, subtlety, and adaptability. It says, move with intention. Shadows reveal what noise hides. I like that. Move with intention. Actually move, right? So I like that for you. All right. So that's for that one. We'll circle back around. Let me just catch up on the chat here. We had a nice little influx here. Let me just check my emails too. 1 minute. Whoops, one more. All right. Every time I know. All right. Twin Flame. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. Hope you're not working too hard. So thank you for your multiple donations here. Let me just get the first one in here. All right. You'll be 25, 26, and 27. Give that one a love and a like. And then this one here. Dun, dun, boom. And then your free reading too, we'll grab that. That'll be in number 14 on the free reading list there. I'm working, getting ready for the school year. Oh, I know, right? Boom, boom, boom. Zoomy, zoomy, zoomies. How fun. Getting ready. I love it. So thank you. And like I said, you'll be numbers 25, 26, 27. And I'm about to start number 12. We've had some really great deep dive readings tonight. So we'll get there. We'll get there, everybody. Cheers, cheers. All right. I'll be back. All right. Sounds good. Get busy. And I will too. All right. So, Ruby G, we're back for 349.12. Your next one here. This will be a $5 5-card reading. So, your husband is stressed and going through it right now. He's in between work, not sure how we're going to handle upcoming and existing expenses. Not sure if this current job interview is the one, or something temp is better or faster, needs applying for, on the fence about communication with his dad and for the benefit of his much younger half siblings, and just general stress. What advice Spirit has for these situations? How can you best support him? All right. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what we've got going on here. So we've got 1 and 2. Do you want 3 and 4 and 5? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 3 of Cups, which is all about the tribe, all about, joy and support, kind of energy coming in here, kinda like the 3 Musketeers, all for one and one for all that we have on there, right? Yeah, I did read that one. I think you're on delay. Um, so I feel like that, is a big part of it is, the underlying energy and how you can support is to say we're all in this together, we're gonna get through it. What matters is that we're together. We um, home is where the heart is, and so this is we're always together. And I feel like the keeping the as much joy and gratitude energy, is important, with it as well. Um, so we've got that, kind of energy that's there. I like that, right? Um, so, when we're talking about job, well, let's see here. Let's turn all these over here and see if they well, yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of good stuff, coming here. I feel like, you know, the biggest thing, I mean, we've got the front and the end is all about the energy, right? We got the page of wands, the ace of wands, and, outcomes and all of the stuff. And we talk about it all the time, right? And you could probably write a book on it yourself of, you know, that when I'm focusing on what's going wrong, I invite more because that's what my energy is inviting more in. This joy energy is when we focus on gratitude for what we do have and have had, and then that's what draws things in. That's what draws in this, um, you know, energy, and it draws in things towards us and for us, right? So I feel like the one of the big things around all of this, around job, around, custody, it's not so much what we're doing, but the energy behind how we're doing it. And when that changes, things really change around because you've got the chariot card, which is the power of choice in the middle of all of these. And that is a victory. It is a movement energy, and it's all about us choosing the story, the emotions, the energy, the actions, right? And there is a lot here with the sun card too, which is an abundance energy, but it also shines a bright light on things that all of the stuff that's happening happens for us. It's shining a light on something that we can transform, right? When we're concerned about this and this and this and this and this, it's like, let's get it down to basics. What's the most important things? And following the heart, with the Knight of Cups, you know, I feel like we can get caught up in all of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be's, and we fear what people will think and what will happen to stuff. But they keep on bringing it back to the 3 of Cups with all of this together, which is, what do we have? How blessed are we? And when we get out of fear and we get into higher vibration, we think more clearly. When we're stressed and in fear, we're not thinking clearly. We can't see ways out. We're just in the downward loop. And if we can just laugh, have a fun time, a dance party, whatever it may be, let's get out of the fear and into the higher vibration. Then clarity comes because we're back in our adult mind, and then we can see things really, really clearly with this here. So I just feel here, you know, um, you know, whether it's dad, whether it's job, whether it's, custody, this, that, there's all these things that those are all the future, right? We come back to the now and we sit in that because we're projecting the past into the future and we're seeing the worst of things. And like we're talking about, it takes just as much energy to worry as it does to have a dream and hope, and both the only and they both will impact us the more we focus on the lower, right? So I feel like, you know, outcomes with the chariot card are still with all this energy, still up in the air with results of all these things. And, you know, um, whatever your husband is focusing on with his energies, what he's going to draw toward him. Whatever you're focusing on with your energies, what you're going to draw towards you. And so I feel like the biggest thing that you can do to help is just find your joy, be a beacon of higher vibration as much as you can, and um, and if you can share those things with them about what you're learning about your own self and energy, and then maybe have him do a gratitude list, him write a story of how things can be different and what is the dream. Look at all the blessings that we have, and you can support him in telling him all the things that you appreciate about who he is and what he has done, and that um, we're all like, again, this keeps on going back to this, we're all in this together kind of energy, where you know if we have to go live with, your dad for a while, who cares? We're gonna have a roof over our head. We will always get through it. Look at our success rate. We've overcome 100% of everything we've always gone through, or we'd be dead right now. So we are master overcomers, and we'll get through this as well. And I feel like when we have that positive energy and that higher vibrational energy, that then he starts to get ideas. Then things start to flow toward him instead of feeling like they're being blocked, right? So I feel like that's the big energetic change that can happen with all this, because there sometimes it can feel like we're cursed because of everything that's happening, and all that kind of stuff. Um, so I feel like that's kind of the focus for this one here. Let's see. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I just feel like decisions, not being afraid of making a wrong decision. There's just different decisions, different, experiences, different outcomes, and to follow his heart, follow your heart. Use your, like you with your dad. Does your heart say no, don't communicate with him? Then don't. If it's like, go for it. Don't be afraid. Follow your heart. It's never led you astray before. Honey, go. And I feel like that's kind of just he needs to know you got his back kind of energy, right? And the fortune cookie is your soul shines here. We got number 34 here. Let's see what this brings in. So this would be for your husband, right? Underneath the smog of a difficult day or the impatience of a frustrating situation, your soul is there doing its thing, shining. It may require some buffing and polishing of the exterior, and you may need to do some habit busting to sense it. You may need to expose your raw and tender underbelly to pinpoint it, especially if your shine is hiding under a few thickened layers of hard knocks or a self destructive lifestyle. Sometimes we have our perspective so shifted that we can't see this shine in others, or worse still, we can't feel it in ourselves. Know that it's with you, bringing magic to the mundane, because we are all connected to source energy and to cosmic grace. Your soul is always there, just shining through your flaws and your secrets. It's lovingly pushing through your insecurities and any positive affirmations you're working on, even the ones that aren't working yet. And it's so proud of you. No matter where you're at, you are loved from the inside. from the soul side out. Decide to open up your connection to its ascension and get out of your own way by trusting that your brilliant soul will radiate peace in every room you walk into. You have that choice. It's waiting patiently for you to ask because it will lead whenever you are ready. There's that follow your heart, follow your soul, right? It's never led them wrong before. So hopefully that helps. I know there's a lot there, but I feel like that's kind of the getting to the root of what impacts everything in his life right now. And hopefully that helps with you shining bright as well, right? All right. So that is what we got for that one. And then Ruby, we've got UB number 16 and number 23 and number 23 as well. So we'll circle back around for those in a momentito or in a little bit. All right, Laura. I can definitely get you on the free list there, Laura. And we'll see. I'm not sure with how donations go. Sometimes I do get to free readings same night. Sometimes I don't, but I will get to it at some point, either tonight or tomorrow in the morning if I don't finish out everything tonight. All right. You'll be number 15 on the free readings. All right. And then up next, we have two for Nelia. You're very welcome. So Nelia, your first one here, 40204. Thank you for your dual donations. Here we are. And so you want to know anyone or anything coming towards you and anything else Spirit wants to say. All right. All right. Well, you do have the Page of Swords on the bottom, which does bring in a energy of seeing things from a different perspective and a lot of clarity that's coming towards you. Let's see what this is about here. Yeah, I feel like you're in a way here, with this hanged man, you're kind of in this cocooning stage, this transformational energy. The Eight of Swords, it's giving you this opportunity, that Page of Swords, they grant you that Ace of Swords, beautiful gift, being able to see things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and peace and play, that higher vibration allows you to cut away the small t truths rooted in fear, those expectations, the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. And I feel like if you feel like you're kind of being pocketed away where maybe individuals are kind of, stepped back from you in your life, it's given you this opportunity with this hanged man to transform things. And it always happens whenever things slow down or we kind of feel like we're in this, hedge or this, solitary confinement in a way. It's like, where did everyone go? It's for us to be able to sit quietly, journal, reflect, whatever this thing is that keeps popping up, the trigger that keeps triggering, right? And we're like, why am I feeling this? Okay, it's time. Let's get to the root of this because it's asking so that you can be freed from it. It's not bringing it up to go, ha ha, look what you got going on, right? This is for you to go, oh wow, yeah, let's get to the root of the emotion that's below it, that's allowing this, ability to transform it, to change it, so that you're no longer restricted, um, by it here. Six of Pentacles on the bottom kind of tells me has something to do with this feeling of needing to overgive, like so much, like I have to give so much to deserve so little, which goes back to childhood, right? If you haven't checked out my recent podcast, well, this one was a while ago. It's Abundance Where It Be. Because that Six of Pentacles energy is talked about in here. I'll post it down here and I'll put it in your under your timestamp on the pinned comment eventually. That'll be posted sometime after I finish the session tonight. But if you're wanting it, uh, if you check my down in the description area, it does have the link to that playlist for the easier path, and it's number 14. Or if you click on my main page and go to the Bretta Zen, page at the top, it's also there. But 14 is abundance where it be, because I do feel like this is where the change of mindset is coming. This is because it impacts our, it impacts our relationships, our jobs, our careers, our physical bodies, our physical things, all of it, this abundance energy, because we talk about how to draw things toward us, and then once they're drawn to us, how we open the city gate to let it in the gate, because our little inner child is the one who controls the gate, whether things come in or not. And so it talks about that in that too. So I feel like that's kind of what they wanted to focus on with this particular one. What's coming towards you are these situations that come in that are showing you, for your own self, these are the mirrors that are coming up, and they'll keep coming up because it's something that wants to be looked at, like, now, right, in your life. Yeah, so you can have a new cycle begins. I like that. Beautiful card. It says transition, alignment, opportunity. Says a new rhythm is forming. So step into it with open hands. I like that. So that is what they got for that one for you. So many blessings to you. We'll go on to your next one here in a sec. Let me just grab here. We got Ruby G. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 28 on there. What does this say for oopsie? What's that? Oh. Oh, uh-oh. Oopsies. Here we go. Right. All right. Yeah, we can definitely, ask them that for sure. That's like a yes or no energy, right? Oh my goodness. All right, so we'll get that one on there. All right. And Twin Flame, thank you for the deep dive on Z via Z PayPal. I appreciate that. And I do see that here. So you'll be number 29 on that one for the deep dive there. So thank you so much. And I don't think and I don't see a question on there, so you'll of course put them out here. Right. Yeah. See if you get an unclear answer, right? All right. So we'll take a look at that. All right. So I think I'm caught back up. So we'll dive back in here. Yeah, yeah. If you don't mind, Twin Flame, then I'll get them on there just in case. You never know with internet and electricity across the world. I like to have them, and that way, if we lose electricity or you lose electricity or something happens, I have them, and then I can always complete them instead of going, "Uh-oh," I'll be able to have them. So, yeah, feel free to pop them out there, and I'll get them on the list there. All right. And then we've got Nelia coming back to you, 40912 is your second one. So thank you again for your additional donation. So a general on your workplace and your director, do you see you leaving there and venturing to somewhere else or retirement? I know, right? All right. So let's take a look here. So we've got 1 and 2 and the bottom of the deck here. So what do we have happening here? Wow, I feel like here your general work environment, you got the 10 of wands on the bottom, which 10 of wands energy is moving from burden to abundance. It's a change of energy. It's kind of a check-in to go, where are you investing your energy and where do you want to invest your energy? Are we focusing on what we truly feel is urgent and important in our life? Or are we focusing in on something that we feel everyone else feels is urgent and important? So there is this kind of realizing, what do I want, with all this, right? Because when we when we're asking here about your workplace in general, you get 2 cards for this here. I think Canada. Yeah, I think your guys' rate of exchange is like point 0.7 or something. So we'll give you 2 cards for this. But we got the World card, which is a significant ending and victory and beginning of a new adventure. That's why I feel like maybe retirement is coming, or where are you wanting to invest your energy? Do you wanna go do something different? Um, but I feel like there is this ending, because 10 of Wands is an ending energy too. And you have the Queen of Cups, which she's 2 times the emotional energy, and it's kinda like this following your heart energy. Like, where's your heart leading you right now? Where is it guiding you? Where is it pulling you? What's exciting you about life? You know, I like this energy. There's this, I forget where I saw it on Instagram, but it was, where do you feel most alive? Where do you feel most like yourself? And it's like, where would that be? What would that look like? Like, what direction would you want to, like, move toward? And I feel like, there's that energy coming in here around work. Now, when you talk about your director, that Queen of Cups is really standing out, where I feel like they're in a very emotional place in their life as well. I feel like there's something very heavy on their heart. This 10 of Wands just feel like they're burdened. So there's something going on, you know, um, both personally and then also, um, I would say business wise, corporately, within the business. There's something that's going on here. There's some, it feels like they're carrying a lot of emotional weight about changes coming that they haven't shared yet, and some different things coming up, and I feel like they just carry this burden, this stress, and that's might be being expressed where they're feeling a little more cranky, a little more expressive of some fear energies, but I feel like they're very much in their emotions with all of this big change that's coming down. So I feel like this will all resolve itself in a way. I know I feel like there might even be something coming here around, like, people them offering retirement, them offering packages, something along those lines, or that, it's "Sorry, everybody, we're closing," because you do have the 9 of Pentacles, which is, being alone and also financially self-sufficient, energy here, so I do feel here, yeah, I even have the Queen of Pentacles on the bottom, which is about an abundance energy and, um, Mother Nature, Mother Nurturer, nurturing yourself. So I feel like there's gonna be something coming up where it's just gonna be like, "Oh, okay. Here's the change that I'm gonna make now," regarding it. So I feel like you're not gonna have to make a decision. Like, I feel like you're gonna be presented a decision to make. It's like you don't have to create the decision to make. I feel like, you're gonna be presented with a decision. Um, and it's not about your work performance or anything like that. It's just about a change in the company, it feels. And I mean, you got the Ace of Swords on the bottom, which is an energy of, you know, clarity coming in. You got the 10 of Cups too, which is joy, 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 joy energy. So it's for you, and I feel like you'll be like, all right, easy breezy. Makes it very easy for me to choose about what my next steps are. So I like that for you. All right. And then you've got the rising dawn. Beautiful energy there. And it says renewal, hope, and possibility coming in. And it says the light returns slowly, softly, always. So I like that. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations. I greatly appreciate that. All right. Let me catch up on the chat here and let me see my emails real quick here. All right. So, Twin Flame, thank you. I see your question. So, we'll grab that, get that on the deep dive here. All right. And then Gabby Rock, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 30 on the donations. There we are. Give that a love and a like. All right, very good. All right. So let me just drink the last of my little protein shake here and then we will get into it here. All right, all done. That's thick. Let me just get rid of this here. All right. And then number 15, we got Michelle. So Michelle Smith. So Michelle, I didn't see a donation, just in case you were putting one and it didn't go through. I know sometimes with Cash App and that it doesn't go through. But regardless, you always give me so many just because. I'm giving you one for just because. So even if you didn't, there you go. We'll give you a general reading. So let's see what Spirit has here for you. Always grateful for all of your continued love and support for so many years. It feels like years and years and years. All right. And this one and this one here. All right. Let's see what we got going on in your life today. So, bottom of the deck, you have this King of Wands energy that's coming in. And I love this because the King of Wands is bringing in, normally don't get this one as much, this meaning that they're bringing through, but this is your higher self. It's the highest of our spiritual energy. It's the highest connection, the King. So, this is your divine self that's coming through here and really connecting with you. I feel like they're telling you, not telling you, but reminding you of who you really are, and in that you're again, this eternal actor, right? This being made of unconditional love and joy and peace and gratitude. This eternal being, and billions and billions and trillions, quadrillions of different expressions throughout many dimensions, many different frequencies, many different solar systems across this giant universe. And there's other universes, and that you're so much more than this character. You are that actor, that eternal cosmic actor, and that helps see things differently, which makes sense here. And I like this. They're bringing in the Six of Cups, which is an energy of like past lives. And they're going, when you look at this lifetime, it's one drop in a giant, endless sea of other lives that we have lived and are living and shall live in, again, all those billions of different places. It helps put things in perspective, like the heartaches and disappointments that we feel as these humans, these struggles, these arguments, this conflict we have with the Five of Swords energy that we experience, the Five of Wands, this fiery hell energy sometimes we feel of conflict with, experiencing all the conflict and the growth and the change. As one of our Zen friends, Lauren of Light, I love, she said something last night that cracked me up, which is, um, growth is rude. And I'm like, yes, it can feel that way. Growth can feel rude, right? And there's all these growing pains, there's all this stuff, and we realize that's a big piece of humanity. There is no growth in the comfort zone. and there's very little comfort in the growth zone. And so, if you're going through a time of growth and rebirth, or something along those lines right now, they're giving you like this, look at this perspective. Come out to the moon and sit on them, just on the moon. Look back at the earth. Go do a meditation of you know, rooting yourself to the earth so you don't fly off into space, right? But ground yourself to the earth, go and sit on the moon and just zip around on the moon for a little bit, looking down at the earth and going, yeah. And the moon energy that they're bringing in, and the sun energy here too, is this eclipse energy that we had. Great opportunity when we're in the midst of this beautiful portal between this Leo new moon solar eclipse that we just had a couple of days ago, right? Or a few days ago now. And then also, Pisces full moon lunar eclipse that we'll have in a couple of weeks, right in the middle between this powerful eclipse gateway portal. And we'll feel it 4 to 6 weeks before and after all of this too. But we're right in the midst of it. So there's this great fluctuation, what we might be picking up and feeling. A lot of endings and beginnings energy, a lot of growth energy, but it is shining a bright light on things and allowing you to see what you're ready to let go of and move toward here too. But I feel like they're giving you just a different perspective, and some, um, yeah, inviting you to come sit on the moon with them for a while, your higher self, because they're everywhere, all at once, like the creator. But they're like, yeah, come out and sit with me, do a meditation, and we'll sit together, you and I, looking over at the earth and the universe, and let's have a chat. I like that for you. So that is what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you've got nourish the sacred feminine. I love it. And that is number 18, which says, now is a time of deep introspection as you wait for an idea to grow and develop. There we go, growth again, right? You've planted the seeds, and sometimes divine timing requires a period of rest as things culminate and ripen. The moon asks you to be open to receive. You can make that up. To reflect, to pause and collapse into waiting. She's the wanting crescent that casts a moonlit glow over the landscape of your life. She has trickled light onto your path, but only very dimly, because she hopes that you will listen for the subtle signs and the wise whispers that are all around you. It's time to look directly into the shadows at any lingering wounds that may continue to affect your current understanding. Remember that in the dark, it's easy to blow fear and illusion out of proportion. Don't strain to see that which you cannot see right now. Instead, focus on your inner knowing and on what you can see. Allow your intuitive nudges and any persistent feelings to help you translate her gentle illuminations. You must trust yourself. I love that. So that is what they have for you, my friend Michelle. So many blessings to you. Again, so grateful. All right. Peace. All righty. And I think that we are good. So we'll continue on here. We got Ruby G. You are up next for 2418 is for yours. For this one, let's do that here. This is a $5. So we'll do 5 cards, and you got a weird one. Oh, yay. I love weird. I'm an Aquarius, right? So you have a theory about DID, formerly known as multiple personality. Oh, they changed the name to another name. How fitting for multiple personality disorder. They called it a new name. Do you see the That's funny. All right. Aquarius being the multiple personality of the zodiac. So, whether in all cases or some cases, can spirit confirm if the additional personalities are actually the affected human individual's higher selves, other selves popping in to take over when the human form is dealing with something too traumatic or extreme for one human's emotions, mind, to fully deal with or comprehend, or similar theory. Or in affected human could potentially be channeling their ancestors in addition or instead of the higher other selves. Wow. This is an interesting, I feel like it's interesting, not weird. I'm like, whoa. So let's dive in. That's cheers, cheers. Let's find out. Wow. So let's find out what this is about. Okay. So 5 cards. What can we know about this? The multiple personalities. Who are these that come through here? Whoops. Ding. All right. So, what do we have here? All right. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of Wands, which is this is um it's not marriage because some of this is the marriage card, sometimes other things, right? Oh, you so heavy, right? Excuse me, that protein shake is coming up. um, this is about stabilizing energy. And so what they're bringing in here is um wow. uh, Okay, so this is going to go deep here for a sec. So bear with us all here. So we have the devil card, right? We got Saturn, Capricorn energy, which is a lot of the mind, right? So they're and it's because it's not always the same. Like, it's not just a standard, this is how it is for everyone, because we have the 2 of Swords, which is the power of story, right? And, um, so each of us has the choice of what all this entails and what is coming in and what personality we're converting to. Of course, it's not an all or nothing in our in world. We try to, you know, as humans, we're like, we want standardization that everything fits in this box this way. And it's like it's not that way. We get to choose, you know, we get to choose the experience and what it is and how it is. Sometimes it is the mind doing it's the mind psyche. Just it needs to create something to balance the energy. So it creates it can be like they're saying it could be our emotional inner child and our mental inner child and our physical inner child, which 7 years old and younger, 7 to 14, 14 to 21. And it can take on different personalities because it'll change synaptors and start filing things differently. So there is a part that it can be a mental disorder or not a mental disorder. They're feeling like it's built that way. We're built to be able to do that. It's not a mistake. It's not a disorder. It's how we are able to keep order in our mind and not die. Because if we didn't create that other personality or that, that other escape room, we would it would fry us and we would have a heart attack and die. And so instead of the trauma destroying us, it's like pause, create a new character. Let's live as this while we catch up on that later, kind of energy with this devil card here, right? Um and so there is that piece of it there. Um and then they brought in the 6 of Swords. 6 of Swords is letting go of old ways and bringing something higher in to help us go from choppy waters to calmer waters. And so they're bringing in here our higher self, with us having like many, 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 many expressions as our higher self and, many other dimensions and everything else. But even as humans, that we have it's almost like a saved, a saved, um it's like playing a video game. You have all these saved avatars that you can select from, and there's a ton of them that are out there that sometimes we bring in past lives to go, "Here, here's a default. I can just be this character for a while," and we can bring in other lifetimes, other, those types of things. Now, I don't feel here that it's when we're talking about ancestors, um, you know, I don't feel like it's other people's higher selves and those. In that energy, because we can't inhabit another human body, that our energies what we can do though with the 6 of Wands, this is a movement of energy, where it's like being an empath. Like I can, if I'm kind of clicked into freeze mode where I'm not feeling and I'm becoming so numb in my human body, I can channel the energy of someone else, like, but it's not them coming into me and that, but that I'm picking up all their emotions, I'm picking up their personality, and I'm kinda duplicating it or projecting it, but they're not in here, they're not inhabiting me, but I'm picking up with my, emotional empathic abilities, especially someone with a huge empathic ability that is having trauma, they might pick up on someone's energy that helped them feel safe and they'll take on and kind of portray that personality. But it's really us still, but we're portraying it, right? Right. Yeah. Exactly, you mean people revert to their inner child all the time. It makes sense for some people. It's so intense that the inner child of whatever age is kinda stuck in that mode with little to no awareness, kinda like how sometimes we are our own ancestors, and that's a good point that if one of our past lives is one of our ancestors, I mean, we were our ancestor before, we could channel that because that's one of the avatars saved in our list that we can here, let's revert to be this person, you know, I'm Jesus or I'm, I'm King Arthur. You never know, the kind of energy that comes in. But it all comes down to, the King of Pentacles with the Four of Wands energy. The reason why it happens is to bring stability and grounding so that we can continue to live on the earth, or we would die in that moment because it would be the human, um, it would get fried. It's like a surge protector that helps us, with that. So I love that. What a great question. I hopefully that helps a little bit, but it makes sense. I love that. Wow. Interesting. I love it. We have lead your metamorphosis. Yeah, the butterfly. I love it. This metamorphosis type of energy to our transformation. Um, oh, that was the other thing. Thank you, Spirit. They go like, there was one more, remember? I'm like, uh, multiple timelines too, because there's so many timelines that we have existences, we have energies that are all these future selves and all these other selves that could be living these different parallel lives. And we can access those too. Those are also characters we can bring in as well. Yeah, right? We're surge protectors. It says metamorphosis, change. Yep, it's that time again. And this change is going to be transformational. It's time to leave the dark cocoon behind, to break out of your shell and to show off those gorgeous wings you've been readying. Many times in life and in biz, we choose to stay small. We choose the comfort of the warm cocoon over the freedom of something spectacular, and this cozy illusion of safety can lull us gently to sleep. Have you noticed that you've been chosen? I'm sorry, that you've chosen the comfort of the old and reliable more than once. And though you long for something new and exciting, choose the emerging you over the humdrum and expected today, and lead your metamorphosis with your inner beauty. You are, in every sense, sitting in your own control tower. You can plot your flight through life, and you can get to decide how far you go and how great you become. This complete transformation is required in order to flourish, manifest, and attract the new things that you are seeking. Are you ready to test those wings? I love it. Boom, boom. Test those wings. All right. I love that, right? Answered and confirmed. I love it. I like it. I like it. I gotta love spirit, right? They're just like, boom, boom, here we go. So, it makes total sense. So thank you for asking that. I had never thought of that before, and that makes total sense. Surge protectors and how we have all that connection. And that makes sense too that, when our mind kinda goes offline in those moments, that what do we have full access to? Our subconscious and our emotional world, which is where the Akashic records, one of the pathways to the Akashic records. So when this goes offline, then we have access to all that emotional stuff that we have access to. That's the spirit world, right? So I love it. All right. So thanks for asking that. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's keep moving along here. We got Gabby Rock up next, 43747. So, Gabby, thank you for your multiple donations. This one here is your $3 one. This will be a 3 card reading. Did he click on the profile of the man who left a public comment on your story? Curious if he wondered who it was. Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. Sounds like some tea happening here. Let's see what we got. 1 and 2. I don't want any of those. Any of those. What else? That must be the one. Flipping up there. Ooh. Yeah, the 2 of cups on the bottom of the deck, there is still this, there's this connection energy, I feel between the 2 of you here, right? And I feel like with this Knight of Swords that comes up, this is an energy of seeking, knowledge, right? And then Ace of Wands is an action energy that comes in with this too. So I do feel like they do have, like, they took action to find out who it was. And they have this King of Cups energy, King of Cups, which is, their beautiful balance between head and heart. It can be a very compatible person. And I feel like they wanted to see who this was and how they would match up with you, kind of energy. I don't know, are they threatened? Are they wondering, like, are they protective of you or possessive? Or because this energy, it kind of feels like, who is that? Are they a threat to me? Are they a better person than me? Are they more compatible than me? It's almost that kind of energy that comes in with these cards here of, checking it out. But I definitely feel like they did. What was the result? I need to know. So when they looked, what was the result? What did they feel? Were they worried or were they like, not worried, right? Ooh, they did see the Queen of Swords is the compatible energy of the King of Cups, because the King of Cups rolls over water and behind the scenes has swords. the Queen of Swords rules over swords and behind the scenes has cups. So they did see him as like, "Oh, damn. They are, kind of this, um, more compatible person than I am." They didn't wanna see that. So whatever that energy is, hopefully that resonates for you, but I feel like they were just like, "Oh, oh, well, okay." But that's what they got for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. We got quiet release, yeah, letting go, surrender, peace. And it says, "Some endings ask for no ceremony, only your permission." I kind of feel like they were just like silently walk away, right? How someone puts their head down and just turns and walks away, like Bert on Ernie and Bert, how they have their shoulders. Anyway, so hopefully that helps, Gabby. That is what they have there. And then I do believe you have one more, at least one more. You're at number 30 is what I show here. I think that's the last one. Yeah. So 30 is where we're at. We'll be there. We'll be there in a little bit. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. And then we have Cat Mia up for 41.52. So, Cat Mia, here is your timestamp. You want to know anything about your future spouse? All right, let's take a look here. All right, what do we have here? Wow, I like the bottom of the deck. You've got the Queen of Swords. I was just talking about it. We got it in that smaller deck. And the Queen of Swords is an energy of, someone very compatible there. She rolls over the mind suit, but behind the scenes, she's got cups. So beautiful energy of someone who is intelligent, but not so in their mind they don't know what an emotion is. Also not so emotional that they don't know what, how to express it. Instead, they're really able to express their emotions. It's a beautiful, compatible energy that you feel like it just fits like a glove for you, right? Wow, I do feel here you've got the 6 of Cups energy here too. 6 of Cups is one of my cards about past life connections. I don't feel like this is a like someone returning back from the past in this lifetime, because sometimes that can mean an ex coming back. This is not that. This is past life connections. When you meet them, you feel like this energy between each other where you just feel drawn. I sometimes joke that they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt. And you're like, whoa, that must be them because of this draw that you have for each other and this comfort level and this feeling of home where you're just like, I know you from somewhere. You don't, but both of you feel like you've known each other before because you have, but in a different lifetime. So I like that energy. I feel like, you know, you've got the 5 of Wands, which brings in, for me in this reading, friendship energy. And I feel like you guys start off as friends. And you might even meet them through your friends group. Like so a friend brings a friend and you're a click, and that's how it happens. And so you start off as friends in this friends group and then things click and then grow from there. So I like that. So that's a little tidbit about how you meet them and how you know it's them. Because if you're wondering, I wonder if that's them, then it's not them because you're going to be like, holy crap, that's them kind of energy. Right. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You've got the lone wolf spirit. I like this. Because they're a member of a pack, but it's strength and independence and a calling. Your power rises when you trust your own howl. I like that. Trust in your voice and speaking up, I feel like is very important as well. In fact, I feel like there was a little bit with that 5 of Wands that as friends in this group, you guys kind of get a little sassy with one another. You know, how when you flirt in a way with a little bit of a, you know, a flare between each other, and I go, "Oh, really? Well, what about blah, blah, blah?" They're like, "Oh, well, blah, blah, blah," and people are like, "Oh my god, you guys." They can feel the draw between each other, and they're just like, "Oh, why don't you guys just stop your little bantering and get a room," kind of energy. So I like that. That's funny. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And then I do have your free reading down below. You'll be number 11 on the free readings once we get to those. All right. So many blessings. All right, Maria P, you are up 4:45:55. Look at that timestamp. Boom, boom. So thank you for your donation. Let's see, we did all those. This must be yours here. Yep, here you are. All right. So we got Wally's relationship with you, like what's coming. So let's take a look here. We got this and this. I feel like this is for you guys. And then what's coming for you for work. All right. Sorry, let me do this one. What's coming for you for work. All right. Bottom of the deck, you have the Eight of Cups energy. We're starting to get a consistent message and this is for both work and for love, the bottom of the deck, since we're asking that question, together, the underlying energy applies to your entire reading. Eight of Cups is walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore, relationships that don't serve you anymore, even working relationship that doesn't serve you anymore. So I feel like you're starting to get this pull in your life into a different area of your life, for you and Walter, you got the Knight of Wands and the Page of Wands. So here's passion, a lot of fire movement, which can mean, you know, physical passion, a lot of action, a lot of movement. Can be fire too, which means that there can be a little bit of a we got a lot of eclipse energy going on right now, which we can be a little sensitive to, the it's like the whenever you have a tornado warning, it's like the weather is, very favorable for a tornado. It's like the energy around you guys is very favorable for a fight, either making love or making battle, right? Or making battle and then making up. But I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's coming in here right now for you guys. So be aware. It can be any of that kind of combo of energy that's coming in. For work, you have an Eight of Pentacles, another flowing movement, number 8, like you had the Eight of Cups on the bottom. And this is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You get the reward. There is growth. It's also a transformational energy of leaving somewhere and going somewhere else. You're a caterpillar going through and becoming a butterfly, leaving the cocoon, ready to fly and do something different because you're different. And I feel like that's what you have in store. What's coming for you, I kind of feeling both of these. I feel like you are going to be making some transformations in both of those areas of your life, and the energy is very there. I mean, you've got this Three of Swords on the bottom underneath the Eight of Cups too, which is heartbreak, disappointment energy. And I feel like you're ready to say, I'm tired of being promised things in both relationships and work, and I'm ready to go somewhere where I can see the results that I'm wanting, for me, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. Letting go of ghosts. Wow. Which says closure, healing, liberation. It's all that energy, Maria. You are not required to carry stories that no longer live. Chop, chop. Right? So we got that there. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. All right. right, let me catch up on the chat real quick and we'll continue on here. We do have, is that Teethy? Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 16 on the free list. Once we get to those where donations get priority, and we're about to head into number 20 of donations, and we've got 30 on the list, so we got about 10 right now, at least, donations there. All right. So we got Lady J. You are up for 5046. So there's your timestamp, Lady J, and thank you for your donation, deep dive donation. All right, let's take a look here. Okay. Ah, interesting. All right, let's take a look here. Lady J. So, is there a part of Phil who wants to grow and heal and work through his patterns because of Chelly and losing her, right? Let's take a look here. Anything else we can know about that? Like 2 cards? Really? Okay, there's the T. All right. Let's see what we got so far here. Well, you got on the bottom here, we do have the Hanged Man, which is transformation. You know, it's the seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. It is an energy of, you know, a caterpillar to a butterfly, looking at maybe entering a cocoon for transformation. So there is that kind of growth and heal and work through stuff energy that's there. Um, we got the 10 of Pentacles, the full card is the energy that was the bottom of the deck, the Hangman, and this is the actual cards answering it. Relationship energy, 10 of Pentacles, you know, full card, letting go of expectations. You know, the full card is the first card in the major arcana following the world card, which was the ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure with no expectations, no intentions, just looking for adventure and not trying to, you know, meet up to anything. So I feel like that's kind of this new beginning kind of energy. We got the Temperance, the 6 of Pentacles. So Temperance is about alchemy and slowness and patience. And, you know, the 6 of Pentacles is a balancing energy, a lot like the Temperance. You know, they just showed the Temperance there. Did they have the scales? They don't have it on the 6 of Pentacles. They normally do have scales on the 6 of Pentacles. But there is this seeking to balance and understand with this. I feel like they want to look at their tendency to end up in codependent relationships and trying to get to the root of it to understand what is it that is drawing me toward that? You know, what inside of me is triggering that to want that? So I do feel like they are, you know, wanting to grow and heal and work through his patterns. Oh, you even said patterns. So with that full card, trying to end old patterns, old cycles, trying to look at things differently because of that. Um, and we've got the 7 of Swords, the 7 of Pentacles too. So again, this it's not like a rushing energy for sure with both. 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So like Temperance is patience, so is 7 of Pentacles. But this is about facing our own thoughts and beliefs that have cheated us out of opportunities. So again, very much this energy of looking at change, growth, transformation that we have there, right? Um, are they doing that in hopes to reunite with her? Let's find that out here. Got the 5 of Wands, conflict energy coming in here. You know, so they are looking at the battling. It's like their heart wants to, their mind is like, hell no, you know. So that's like the battle that's going on. The 4 of Pentacles, really they're working on their self-worth and trying to find some stability. So, anything else? I guess so. So these cards come flying out. Let's see what we got here. We got the 4 of Cups, the 5 of Cups. You know, the 4 of Cups is stagnation of emotions, and the 5 of Cups is the kind of the conflict again, conflict energy again. Oh, wow. Yeah, because we got the 4 Pentacles, the 5 of Wands, we got the 4 of Cups, the 5 of Cups in this case, because they don't understand, with these 2 why we went from we went into some nice, emotional energy, but then it kind of died out, and then we had conflict. They're like, "Why?" Well, that's how we grow in this lifetime. When we start at a certain emotional level, we move up, we have something that happens that moves us up to another level, and then we reach that. We have conflict that reaches us to a new level. Then we're like, "Yay," and then we stay there and it starts to become stagnant. We're ready for more conflict, more challenge that releases stuff that allows us to move to the next level. And then we get bored there and then more comes in. It's constantly um it's like conflict is how we grow, and I don't feel like they get that that's what was going on here, that this is for our growth. It's conflict shows us what's going on inside of us, because if we can be in conflict with someone, then we're conflicted. If that person's conflicted and they're expressing their fear, and I'm in a place of unconditional love and energy, I won't get into a conflict with them. I will see that's not about me, and I will have compassion and, "Are you okay? What's going on? Tell me about it. Here, come here. Sit down. What's going on? Let's work through this." Not, "No, no, it's you that's doing this," and then the battle ensues, right? So I feel like there is this transformation, that's kinda coming in here. Um, let's see what all these cards are here. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 3 of Swords, so, this fear of, there is this, these expectations, equal disappointment, the heartbreak energy that you were talking about with that loss, that has created this, uh, ending and beginning 10 of Wands energy. And I do feel like here they really are, and I just feel like they're kinda starting to repeat now because 'cause we've got, the King of Pentacles is them working on their self-worth, and the Nine of Pentacles is like them being in the hermit alone by themselves to understand these emotions they're feeling with the Seven of Cups, and trying to see all these emotions that are going on. So, definitely, it feels like there's a lot of self-reflection going on, but I don't feel like a a decision made that it's because I wanna reunite with her. It's more of "What the hell's going on? Why do I keep repeating these cycles and these patterns?" Not so I can get to with someone else, but to go, what's broken inside me? What's not working right? Something is out of kilter, and then I need to spend the time looking at this and seeing what is happening, right? So I feel like that's a big piece of what is unfolding and happening there. So let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. What does this say? Your past supports your future. Interesting. And master number 11. So your life today was created by the thoughts and the actions of your past. And this card reminds you that every experience you've had, every step you've taken, and every intention you've set has become a node of wisdom on the lattice of your life. In this way, there is no better way to improve tomorrow's trajectory than to work on it today. There you go. As you weave the web of your life, take the time to include patience, honesty, diligence, and faith. If you find yourself circling through repeating patterns, what? Remember that today's sticky energy may be something that was woven into the past, and that this lesson is only a temporary one. As you cycle upward, your web will become stronger and more stable, and every lesson learned is one more strand of support that can be counted on at a later date. There is a fairness here, a balance based on merit, loyalty, and steady progress. You're being given a chance to do the right thing and to open your heart to this beautiful law of cause and effect. Go ahead and take advantage of this karmic moment and use your actions to craft your future according to your plan. Well, very much a confirmation, right? That they are working on it and trying to form their future, but I do not feel like it's currently tied to someone else, like Cherry. I feel like this is an inward, more search there. Right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And I don't know, do we have another one from you? I don't think we do. No. So that is it for that one. So many blessings. Good to see you. All right. Up next, we've got Sean G and then VD. And then we got Ruby G and then JoJo. We got Twin Flame for a couple. And then we're back to Ruby G and then back to Twin Flame and then to Gabby. So that's where we're at right now, guys. Thank you again so much. Oh, and we just have Marilyn XO. I see your Venmo just popped in. So you'll be up after that. Cheers, cheers. Hey, Marilyn. Right on time. Boom, boom. Cheers, cheers. So thank you. Let me grab your name here. Since you have it so kindly put it right there exactly when I needed it. I appreciate that. All right. You'll be number 31 on there. Yeah, very busy day. I woke up early, did a lot of stuff in the morning. We ran over to Costco and then I came back and did all my dishes because they kind of pile up during the week. And I did all my dishes so that I could tear some rotisserie chickens apart that I got because Costco rotisserie chickens are $4.99. I know, for a whole rotisserie chicken. And then so I tear them apart and do them into little meals, um, and then I had a wonderful my first chat only live stream private reading with Debbie O. And so it's been a busy one. But how was yours? Did you have a good one? It's been busy. It's been busy, and I have a busy week ahead of me, but I'm gonna enjoy the moment, so we can get overwhelmed when we start thinking about everything we gotta do, right? So thanks for asking. All right, let's dive in. Sean G, we are at 5:03:11 here for you. And thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And does N really love me for like reals, or does he just like you a lot? All right, let's take a look here. What's going on with N here? Whoa, all right. Oh. Um, well, let's just start with the 10 of cups because the 10 of cups here is all about love, 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 and overflowing love and relationship love energy. They really do. They do really have a lot of emotion that's there. The Fool card was the other card that came out right next to it, which is, very hot, I know you love art, so you can look at that. But, there's this energy of, you know, no expectations. I want an adventure with you, but not expectations and intentions and supposed to be and should be and need to be. That stuff scares me. Got the emperor on the bottom, which is they're trying to get out of their head and into their heart, but they really are stuck in their head. That's where all the expectations are, the fear of, losing, um, face and disappointing and um, you know, like I said, failing, right? And then having you discard them because um, away with you, you do not meet my standards, kind of energy. And that doesn't have to do with anything that you're doing. That's already in their head before they even met you. They thought there's this long list of supposed to be's. But I do feel like they do really do care about you, but this thing is what's keeping them from being able to move forward, and acting upon those emotions in the way that the heart would want them to act. The mind's restricting it, with that, so I know. What is it with these? Anyway, that's what they got for you there. So let's see, your fortune cookie for that, you got silent footprints. Yeah, right? It says progress, subtlety, mindfulness. It says even quiet steps count. They build the path beneath you. Ooh, interesting. So hopefully that helps, Sean G. That is what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. You went to church and ran some errands, bought a baby shower gift, and took a nap. Oh my gosh, yeah. You sound like my day. Busy, 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 right? All right. And then Maria P, I see your additional donation via Z PayPal. You'll be number 32 on there. All right, I gotcha. All right. And then VD Jalan, you were up five, not VD Jalan, you're VD here. I don't know if you're VD Jalan. It popped in from olden days, if so. But we got you there. Here is your timestamp. And you would like to know if anyone around you wants to approach you and has feelings for you. All right, let's take a look here. All right. You know, I feel like right now that there isn't, that wants to approach you right now and has feelings for you, just because the card that you got is the Six of Pentacles, which the Six of Pentacles is like this awareness of our overgiving. And I feel like you're in this kind of pocket of holding, so that you can look into that, and kind of we look back at why do I feel like I have to give so much and deserve so little? Because this is something that's below the surface. Talk a lot about it in my podcast, The Easier Path, episode 14, Abundance, where it be, where it talks about our energy and drawing things toward us. And once it gets to our city gates, the thing that keeps it out is our inner child, who has this out of balance rate of exchange, where when it was younger, 7 years old and younger, it learned, I have to give this to deserve this. It didn't know any better. It's a child. It goes, that must be fair. It's not, but it thinks it is. And it drops down into, the below the surface, and um it runs on autopilot until we consciously bring it up and deal with it. And in that video, we talk about it a lot. In fact, if you look up, if you're looking at this on replay, if you look up under number 13, uh, donation reading, you'll see right under their name is the link to that, there, and it'll be there after I finish the session and do the pinned comment. Otherwise, if you just go to the description area or click on my name, you have the link to the Easier Path playlist, and it's episode 14, Abundance, Where It Be is the name of that. So I feel like that is in there, because there is this time of you freeing yourself from that, and bringing that down to 1 to 1 instead of 1,000 to 1. And you do have the Tower card underneath, which, brings in this energy of, someone was removed out of your life on purpose, for a purpose, to create space for someone that's more in alignment with who you are, and clears the pathway for you to move forward into something that's more in alignment with your energy than you trying to change your energy to match someone else. You deserve to be with someone that matches your energy, not having someone change to be like you, and not having you to change to match someone else's energy, but to have someone that's already, you guys are already on the same energetic wavelength, right? So that's what they got. Your fortune cookie. What a beautiful card. You got the Owl of Insight that says clarity, perception, sacred knowing. So this is the clarity that you're getting right now. So see beyond the obvious, truth, prefers the quiet observer. So this is about sitting with those beliefs and the transformation that helps you draw in someone that matches that energy instead of doing what we've always done and getting what we've always gotten. So hopefully that helps, Sweetie. That is what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. We got Ruby G circling the background for the cat questions. I like it. I love kitty cats. So let's see what we got going on here. All right. So you did tarot readings for all your siblings' cats. You actually love it. Don't you like that? What spirit think about you honoring your skills to offer tarot readings for people's cats? I love it. Let's see what spirit says here. So for that one, you do have the sun card. Yeah, beautiful. It's abundant card. It's a bright, shining card. Shines the light on things for people. It brings a lot of clarity. And I feel like it's how we become a sun is we build, it builds, it builds, it builds. And I like this because they're like, whatever way that you practice your gifts, whatever way you practice it's like a muscle, you're building it. And they go, we love it that you're doing something outside of the norm and that you're stretching your limits and you're growing your skills. And so very supported. And they really like that. I mean, it's a big, big, abundant energy that comes in with that. Yeah, I don't have anything else for that. So I love that. And then number 2 is, how is the cat just one that I know of who's been rehomed without your consent or knowledge? All right, let's take a look here. How is the kitty cat that's been rehomed? It's been catnapped. Cat burgled, right? 9 of swords. Yeah. It's adapting. 9 of swords energy, it's being a nightmare for the other people because it's running around, it's scared. It's not your energy, right? So it's running around, hiding under beds, hissing a lot, not, if someone pets it for a while, then it gets up and walks away and gives it a stink eye and it goes, it doesn't it's adapting, energy there, but I feel like it's been a nightmare for the people. They're like, "I don't like it here. Where's my friendly, full, energy? Where's my Ruby G?" Right? But, uh but it all happens. The Nine of Swords is about us letting go of expectations and going, "You know what? It's okay. We can let that unfold. They can allow things to come back our way or, whatever." It's like, "You know what? I can only do so much, and I'm releasing the expectations, sending love." You can send love to them. And if they escape, they might come running home, right? But, I feel like that is what, they have for that one. And then, number 3, let me move this one here. How are the cats that belong to your ex? All right, let's take a look here and look at their energy here. All right, looks like you get 2 for this one. Is there 2 cats over there? You got the Knight of Swords and the Star card. Yeah, I feel like they're good here. There's the star card is, air energy. Got both of these air energies. It almost feels like they're a bit I don't know why I get like Siamese cat energy. Like, how they're like Siamese cats kind of act like they're above, above others kind of energy. They're reminding me of an old, is it Lady and the Tramp? Who is it that has the 2 Siamese cat? They had a song too, I remember hearing it as a child, "We are Siamese, dee dee dee," uh, but they were very, you know, sassy, whatever, have nothing to do with anyone, like, "Pet me with your eyes." kind of energy. And I kind of feel like they're here. They're a bit, you know, they're not very emotional, cats. They are there on purpose, though, to transform energy that's over there. Cats have an amazing ability, through even if they're not around someone, if they purr on their own, they change the energy. They all animals really help the earth transmute lower vibrational energy to higher vibrational energy. So when a cat comes and sleeps on someone or near someone, they're helping them transform energy. But I feel like they're on overtime over there. They wanna raise. No, they enjoy it. The higher selves of them enjoy it, of course. And then number 4 are how are your cats and fosters that are yours, um, that are with your ex? Okay, let's take a look here. You've got the Justice card. Yeah, I feel like they're balanced out with the Libra energy. Again, with this Knight of Swords, the Star card, all of them that are with the ex, I feel like they're just kind of they're all chill and kind of, being kind of relaxed and, um, kind of like people walk in and they're all, hey, but they don't, really, I don't feel like they want to interact with a lot of people. There's just a lot of energy and they're like, I'm already doing enough work. Don't touch me. Just- but I feel like they're good. I just feel like they're all we've had enough of everyone kind of energy. That's funny. All right. So that's what they got for you for that. Let's see here. Your fortune cookie here. Let's see what else we got here. You've got into the unknown. They're like, we're going to run away. Courage, exploration, and trust. It says, step forward. The forest reveals itself only to movers. I like that. Beautiful energies. All right. So that was what we got there. So thank you again so much. And then we'll be circling back. We got number 28 coming up for you next. And we do have Lely. Hello. Good morning to you. We'll get your free reading. You'll be number 17 on the free reading list there. And then Twin Flame, thank you. I did get your additional donation over here. So thank you for that. Let me just grab this here. Whoops. There we go. And I grab your questions here. All right. I think I got them all there. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. So thank you. All right. That'll be number oops, I did it in the wrong place. Hold on. It'll be number 18 on the free list, but you're not on the free list. You're on the donation list. You're number 33 on the donation list. All right, I got you. All right. So we'll continue on here. Up next, we got JoJo. JoJo, you're at 519 even. So hello, hello. Oh, and I don't think I saw a question from you. Are you here, JoJo? Are you awake? Are you here? I'll take a quick sip of coffee. If I don't see a question pop up, I'll give you a general read here. So cheers, cheers. Five, four, three, two, one. Bing. Okay, let's take a look here. So, what does Spirit have for you, JoJo? What would they like you to know today? What do they have to say with what you're wanting to know this fine day? All right. Well, you got the bottom of the deck, you got the Four of Pentacles, and then you've got the Five of Pentacles, along with the Four of Wands. I do feel like there is this is an energy. The Four of Pentacles is about, our self-worth and where we gauge our worth. It's also an energy of home and the actual home itself. Five of Pentacles is, this fear being abandoned, left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And the Four of Wands is this, joy and celebration kind of energy that comes in. I just overall, it feels like a transformational kind of energy as you're kind of coming back to yourself here and going, what do I want? Not what I think I'm supposed to want, should want, need to want, have to want. But there's this clearing away and a return to you, a reminder to come back to you, in that the outside world doesn't define you, relationships, situations, things. It's inward and upward. You're defined by that powerful, supernatural, eternal actor that you are, representing this beautiful actress, in this human form. Um, and uh, and I feel like this is that energy of, stepping into that power, stepping into that awareness so that you can choose what you're wanting rather than continuing to do what you feel like you're supposed to do. You have the Knight of Swords on the bottom too, which, is about on a quest for clarity about, and I almost feel like it's where you want to live, whether it's city, town, country, or it could just be change of house. But I feel like that's a big piece of the energy that's coming in, and it's like, choose what you want, not what you feel other people would feel you're supposed to have. Whether it's someone you're interested in and you're worried about what they think, well, they won't come sleep over here. Well, that's fine. You can go sleep over there, you know, if that's the case, right? But I feel like there is this return to your energy is big, what's coming in there. So hopefully that helps. That is what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Yeah, and you've got unspoken fears is your card here, which talks about honesty, awareness, release. Name what frightens you. Fear loses power when seen. Ooh, I like that. So bringing up whatever that fear is that we're not, what are we afraid of losing, right? How are we afraid of not being good enough or having enough, right? It's like, yeah, let's question that and then we get to be freed from it too. So that is what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Twin Flame, we got 3 in a row from you. So up first here, we got 52302. So this is for the $3. So this would be 3 cards. So you want to know, what will God bring you this next season? All right. You prayed and was answered with confirmation to stop dating. Oh, no. Just like Spirit was saying, right? I know, right? You're like, oh, okay. Let's take a look here and see what will God bring you this next season. Hopefully, new marching orders, right? Let's see what we got here. All right, I like this here. Underlying energy, you do have the Sun card. You also have the Death card underneath here. So this is a death and a rebirth this next season, but it's a beautiful, bright energy. It's really bringing in this clarity. It's allowing you to see things differently. Um, and I feel like you definitely do a lot of inner work, during this season, which is what they were wanting you to do with, stop dating and look in, because you do put in a lot of energy. This Knight of Wands, this is a quest of stepping into your power and realize that your life is what you're creating with your energy every moment. Our yesterdays, everything we focused on with our minds and our hearts and our energy and our physical actions brought us to today. And the things that we're doing of that today is what brings us our tomorrow. So you're really learning that a lot with the Knight of Wands, coming in with that. There also represents you doing putting a lot of energy into the work, because you have the Six of Pentacles, that's coming in here. And the Six of Pentacles is becoming aware of our tendency to overgive, right? To get to the source of that. And, that's like we end up in codependent relationships, which recovering, overgiver, recovering, overgiver in codependent relationships. Uh, and the Six of Pentacles, I talk about this in that Abundance Where It Be, episode 14 of my podcast, which I just gave a little bit ago, but let me throw it out there again just in case someone else wasn't here or you weren't here. But we talk about how to look into that and understand that way out of balance. What we learned when we were 7 years old and younger, that I had to give so much to an adult or authority figure, someone important, that, we had this, to get so little, and that goes into our subconscious, works on its own on autopilot until we, bring that up and transform it to 1 to 1 instead of 1,000 to 1. Because a part of that is releasing those things, those requirements, and in this process, with the Three of Pentacles, you learn to be true to the authentic you. You are learning to be, free of a lot of those old ways of thinking. You're gaining a lot of clarity, through this next season, and you end up on the other side of the season like a butterfly. You're releasing a lot of stuff that doesn't serve you anymore during these times, and your tastes will change too. They say, when you're a caterpillar, you like leaves. When you become a butterfly, you like nectar. You don't consume and destroy, and eat away leaves of a plant. You go to the blossoms and you help extract the nectar. And with going from flower to flower, you're helping grow and fertilize things instead of, you know, being a destroyer of plants. I like this transformation that comes in with all that. So I like that. Right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. You've got the cradle of light, and you're going to lay some eggs. I'm just kidding. What is that? Oh, it's a giant egg. Oh, I didn't see that. So this is a giant egg with eggs inside. So it says awakening, support, and inner fire. Says a new spark is forming. Nurture it like a quiet miracle. I love that for you. All right, so that's your first one there. We'll come back to your second one here in a sec. Let me just grab here. We got Cat Mia. Hey, Cat Mia, thank you so much for your additional donation. That'll be number 34 on the list there. And all right, I got you there. All right. And then for your next one here, we got 52822. So thank you for this one here. And this is a $1 one card reading to find out, have you met your twin flame in person yet? All right. I know, just because I'm staying single doesn't mean I can't ask. All right. So let's take a look here. So, have you met your twin flame in person yet? Right here. I do feel like you've met them before, because on the bottom of the deck you do have the Two of Wands, which that number two, but the Page of Swords is what got me first, because the Page of Swords is like an additional communication kind of energy that comes in with that. And then with the Two of Wands, it's like, here's one time we met, and we'll have a second time that we meet. I do feel like this doesn't feel like you've had a significant interaction with them. So it's not like Alex energy. This would be like someone that you spoke with like years ago, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, where you guys had a conversation, and it just, there was a connection, but you guys never spoke again after that. It's like they were there for a moment in your life, and then they went on and they had to go on their journey, and you went on your journey, 40 days and 40 or 40 years in the desert, right? Not 40, but you're like, no, not 40 years. But it is. It's like you both are on your own journeys and you guys did come across each other's um because you do destroy plants. That's funny. But I don't feel like you've met them before. There was a connection, but it does feel like more like 4 years ago, because I'm getting like 3, 4, 5 years ago, but it's more the middle, um, when that happened there. Oh, sorry. Did you guys hear that? Crack, crack, crack. What? Listen to this. Ah, crack. Ah, there it goes. Feels so good. It's when I have my head down for too long. All right, so, let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one too. It's like crack in my neck. Full moon insight. I like it. Clarity, illumination, truth. When everything is seen, everything can finally shift. So I like that. When you see the things that you're wanting to see before you meet them, then the shift happens. But both of you had things that you wanted to work on first before that happened there. So I like that. All right. So that is for that one. And then for this next one, number 27, we got 531. 35. Again, thank you for your multiple donations. I appreciate you. So, will Lisa's son be significant in your life? All right, let's take a look here. All right, we got the 7 of Wands energy. You know, this is a we got the Queen of Pentacles on the bottom too, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I feel like the significance that they bring in your life is it's like there's this they give you this experiences of being true to your authentic self, of you standing up, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not feeling like you have to defend what you're doing or who you're doing. Whoa. But like I feel like they help you with this kind of spark, this boldness of being true to you and nurturing yourself and loving yourself and expressing yourself. Um, and I like this. I kind of get this picture here. I know we're not doing anyone, I know, but that can be like interacting with people. I don't have to yeah, it can be like when Jesus, when he talked to the woman at the well and, "Oh God, you're not supposed to talk to the woman at the well." I feel like it's you not worrying about the rules and this and that, that you talk to whoever you want, and that it's okay. I can talk to people of different churches, religions, beliefs, wherever, nationalities. So I like this energy, that they're showing you that it's okay, that you can talk to anyone and you can be who you want to be. And I feel like they kind of live their life that way. Lisa's son, it just feels like they kind of are a no nonsense kind of, energy. And I feel like that's kind of what you glean from them a little bit. Something about them sparks, but I feel like that's the significance that they have in your life. Don't feel like it's like a long thing and all that, but yeah, and you got Ritual Flame, which says devotion, passion, renewal. Your inner fire knows exactly what to burn and what to keep. I like that. Trust in your inner fire. And that's at 7 of Wands, letting your inner fire out, right? All right, so that's what you have for those. And then we'll have number 29 and number 33 are for you as well, which will be coming up here shortly. All right. You are very welcome. I like these. All right. And then Ruby G, you're up 534.53. Thank you again for all your donations. So this is a fast and $1 boom boom. answer here. You wanna know, are you going to need oh, this is right. Oopsies. All right. Breathe. Breathe, Ruby G, breathe. Can we know? What can we know? Of course, disclaimer down in the description box. I'm not a licensed medical professional, as you say there, right? So, uh, what can we know about birthingness? All right. Oh, so sorry. This would be one of the few cards that's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture birthing. They're usually pregnant. And you have the 9 of Cups, which is a dream come true energy underneath. So you have the Ace of Pentacles in addition to your family here. So I do feel like uh, there definitely can be an addition there. uh, not when our question is, um, I know. Nah, good luck. Nice try, nice try. But when our question is, "Am I pregnant?" and you get the card that says, "Yes, I'm pregnant," it's not, "Oh, yeah, let's bring in the, let's bring in the birthing of an idea or that it's a puppy." This is a, "Uh-oh, oopsies," kind of energy that's coming in there. So, I know, I know. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I know, I guess we'll see. You got winged blessing. Support, grace, divine touch. A gentle presence lifts you in ways you cannot yet see. Uh-oh, don't see it yet. I'm so I know, but that's wonderful if it is, and you do wanna bring it into this world. They chose you and your husband for a reason, you know? I know. I love it. They're like, "Da, da, da, da." So, that's what they got for that one, so I know. Yeah, it's always the perfect timing, even though we're like, "Oh my gosh," but, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Alright. So that's what they have for that one. And I think is that it? That's it. So that was your last one for tonight. I think that's enough right after that. Yeah, what's one more thing, right? I get it, I get it. Alright. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. Hello, hello. And we'll grab you and we'll get you on the free readings. There you'll be number 18. Whoops. On the free reading list there. All right. And we are to number 29 on the donations. So it's Twin Flame. We are back at 539 even. So Twin Flame, thank you for your multiple donations. And here's one of the deep dives. So let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. Here's your timestamp. And so you want to deep dive into what could happen between Chris and myself. All right. He is older friend. Oh, that's Lisa's son, and he goes through church with you. Um, how will that affect the church? Could I still give him kids? Would Lisa be okay with it? What is Chris going through at this time? Why is he always on his phone? Is there chemistry between Chris and I, or is it my imagination? Does he already have kids? All right, we got you here. All right, let's take a sip here before we dive into this here. Cheers, cheers. All right, we'll move to water now. just wipe this off here. All right. So, you're getting your popcorn? Let's see what we got here. So, what could happen based on current energies between Chris, Christopher, and yourself? Christopher, right? So, what could happen here based on your current energies? All right. I must have put these in backwards here. All right. Let's look at those first here. See what we got going on here. Yeah, you got the Nine of Pentacles, which is more of a hermit energy with the Nine of Pentacles. This is about being, alone with spirit. That's what the bird represents on the Nine of Swords. Not Nine of Swords, the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, the Six of Swords, which is letting go of some old ways of thinking of things, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. And it is some clarity that comes in. We've got the Wheel of Fortune that's here, which is the tuna for you. But I feel like there's clarity that comes in regarding them that kind of puts you in this energy of not really. I feel like you're, whatever you're seeing or experiencing with them, I feel like it changes with getting some new information. Like, as you get to know them, there's something that just kind of changes here, and it is the tuna for you. So, I kind of feel like we'll see what else we get in here with these others, but he's your older friend Lisa's son, and he goes through church with me. So, how will that affect church if you, like, have something with him, right? Okay, got these two here. Got the King of Wands, the Nine of Cups, energy here. So church, like it still stays the way it is. The Nine of Cups is like, it is a hermit energy. And the King of Wands is an energy here too of like, we step back, clear the throne room to get out of our head into our heart and see what our heart is kind of energy that comes in. Um, So I feel like with church wise, it doesn't impact there. It actually gives you a lot of clarity around it. It allows you to kind of, I don't know, step away necessarily, but kind of pull back to really see what you want and don't want with church kind of energy, like any kind of alterations you're wanting to make, with that. Um, like how involved or how more involved you wanna be or not kind of energy. Could you still give him kids? Let's see, based on current energies. You got the 8 of Cups. Oh, oh no, right? Got the 8 of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, wow. Queen of Pentacles is, yes, you do have the ability to give kids, but that 8 of Cups is about walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve you anymore, kind of energy that's here. Um, so I feel like they're like, yes, but I feel like with all this energy that's coming in, I don't feel like it's gonna unfold to be that, right? 'Cause I feel like you leave that relationship. I mean, if you have a relationship, you would leave it before having kids. You have the ability, but I feel like, I don't feel like this is gonna unfold here. Would Lisa be okay with it? Ooh, 5 of Wands. That, you know, this energy here, the 5 of Wands is conflict energies, 9 of Swords, expectations, nightmare energy. So no. She would not be okay with it. Uh, and I feel like it's, um you are exactly correct. Uh, but I almost feel like it's for your sake, not his. She's like, "Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I want something much better. I want someone much better for you." She knows her son. "No, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. You need you" she waves you off. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I love my son, but I love you more." Yeah. She's, "I love my son, but I love you more. Please don't date him." So what is Chris going through at this time? Yeah. So you got the 7 of Swords. You know, he's trying to balance himself after the 7 of Swords, which is, you know There she goes. She's like, oh god, no. No, of you?" She's like, "Oh, hell no." Because the 7 of Swords is lies, deceit, thievery, and the 4 of Pentacles is trying to find, a solid foundation here. So I do feel like there's something going on here, that they're trying to recover from, you know, that kind of energy that's there. So I feel like there's been something going on with all that kind of energy there. Um, yeah, it's trying to recover for something here. Yeah. Is he changing? Is he uh, changing for something? We got the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, he's in transformation energy, caterpillar to, uh, butterfly. He's in there. He's at the beginnings of change. I feel like he's the caterpillar creating the cocoon. He's just beginning, that journey there. Why is he always on his phone? Yeah, I feel like there is an empress out there. And you wanted to know if he already has kids. Let me just confirm this, but the empress could be baby mama. Yeah, Queen of Wands. I do feel like he does have a child with someone. And I feel like that's who he's on always on his phone. I feel like he's in contact with them kind of energy here. But, there's all this, feminine energy that's there. It does feel like he does have a baby mama. Yeah. Yeah, you can always change and check in on the future. Um, and is there any chemistry between Chris and I, or is it just your imagination? Let's take a look here. No. 10 of Wands, there is fire between you guys. So the 10 of Wands is a lot of energy there. But it's not emotional. It's like in being in heat energy. um, but yeah, I mean, I feel like there is, uh there was a lot there. I feel like you're gonna get information and realize I don't want I don't wanna keep repeating my same cycles, you know? I'm being drawn to the puppies, the lost puppies, and you're done with that. Yeah, spirit is rooster blocking you at behest of your spiritual posse and higher self. They're bringing people going, "No, no, 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 no," because it is these, you know, it is this energy of, um, you're drawn to the, the the downcast and the fixer-uppers and the lost puppies, because there's something inside of you that feels like, I need to be needed" energy, right? That's kinda that goes into that 6 of Pentacles that they were talking about. You know, this is what you're gonna be learning in this season is learning about that thing, you know, that's going in here, right? About, you know, I need to give a lot to deserve a little, and what a great place to get attracted to is people who are lost and in pain and in need of help and assistance, and we're like, "Oh, I'll be their savior." You know, they'll need me then, and they'll never leave me if I'm their everything, and that's where our codependent overgiver energy comes in, because we're like, "Oh, that will mean that they will if I become their sustenance of their life, they'll never leave me." No, that's not how it works. Codependency is you go in as 2 individuals, right? To adults, and you become a mother, they become a child, you give and give and give, they wanna give back, you're like, "No, no, I can't receive from you because I need to be giving to you," and so we give and give and give until we're exhausted, and then we give and give and give until we're resentful. They wanting to give too, if we won't receive it, then they'll give it somewhere else, and that's why they have affairs and workaholics and, all that kinda stuff, right? So, I like that. Spirit's not keeping you from dating. They just had recommended, this would be, more experience for you. If you don't wanna end up an old maid, they're suggesting you stop, dating because 'cause you're drawing in the same doing the same thing, drawing in the same people. So Spirit recommended pause, do this, it raises your love vibration, and then you'll start drawing in people at a higher vibration instead of those that you have been drawing in. So spirit's not restricting you from dating and doing something to you. They just recommended and you get to choose. You're not a prisoner of spirit of God. They're like, it's your adventure. You get to choose. But since you asked us, this is what we recommend for your highest experience. Or you can keep doing what you've always done and experience what you've always gotten. You're gonna learn one way or another, right? So you have that freedom. You're not a slave. You're not locked up in a nun tower, you know? Yeah, I got this. Get back to elemental. Elementary, dear Watson, elementary. Let's take a look here. The elements in most magic circles are earth, fire, air, water, and spirit. And these elements create all matter and life. It's time to break things down into their simplest elements and to get back to your roots. What are the basics of what you're building? If you're a seasoned creator, what was your original plan or your original dream? There's a likelihood that you've grown since you began your journey and may be time to shift your plans so that they make more sense for you now. Get back to the basics of exploring the world like a child and seeing things anew. Fresh eyes will offer you a fresh perspective, and when you break things down into their most basic parts, you can put them back together again in novel ways. Take another look at what you've uh what you're already doing and what you've already done, and take special notice of the magic that you already have access to. It may be time to cut any extra drama, networking, and extracurriculars that aren't 100% aligned with your basics and call in the elements as you get back to your own kind of elemental. What quintessential desire runs through everything that you do and what always remains the same? I like that. All right. So that is what they have for that one. Well, damn, I know. Then your next one will be number 33. So we'll circle back around for that, right? Hot damn. That's right. So thank you again so much for your donations. Up next, we got Gabby Rock, 55454. Wow, look at that timestamp. All those fives and fours and repeating numbers. My goodness. So this is for a deep dive here. And so, what did Jay think about the post about women having the ability to be casual because we can communicate and be on the same page with a man, etc.? Oh, okay. See what they have coming in here. All right. All right, is that it there? All right. Pardon me. Oh, yeah, we're close to 6 hours. I go, we must be getting close to 6 hours because I get you should grab a throat lozenger around 6 hours. So here we are. Hey, Dason, good to see you. All right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Seven of Wands. And Jay's energy here, they're like, you know what? Everyone deserves to have their opinions. That's about being like the sun, shine bright, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine. Just be yourself. Don't defend what you think. You don't have to. You get to think what you want to think. So I like that, that they have that underlying energy here of, you know, yeah, good for you to share your perspective and what you're wanting to share there, right? That's underlying energy. They got the 10 of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups energy that comes in here. This is interesting because we've got the Knight of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. And Jay does have kind of this perception that in a relationship, which is 10 of Pentacles energy, the Knight of Cups is about the the romance. And they feel like there tends to be roles in romance. And I feel like they're talking here about when it comes to relationships, I feel like they disagree. Um, that he believes like women can't be casual in a romantic relationship. If, cause, or like they can't be friends with an opposite sex. Um, unless they're same sex oriented, right? But they're saying that they can't be in a relationship with someone that they'd normally be attracted to and not eventually have emotions move and become attracted. You can be casual up to a point, but then eventually the heart takes over and then there's that kind of thing that comes in. So they kind of have this, they're flexible with it though, but they have like they're saying that the tendency is there and it's difficult for women to have a casual relationship with someone that's if they're straight, it's with the opposite sex. If they're gay or bi, then it's, with same sex, or of course, if they're bi, it could be straight or gay, right? But that they can't just have casual because the more time they spend around someone, their emotions start attaching. This is their belief, right? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying this is where they're coming from, right? Let's see what else. Yeah. And it's kind of like a almost an either or. You either are a nun or you're in a relationship. What it that is like a black and white, right? You're either a high priestess up in your high priestess temple and a virgin, or you're in a relationship, you know? It's like they almost have like this black and white kind of way of looking at things, but they're like, but there's gray in the middle, but the gray is this big. It's not gray this big with black and white. It's like it's black and white, and there's gray in the middle, but they're like, they kind of look at these tendencies of this is, according to their opinion and their experiences, right? Their perception. Um, But and again, like I said, they are open-minded to an extent with the full card is letting go of expectations and looking at things as more an adventure anyway, the Sun card, because I feel like their view of what happens out there, they're like, "This is kinda how I feel it all works." But for me, I don't have expectations. I don't want expectations. I feel like, the world, like the full card is this adventure without, you know you don't have to have intentions. You don't have to have all these rules. It's a world of possibilities, and you just again, with that 7 of Wands and the Sun card, you just like the sun, you shine bright, you don't dim your light, you don't ask permission to shine, you just go forward, kind of energy. But he does have a belief, and I feel like it goes back to childhood and probably how they were influenced, but it's that women are emotional beings and they can't help getting emotionally attached. I feel like there's this, like, can't just be casual, that there will be always be emotion, whether it's friends or it moves into just having casual intimacy, there's always gonna be emotional attachment to it, and I feel like they're just kind of, you know, uh, believing that. Then have the World card here again. This is like the full card. The World card is, an ending of the old cycles, the old way of looking at things. I feel like they're very temperament and the temperance energy with the King of Wands. The King of Wands is someone that can bridle their passions. The temperaments is the temperament that, they can wait to have, relations with people, intimate relations, and so they're just kind of like that kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. But I feel like that's what's coming in there. And that's just their opinion. I don't feel like they voice that to anyone or, you know, I just feel like that's their inner opinion and how they kind of look at things and this their, you know, kind of perception of the world. That's what the fortune cookie brings in here too. You, the muse. Look at you creating something. Let's see what this is here. The number 3, the Empress energy, the divine feminine. It's time for you to fully embody your own variety of creativity and light and to become a bona fide muse. Living in inspiration is a lifestyle choice that you can make. Muse energy is infectious, radiant, luminous, bright. When was the last time you felt this way? Surround yourself with things, work, and people that inspire you and step into your role as the muse of your own life. It is necessary now. You must not avoid the limelight of potential if you want to shine, grow, expand, and connect with your future success. Know that you are inspiration itself. You are a creator. You know exactly what it is that makes your spirit smile, and you recognize what lights you up so you can choose to live smack dab in the center of that light. Become a living muse. Decide to showcase your talents and take your place on stage. Yes, you. Stepping into this expansive muse energy will stoke the fires of inspiration, not only for yourself, but for others as well. So turn on the spotlight of possibility, sweet creator. I like that. So that is what they got for you, Gabby. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for all your donations tonight. I appreciate you. All right. All right, and then up next we have Marilyn. Marilyn, thank you so much for your donation via the Venmo. You're at 6:04:47 is your timestamp here. All right, and I got you over here on this screen. So, what are the true thoughts and feelings of A? We'll just call 'em A regarding the argument you had today. Oh, nice. I love you, Marilyn. Does he really live in a fantasy and believe his excuses and ridiculous conspiracy theories? Or does he understand that the gig is up and he has been exposed for who he really is? I love your honesty. I love it. All right, let's take a look here. Let me just chew my cough drop real quick. All right. All right. It's interesting. In the bottom of the deck, when we got the 10 of cups, normally that's like a joy and celebration energy. But when you're talking about, it's almost like the pie in the sky energy, believing in that there's gold at the bottom of a rainbow kind of energy. It's like being that way, you know. It's almost bringing in like Pisces energy, which is the dreamer, both of sleeping dreams, but the dreamer of having they say like, because they're at the end of the zodiac, like Aquarius has 1 foot on the ground and 1 foot in heaven. And and they like Pisces energy is both feet in heaven where they're no earthly good. This is the kind of energy that's coming in, is they kind of do feel this. But let's see what this is here. What are the true thoughts and feelings of Anthony? We got the Sagittarius balance energy here, slowly growing something. Um, let's see what they had 3 cards underneath it. Let me see what this is about here. Yeah. I mean, we do. We've got the Knight of Swords, which is movement of thought. We got Ace of Swords. Like the Knight of Swords is on a quest for the Ace of Swords, trying to see things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. And they got the Six of Cups. Six of Cups is like childhood energy here. And I feel like, so, like, whenever their inner child here, whenever it feels unsafe or out of control or, uncomfortable, those things, that's when we revert. We go out of our adult, intelligent, loving, compassionate minds, and we go back to the age that we were when the trauma originally happened, which, in this day and age, there's so much fear across the world, right? And that's what happens. That's why everyone's acting and everyone's so much into conspiracy theories because we become so mistrusting because of our media and all this stuff across the world, right? All this, we don't know what's true and what's not anymore, especially with AI and everything. That when we revert and we feel uncomfortable, then we go out of our minds and we act like little children and believe whatever makes us feel safe and in control at the time and comfortable again, even if it's stupid, even if it's not logical, uh, kind of energy, right? And I feel like this is what's kind of coming here is when their temperament goes out of balance, then it clicks, and then we look for, I gotta believe that there's gold at the end of the rainbow because otherwise I'm gonna freak out. And so they kind of go back to childish beliefs in order to feel comfortable, right? Um, we have the 7 of Wands. There is a little bit of part of wanting to be seen, not wanting to dim their light, not needing to explain or defend what they believe, that they just want to be able to, "Here I am, and this is what I believe, and, I don't need to defend it. I don't need to have reasons. I just get to believe what I want," right? Um And so I feel like there is this energy that comes in here with all of that kind of all together that that's what they revert to. They feel they have to create a facade, their own conspiracy theory about who they are and just try to be, you know, um, who they have to be in the moment. I don't feel like there's a lot of planning around it. Feels very reactive. What else do we got here? Yeah, 5 of swords. So they are conflicted in their mind here, the 5 of swords. We got the emperor. Yeah, there's this need to feel in control here. And the king of wands, again, this I'm getting the emperor and king of wands are a lot of the same energy. And the 5 of swords is this conflict. And that's one of the things when we feel out of control, like our inner child does, then we do all sorts of things to try to feel in control, whether it's acting sad and down or bullying is the second, or rejection. Those are like the depth cons. We usually start off sad. Oh, that's not working my way. And we think other people are going to, if I act sad, they'll try to make me happy and do what I want. And if that doesn't work, then I become belligerent and bullyish and loud and throwing things around and even to the extreme of like, people hitting each other, right? And if that doesn't work, then rejection. I cold shoulder, not talking to you, ghosting you, those kind of things, trying to use rejection to try to get what they want. And if that doesn't work, they start back at the first one. Can't believe when I rejected you that you didn't even call after me. And then rage and rejection again, sad, rage, or sadness, anger, um, rejection, And I feel like this is kind of their cycle that they go through with these things here too. Um, the 9 of wands, yeah, they've got this barrier up, this it's like, they're showing me an old western town, for movies where it's just a facade. It's just a front, and if you walk in through the doors, you realize it just opens up and it's just the face, there's nothing behind it. And then that's kind of what they fear. They kind of fear like there's this if anyone, you know, um, he can't like face that he's been exposed. He just tries to convince people, "Oh, that's just temporary. There it really is a real one. It's just being repaired." It's like, uh, no, this is a why would you send a store away to be prepared? There should be a store behind this facade. What's going on here, right? It's like, now you're just being silly. Do you think I'm that stupid? What's going on? But they're in fight or flight, so they're not thinking clearly through all this, right? Um, so the argument, that's the fight and fight or flight, right? So when I feel um like again, unsafe, out of control, uncomfortable, my little inner child goes into fight or flight survival, excuse me, and then will want to attack, right? Defend, attack, or run away, or attack and then run away. And I feel like, you know, um, they won't want to admit that they're wrong. They don't want to admit that they're exposed. They don't, that's the way they do it. Double down on the lie, double down on the facade because we got to convince people that it's not true because if that is exposed, then I'm a failure, then I'm nothing and I'm worthless. That's the core of why they're reacting, through those things too. So, hopefully that helps. If you have any follow-up questions on that, let me know here. I'll grab your fortune cookie here, give you time to ask anything else that if you're curious about anything with that there. Yeah, I like this. I like your fortune cookie is shift the way to new potential, which is card number 29. You know, of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional. That 5 of swords kind of feels like there's mental conflict, you know? Let me just, see what spirit has to say, of course. Disclaimer down in the description area. Tarot's for fun. I'm not a licensed, psychologist or anything, right? Oh my gosh, that's what came up again, the 5 of swords. So, I do feel like there's a little bit of mental conflict there. Um, so that's the exact card that came up, and it came out again, Marilyn. Creepy. I love it. I don't love that they have mental, uh, that kind of thing. They had the 6 of cups too, right? And I feel like maybe that means maybe they were dropped on their head as a child. That explains a lot. But I do feel like I feel like they are conflicted, But, a lot of it has to do with fear when they go into fear, so it would I feel like the conflict, the mental conflict, whatever they have going on, it does make it easier for them to go into fight or flight mode, so they're hyper vigilant and, then they want to, do that. Might even have, like, PTSD, energy. Says we are in a time of massive evolution. Old ways of thinking are being replaced by a new awareness, and luminous leaders with novel ways of being in the world are necessary at this time. You're being called to lead with your gifts, your skills, your voice, and your spirit, and to gracefully navigate these uncertain yet exciting times. Excuse me. Explore and express your calling and make the shifts into living and breathing your purpose. If your soul feels restless, it is because the progress of this shift, your genesis, has been slower than necessary. Know that your shift will be a catalyst for those who witness your journey. When we see other souls standing in their power, in their luminosity, we're reminded of who we ourselves can be. Shift the way for us, Lightworker. Shift your focus from you to them and notice what you can do for the greater good of those around you. Your best offering in the world relies on solving a problem for others, on loving others, on helping them shift. It's time for you to boldly step up to help accelerate human consciousness and to leave your positive mark on the world. Ooh, look at that. Boom. And that's something, we can realize that, you know, arguments happen, of course, when we're trying to prove that our truth is more truer than someone else's truth. But we don't want as humans, no one can really convince us to change our minds. Because when we're convinced, and we're usually listening to other people for our rebuttal so we can prove them wrong until we're in a place of love. And when we're in a place of love, we're more looking at things from capital T truths, rooted in unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. And when we step into that, we don't feel the need to try to prove that my old small t truths rooted in fear are more truer than their small t truths rooted in fear. And I don't get into conflict. We don't get into conflict when we do that because we realize we can't change the world by changing their minds. The only way to change the world is by changing hearts. And the way we change hearts is through love, by giving unconditional love. And like it says, you being a bright light, you being you, you just shining bright allows other people to remember the brightness that they have in them. But you can't convince this individual to change their mind. When we try to pull someone into a position, they resist. We try to push someone in, they push back, right? But when we give from our heart in this unconditional love, then people's hearts are activated, and then they start to change. When their heart changes, their thoughts change, and then it moves to the outside world eventually. Because the world doesn't change from the outside in; it changes from the inside out. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got there for you. So enjoy, Marilyn. You know, don't waste your energy, right? All right. So many blessings. And thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. You are very welcome. You're like, righto, for sure. All right. All right. And then up next, I do have Maria P. Thank you for your additional donation. We got 62051 here. So, Maria, here is your time stamp. And your email is down here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So you want to know, is your soulmate nearby? Who that be? All right, let's take a look here. So based on your current energies, is your like soul partner, are they nearby, and who it would be? You know, right now, I don't feel like they're nearby, and the who, they're not giving to you yet. You have the Ace of Wands, which it's going to be someone brand new, someone you don't know. The Ace of Wands is a whole new spark that comes into your life. Right now, you've got the High Priestess, which they're encouraging you to kind of step back, go into the High Priestess temple, right? You connect with spirit, you see things from a different perspective, you look behind the veil, understand your expectations and thoughts and beliefs around love and relationship, and look for patterns and dive deep into your emotions to transform, because it's a time here to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you, energy and physical things that don't serve you, so that you can move forward. You got the 9 of Wands too, which is like a blockade that comes in here with a high priestess. It just feels like there's this pushing of things away to give you the space to do this reflection to see what it is you truly want, not what you think you're supposed to want, but to really question, you know, what is it? What's my cycle that I keep doing and I'm getting what I'm always getting? Why am I choosing what I'm choosing, right? Um, you know, so we got that that energy that's there. Um, so I feel like they're saying that first and then soulmate later. The more you raise your love vibration, the more you're focusing in on that, then the faster things speed up and then they are drawn to you. But right now they're going, right now the focus is on that, because otherwise we're going to keep doing what we've always done and get what we've always gotten. And they're looking at making a transition. At least that's the advice they're getting when you ask them. For your fortune cookie, you do have the mushroom guardian. I like it. Lauren, protection, grounding, hidden magic. Even the smallest places hold powerful shelter. So that's kind of like a shelter in place relationships, you know, inward. And what is it that I want to do, right? Is more of that energy that's coming up. All right. So that is what they have for that. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Twin Flame, I see your additional donation. Oh, you just put it down there. So let's grab that here. So for a deep dive. All right. Got you there. So thank you for that additional one. We're about to hit your next one here. Let me just take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. All right. So Twin Flame. For this one, I got 62441. And you want to know what would make your friend Liz's pregnancy more comfortable. She cannot eat or sleep. Oh my god, everything your friend group has suggested is not working. She's in constant pain. Nothing the doctors say works. Wow, she has the sleeve done for weight loss before getting pregnant. Oh my gosh. And then will the baby be healthy? Will she be okay? She's older. How rude. She's just a spring chicken still compared to me. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. Of course, disclaimer down in the description of the video. I'm not a licensed medical professional. And of course, tarot is for fun and entertainment purposes, etc. All right. So let's find out here. I know compared to you two, right? Oh, so let's see here. So this is this. Let's take a look here. You get 3 cards for this one. And underneath here. I like the bottom of the deck. We do have the 6 of Cups. So got child energy there. So I definitely feel we've got the children energy present. All right. Yeah, I feel here a lot of what is coming in here with all this energy. You know, we've got the 7 of Swords and the Ace of Swords coming in. And we've got this balance between head and heart, energy here. So the overall thing that coming in is it feels like the fears, and even under the 6 of Cups, we've got the 9 of Swords, which, nightmare and insomnia energy that's coming in. Um, but I feel like it's the thoughts and beliefs that come in, right? The story that we're putting to things is what is drawing in the pain and the suffering. And I know it's difficult when we're in pain and she might feel like she's older and something's going to go wrong and something's wrong and there's fear and, this energy is happening and it kind of feels like there's that energy that is there that the more we focus in on our pain and our fears and any need, want, lack energy, it grows, right? And we draw in more, and that's what we draw in. When we start focusing on gratitude, and I don't know if, you know, um, there is something about, you know, doing a gratitude journal. Is this their first child? Or, it could be that, there's this, um, starting a gratitude journal around the baby itself and around life, as well. It's her first. So, she's scared. She's not, so she's got all these things going through her head. And, the more that she can focus in on unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter, and the more we feel about our pain, the more it gets bigger and the more we draw in whatever we focus on with our energy. But it starts with the story. What story does she have around this birth that is of fear and of pain? And um and she might even think that births are painful, and she has a belief, that women are cursed and are supposed to have pain for birth, or there's some sort of, belief that I deserve this kind of energy. So it could be, you know, of course, women pregnant, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I totally get that, but the expansiveness of it could be magnetized by something on the inside with this energy here, because of the 9 of Swords, the 7 of Swords, the Ace of Swords, and then the King of Cups being a balance between head and heart, that there's something that can be transformed, from that. So whether it's talking to a counselor, or doing gratitude, or you know, um, you must now watch all the shows that you think are funny and comedies and, we're gonna switch your energy by focusing in on something else. Because the more we focus in on the lower vibration, the more we're just inviting more of it in, and see if that alters it and does that, kind of thing. There's also, hedges, I see, do I have the hedge of is it the hedge of health that I do I have the hedge of health out? I down in the description area, I do offer energetic hedges. And that's the kind of thing is that we can move energy and you can even, you know, um, if you feel like you would wanna do this, I mean, with her permission and a person of her higher self, we can create an energetic hedge, for her and it moves, it starts inside and it moves this beautiful unconditional love energy. It creates a hedge that anything that is not of higher vibration transforms into higher vibration or it steps outside of that zone, which so pain and suffering and lower vibrational things, it makes it easier for them to choose that higher vibration. So whether you do that, that kind of energy, if you're interested just to hear about it and see if there's something that you do with your modalities, down in the description area, it talks about, my energetic hedges, and it has a link to, in the services I offer link, there's a little video of how the energetic hedges work. So you can check that out or the website. I mean, the little site that can do that. You could do ads for yourself too. They're amazing, They allow us the time and, um, there's different types we can do, and it can do all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, definitely check that out and see what that is, but I feel like that's kinda what we're talking about, that's what spirit I feel is bringing in there. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for this one too. We've got flower sprite. Look at that. Joy, lightness, renewal. Let small delights reopen the parts of you that closed. So there's that energy, higher vibration, joy. What was the other one? Joy, lightness. Like joy and lightness it brings renewal instead of the stuff that has closed us down that makes us feel restricted and small. Fear is what makes us feel that, right? So it's opening up through joy and lightness. So I like that. Right, so that's that one. We'll circle back around for your next one here in just a moment. We've got a quick one here for Cat Mia. So let's give you that. You're 633.18, Cat Mia. Thank you for your additional donation here. Hey, Moonlight Shadow. Good to see you. All right. So, Cat Mia, you want to know your future spouse's reaction when you first meet. All right, let's take a look here. All right. Well, it looks like here we've got they gave you 3 cards. Wow. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Wands, which is a spark. They're like, "Wow." They're like, "Bzz," So they got this. Their fire gets activated, so they do feel like, um, attracted to you. They're just it's like, their heart sparks, right? But they are slow in acting. We got the 7 of Pentacles, which is an energy of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So they take their time. They go through that kind of energies that we have. Um, and they take their time because they do have some fear of expectations with the 9 of Swords, which is, they feel like they've experienced in the past that a lot of people have expectations, and so they go slow to try to understand what someone's expectations are, and they seek clarity on this, and so they don't move on things very fast because they wanna make sure, I feel like they're a little bit of, want to make sure it's a good match, want to make sure things before they progress. Cause I feel like once they start moving, they move Four of Wands, they move fast towards marriage once they're sure it's a great match. They're very slow in the beginning, but then, once they know, "I know what I want, you're it, let's go," kind of energy. So I feel like that's their first reaction, when you guys meet, and I feel like they're just, like, really, like, drawn to you with that Ace of Wands. Your fortune cookie here, you've got Herbal Offering, that's a beautiful card too. I like this. Devotion, healing, natural magic. It says small acts of care ripple farther than you imagine. And I like that. I feel like they're really moved by your small acts of kindness. And I feel like they kind of move along with small acts of kindness towards you as well as they go along there. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, Moonlight Shadow, thank you here. Grab your free question there. We'll get you on here. You'll be number 19 on the free reading list, which we might get started on tonight. We'll see here. I have one more deep dive donation here. If nothing else comes in, then we may just be heading into free readings. We'll see. I've only got about 30 minutes left on my 7-hour session, so we'll see if I will complete them or if I'll wait until the morning to finish the free reading. So just a heads up to you guys. We'll see what's happening here. All right. So Twin Flame, we're up to you. 636.50 is for your deep dive here. So let's take a look here. There's your timestamp there. And let me split these out. So we've got one. Oops. Come on, mouse. There we go. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there was just 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, how will leading a group at church go? Uh-oh. You're gonna plan a coup. No. You're gonna take over. All right, let's take a look here. So, how will leading a group at church go? So based on your current energies, let's see what we got coming in here. All right, that is it there. All right. Yeah, I like this here. I feel like you learn a lot about your Ace of Cups around your self-love. And the Page of Swords here, it really is this. You gain clarity, and this is clarity around your self-love and clarity around. Oh, do you hear my stomach growl, growl, growl? You have the Two of Cups underneath here with interacting with people here and how to kind of deal with conflict. Oh, look at here's your star Aquarius energy underneath all that too. So it's like that. I feel like it goes well with the Ace of Cups because that's a joyful energy too. But I do feel here that you learn to deal with conflicts with people because when you're leading a group, it's like a supervisor in a way. You learn that not everyone agrees, and then when you lead a group, that they look to you to solve disagreements between each other, and rather than feeling like you're responsible to solve other people's problems, I feel like you more can help lead them to helping themselves. Teach them to fish. No, don't fish for them. I feel like is a big thing, which I feel like with you as a teacher, I feel like you're able to apply that. And I feel like you learn, wow, adults act like teenagers. And I feel like it goes good for you, but I feel like you learn a lot. And it helps you understand humans a bit more. So I like that, especially adults. And then what people will you meet in your group? Let's take a look here. All right. Well, so you have the 8 of swords on the bottom here, right? Which is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, that make us feel limited and small and trapped and restricted, right? You're trying to heal your inner teen right now, right? Well, you meet a variety of people. So you've got the fool, first of all, the person that doesn't want any expectations, just possibilities, no rules. You probably will recognize students in all this, right? They're like, I don't want any rules. I don't want to be told what to do. I just want to be able to go on this adventure with this group, but I don't want to be told what to do, what not to do, how to do things, whatever. It's someone that's very much, uh, wanting to be free of expectations. So you have like an individual that represents that. You have the Five of Swords. So you meet someone who's argumentative, someone that um, always has something to say and, disagree or corrects, kind of energy that comes in. So they're conflicting, because they're conflicted in here, they bring conflict out here, right? So in this group, you realize, okay, I see you're a challenger. That's good, We like having people that are the devil's advocate, right? You point at him, the devil's advocate. Um, but I like this. They challenge, You got the emperor. You have someone who feels like they want to be in control, that they're like they feel the need. Uh, it's almost like someone who leads other groups, someone who feels like they should be leading the group. Um, and that I've done this before. I help other groups and da 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 da. That they kind of have this, hey, if you need any help, I've done this before. I can help you. Energy, which feels very giving in the beginning, but I feel like you start to realize that there might be a little resentment, like maybe they didn't get chosen to lead the group, and for a reason, right? But I feel like there's someone that feels like they want to control things, like, right. And then you have the Five of Pentacles. You have someone that kinda has a extra low self-esteem that comes in here because they feel like they're afraid to do something wrong, they're afraid to be rejected, they're afraid to be left out in the cold, So you've got these little 4 that stand out, I feel. I feel there's others that are, you know, the in between and not extreme, but I feel like those are like the 4 pillars of challenge for you, in the group there, and I feel like they're there for you because 'cause you're learning to look at them differently, and you're learning to how to, um, work with them without trying to change them. It's helping you change your perception of who they are, which changes your perception of yourself. Like, they shouldn't be saying that, "Oh, I shouldn't be telling them who they're supposed to be because I don't like it. They don't like it." I feel like there's a lot of mirroring that helps with things too. So I like that. All right. And then what will you learn in the next year? Yeah, the Queen of Wands, the Knight of Pentacles. I like this. I feel like you learn a lot about when to go slow and be patient and when to speed up and step into your power. And, there is that, you know, learning that difference is important because there's times for being still and there's times for action. And, there is that type of, energy that's there. Um, yeah, we can throw one um, follow up. What type of leader will you be? You are death. That's the kind of leader. You don't do what I say, I kill you. No. This is, it's a different type of leader. I feel like, because it's like a phoenix kind of energy, that comes in here, um, because I feel like you help people grow. Because the death card is like Scorpio, Pluto energy, it's death and rebirth. Yeah, off with their heads. You rule like the queen of hearts. I feel like you help people transform, because I feel like as you transform, you lead people in transformation. But I feel like you are different with this death card, um, and but I like this Scorpio energy because you help people see things about themselves, and I like that kind of energy because I really feel like you bring a new perspective to leadership because of your teaching abilities, and you're used to, dealing with, teenagers, that you've had to find inventive ways to help people get excited and get, motivated in that. I feel like you bring that, also in to that. A love reading for the next year. Let's see what we're able to do here. Okay. Yeah. You've got the high priestess. Yeah, there's your intuition. You have the high priestess here, but you got the tower card and the high priestess. This for the next year, and this doesn't mean it's forever and ever and ever, but I feel like they're saying for the next year, just plan on being with yourself, communing with spirit, looking behind your veil of your mind, looking into your emotions, because the tower card is people will be removed out of your life to make space for that which is in alignment with yourself. So, I know I want to laugh. I'm so sorry. But just because I'm laughing with you, not at you, or I'm laughing for you, but it's not loneliness. I'm just cracking up because I know how you're reacting to it. You're like, "No," but they're saying just plan on it, but know that as you are, doing raising your love vibration, right? As you're raising that up, and uh that's what draws things in. As you are, like, instead of waiting for spirit to remove things out of your life, you can remove things out faster. But, they're saying, like, based on current energies where you're at right now, they're like, yeah, it kind of is that kind of energy. But, but you also been dating, in between, right? So this is as you're really focusing in on that, especially that 6 of Pentacles we talked about, right? So they did that, that energy. It's about, getting to those roots, and, um, those repeating cycles, right? Because that's what speeds things up and then draws things in for you as well. Well, one of the big things, right? Um what is frustrating? Because frustration is fear and lack energy, right? Because frustration is, I something should already be here that I don't have, and so that's what keeps it further away. Because we're in our frustration, in our fear, we're actually inviting more in of what we're fearing, right? So frustration is control. Frustration, you know, um, because we're trying to control something that's outside of our control. Like I want to be in a relationship, and it's like your relationship starts with yourself, right? The more you develop that relationship on the inside, then you're not defining yourself by a relationship in the outside, right? Yeah. But it's your energy that's blocking you, not spirit or the universe or anyone else, even though we said that you're being rooster blocked. This is your higher self going, I don't wanna keep doing what we've always did and drawing these individuals in, 'cause you'd get be even more frustrated if you keep drawing in same people who ghost you, all these mirrors that are showing you what you wanna see about yourself. They're like, "Do we wanna continue all that, or let's do self-study?" Tired of having, individuals that can't, you know, live up to that, and it's like, it it would be more frustrating, and they're like, "Yeah, let's do the self-study," instead of being distracted by all this, "What are they thinking? What are they doing? Da 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 da." It's like, you know, but like, as you do that, they're like, "Just for the next year, just plan on that," because otherwise, like, if Spirit said, "Oh, in February on Valentine's Day, February 14th of next year, you're gonna meet your love of your life." You're not gonna do inner work, you're gonna be focusing on, "How many days into February 14th," right? You're not gonna be focusing, and this is like they're saying, "Just plan on a year of you don't know, that just focus on yourself, and the more you do that, you'll draw someone, and it'll be a surprise." Surprise, surprise, right. Alright. And then let's look at your school year here. What for the school year here? All right. Yep, I like this here. I mean, you got this Capricorn energy here and the Judgment card. I love this. I feel like, the Devil card is Capricorn Saturn energy, which is your work. They roll over the, work, the house of work. And the Judgment card is your calling. And and they're basically saying here, you have the emotional choice energy underneath with the Lovers card, and they're like, "This is your calling, first of all, to teach." They're like, "This is like you something that you were born to do, and it's natural for you, and you're talented at it," right? And they're saying that what kind of school year it is for you is totally up to you, because you're the one that gets to create the story about what that means about you, and the emotional soundtrack you put to it, and all of that, and wherever you focus your energy is what you draw in. It just comes so naturally for you, right? Yeah, and it's like, I feel like that's what they're just saying, just enjoy the adventure. And all of this, you had the 6 of Pentacles, on the bottom here. So we come back to that to, like, end your readings, right? Because that is that feeling like I have to do so much to deserve so little, and, if you take a look at that abundance where it be, there's really that realization of, "I am more than enough already. I was more than enough before I was born. I'm more than enough all the way through my life, and when I leave, that nothing in the outside world changes my worth. Only I change my perception. I pretend that I'm worth less in different times." And there's this beautiful energy that comes in with that. Yep. And here's your fortune cookie is creator fire. You got the fire element. I think I've had all the other elements. Fire was the only one remaining here. So, fire is connected to passionate and enthusiastic energies. It is present in the zest of impulsivity and spontaneity and in the spark of new ideas. Its realm is one of the quick movement and intense creativity. Fire also relates to destruction and rebirth and to vital purification. What can fire teach you about the present? And what can your passions and desires teach you about what's yet to come? Is there something that needs to be burned down in order to rise again? That's the towers. And what does the intensity of your creative flame whisper to you right now? Is your creative force being stoked and tended? And then the element of fire, the deep dive, like you get a deep dive into the fire. Light a candle to begin and dive into feeling your passion. To find your passion, you can ask yourself, what's your level of passion for your situation? What's your fiery inspiration? And if you could live in a state of inspiration, what would you be doing and what would that look like? To transform, fire is a creative phoenix. I talked about the phoenix too, right? It transforms things into their basic elements and gives them new life as mineral parts of another being. It begins anew. So meditate on the phoenix. And when you are reborn like the phoenix, what does your life look like? I like this. And then lastly, dance. Move to your favorite music, to tribal or ancestral drumming, or even to the rhythm of nature and the elements around you. Stare deeply into a campfire or into the flame of a candle and watch it move. Allow your body to follow the flame as you move in sync with the element. Manifest your dream into your body. Maybe, just maybe, begin to lead the dance and watch as the flame begins to follow you. Wow. I like that. Fire. So, hopefully that helps. That is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for all your donations and all your love and support and your sense of humor and allowing me to laugh with you. I'm just chuckle, chuckle. So that is what they got for you. All right. So I think that's it for donations, and I'm like 3 minutes away from seven. Hey, Dason, let me see here. Are you on the list? Did you give us something? Yeah, you're number 13 on the free reading list. And you asked me here, am I going to be doing the free readings? Yeah, because I'm hitting 7 hours in like 3 minutes. So I can't get through almost 20 free readings. I could, but they would be sucky readings. So I'd rather be energized in the morning. So I'll return in the morning and we'll complete those and be more, have more energy. So appreciate everyone as patience and understanding with that. And if you guys haven't checked out my podcast, I do have a free podcast. If you guys are looking for some more information to help you on your adventures to make it an easier path instead of a harder one, here's the link. It's always down in the description area of the video. And also, if you click on my name and go to my main YouTube channel page, it's at the top. The most recent one we had was What Do They Think of Me? Here's a link directly to that here if you want to check that out. And if you haven't checked out, I did have a little update on all the processes and some offerings and also a secret. Shh. If you want to check that out, there is a chance to win something. Okay, I almost let the secret out. But take a look at the video if you're interested, and that's all I can say. I'm gonna let the secret out. No, 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 no. All right. So that is what we got, guys. Like I said, I will return in the morning. Thank you for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support. So grateful to be on this journey. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night, so I'll pop in the morning for the complete the free readings. Then I won't be back until Wednesday. If you want interested in a personal reading, I do that. I also have energetic hedges. All that information is down below in the description area. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life that you, yes, you are truly, eternally, and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So hang in there, take care of yourself until I see you again. Much love, and have a great night. We'll see you guys later.